Chapter 1090. The first saint beast to be seriously injured was the ancient black fiendish python. Its agility was not as good as the ancient golden eagle, and its defense was not as good as the prehistoric giant crocodile. However, the ancient black fiendish python was one of the most lethal beasts. Even though it was not very intelligent, it still managed to seriously injure dozens of people and kill dozens of old antiques and a super genius who was caught off guard. "Let's do it. It's dying." The geniuses who were besieging the ancient black fiendish python shouted with excitement in their eyes. After killing this big guy, they would be considered as people who had killed saint beasts before. This would be an indescribable accumulation and benefit for them when they tried to break through to the saint realm in the future. A war emperor killing a saint. Even if it was a group battle against a saint beast, it was still a historical feat in the face of the saint power. The war emperor's battle chi was always so small. In the history of the sacred boundary, there were only a handful of war emperors who were able to kill saints. The other geniuses had similar thoughts. Although the nucleus of an 8th grade vicious beast was precious, they valued the experience of besieging the saint beast more because it would become their spiritual foundation when they tried to break through to the saint realm in the future. Hiss. The ancient black fiendish python suddenly let out a hiss. Its killing intent surged violently and a violent aura burst out from its body that was more than 600 meters long. This violent aura was mixed with a faint demonic aura, which made the faces of the geniuses change. "Oh no, this big guy is going to fight back with all its might. Don't fight it head on. Retreat." The super geniuses retreated with their junior brothers and sisters. As expected, the ancient black fiendish python dashed forward with its huge body as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. None of the geniuses dared to fight it head on. Even the saints would not dare to underestimate the saint beast's final attack, let alone the 5 tribulation war emperors. Swoosh. Swoosh. Rumble. Wherever the primordial black fiendish python passed, everything was destroyed. It went straight in a certain direction. Everyone retreated one after another. How could they have escaped without any injuries? When they found out that the ancient black fiendish python had locked onto its target, their expressions became very interesting. It was actually charging towards Lin Chen to kill him. Hey! The lunatics of the Black Horse Club are going to suffer. The saint beast's counterattack is no small matter. It might even kill him. I heard that he has a fate plant pouch on him. Prepare for battle. Once he dies, we will immediately snatch his fate plant pouch. The geniuses rejoiced in his misfortune. Many of them stared at Lin Chen eagerly, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. A certain Lin shouted with a face full of grief and indignation, "Looks like even God is jealous of my handsomeness. I don't care anymore, I'm going all out." Boom tilde. Lin Chen unleashed the full power of the Imperial Sky Technique. Wielding the 2nd grade Holy Spear Dark Phoenix, he stabbed out with all his might. Bang tilde. Waves of chi exploded, rolling up a strong wind that could overturn everything. It shook the earth so much that cracks like giant pythons appeared, one after another. All the geniuses were ready to go. He was ready to strike at any moment. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the geniuses who were preparing to move out covered their eyes with battle chi to spy on the situation within the smoke. All of a sudden, their mouths gaped open as they stood rooted to the ground in shock. That primordial black fiendish python was actually dead. Dead. And its weak spot on its head had collided with Lin Chen's spear tip's strongest point. The primordial black fiendish python had died in Lin Chen's hands, and it had dropped a large number of vitality attribute light balls. The number and quality of the attribute light balls dropped by a saint beast and the attribute light balls dropped after death were completely different. And the attribute light balls dropped by this saint beast when it died in the hands of others and Lin Chen's hands were also far from the same. This was equivalent to Lin Chen personally killing this big guy. This was a real battle emperor killing a saint beast. There were no restrictions, and there were a lot of attribute light balls. However, it wasn't over yet when more than 100 super geniuses and dozens of old antiques were stunned. Rumble tilde tilde. Another 2 saint beasts on the verge of death attacked Lin Chen. The situation was exactly the same as the primordial black fiendish pythons. The soaring aura that erupted before death shocked everyone so much that no one could stop them, and they directly pounced on Lin Chen. Lin Chen and the Jundok Shuai wielded a spear and a sword, using sword fury sky-piercing and sky-riding. Charging, piercing runes, and split shadows talents, they instantly exploded and took turns to stab and slash with their spear and sword. Bang! 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 The two saint beasts collided with the tip of the spear and the sword again. Either their weak points were broken, or their major wounds were torn open. They died on the spot. Another saint beast. Sovereign's descent talent, accumulated energy, 300 million points, 400 million points, hiss. What happened? Many geniuses sucked in cold breaths, and the old antiques felt their hair stand on end. Strange. Too strange. They had never seen such a strange scene before. The doppelganger Shintoku show skillfully rushed to the location of each saint beast's dire beast core with ease. The vanishing shadow flying dagger in his hand swiftly slashed out, and in less than half a breath, the saint beast's flesh was cut open and the dire beast core inside was extracted. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. It was as if as long as the Black Horse Club existed, everything in the world would become extremely unreasonable. Everyone present had witnessed a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Rumble tilde, rumble tilde tilde. The earth trembled, and the space shook. The air collapsed and disintegrated, and a series of explosions sounded. 3 heads, 5 heads, 7 heads, 10 heads. In the end, everyone's vision was blocked by the huge bodies of the saint beasts. Countless saint beasts all pounced on Lin Chen. These saint beasts were all on the verge of death. Whoosh, whoosh. The orange light sword flashed again and again, and the golden aura flashed again and again like a golden stream of light in the dark night. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, and all the heavily injured saint beasts began to fall to the ground and die. The ground was crushed, and the saint beasts' corpses were piled up like mountains. Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor was like a lone dragon flying alone, constantly collecting a sea of vitality attribute light balls and a large number of orange crystal treasure chest. That's right, it was really a sea of vitality attribute light balls. This was Lin Chen's first time seeing blood-red attribute light balls flying all over the sky. It was like a blood-red ocean, all of which were high-level vitality attribute light balls. All the prodigies were stunned. All the saint beasts that were heavily injured charged in the opposite direction of Lin Chen, allowing him to slaughter them as he pleased. Anyone who dared to stop him would suffer the wrath of the saint beasts that were about to die. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Lin Chen and Jundok Shuai were like hell's executioners, mercilessly killing the charging saint beasts again and again. Looking at the mountain of saint beasts' corpses, all the prodigies trembled and were dumbfounded. These saint beasts were completely committing suicide. It was as if they were going to die in the hands of the Black Horse Club. Anyone who dared to stop him would be injured or even killed by the saint beast's final counterattack. This scene was too strange. It was so strange that no one could say anything. The Black Horse Club's Battle Emperor was killing saint beasts like he was killing chickens. Before anyone could react, the flying daggers in Shintoku Sho's hands danced in the air like precise and elegant butterflies. With a flash, flesh and blood were split open, and dire beast cores were sucked away. The prodigies were stunned. Skillful. Too skillful. Shintoku Sho's technique of harvesting dire beast cores was like a flower thief climbing over a wall, or a duck king undressing. He was too damn skillful. Why are you so skillful? We were here first. In the end, the 37 saint beasts fell into a pool of blood. Lin Chen let out a deep breath and stood on the mountain of saint beasts' corpses, scolding them deeply. You saint beasts have lived for so many years. Why are you still trying to scam me? Don't you know that I'm most afraid of scams? If there's a next life, remember to be a good beast. Don't scam me. I'm very annoyed. My hands are numb from killing you scammers. I'm really tired. In the future, don't come to me for such boring things. Silence. A strange silence. Who would have thought that one day, they would meet a young battle emperor who said, "My hands are numb from killing saint beasts." After a while, one of the prodigies squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Is that even human language? Lin Chen said, Good kids shouldn't learn to scam people. Chapter 1091. The Dragon Emperor's body flew through the air, and wherever it passed, it had a magnet effect, sucking in all the attribute light orb. Obtained 130,000 high-grade health, 100,000 high-grade health, 190,000 high-grade health, 90,000 high-grade health, 110,000 high-grade health, 150,000 high-grade health. Opened 31 orange crystal chests. Obtained 3,500 mid-grade talent points, 1,000 mid-grade heavenly path points, 2 million strengthening points, 1,500 high-grade spirit, 2,850 high-grade rune energy. In the past, the number of high-grade attribute light orbs that Lin Chen had obtained was in the thousands, and the most he had obtained was the few thousand dropped by the fallen sages in the ancient battlefield. However, the fall of the sages was not caused by Lin Chen, and the number of attribute light orbs dropped was also limited. But this time, the genuine holy beasts had all died in Lin Chen's hands, and the number of attribute light orbs that had been dropped was estimated to be more than 100,000. His attribute value soared to the limit, and the rate of increase was so fast that the 3 clones that were fusing the cultivation memories had to simultaneously absorb a large amount of chi energy. As for Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor, it was refining the chi energy that surged like a raging sea. The chi energy was like a burning dragon, shuttling back and forth in its dragon vein, attacking the 10 millionth dragon vein. The dragon meridian had been letting out rumbling noises, shaking violently, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. It kept glowing with blue-gold light. Whoosh! A vortex appeared, and the Dragon Emperor's refining efficiency increased by almost 100 times. The 10 millionth dragon vein's vibrations became even more intense. If not for the 1,000 mammoth devour ability, the Dragon Emperor might have really exploded this time. Lin Chen put away the 37 Class 8 Dire Beast cores with a clear conscience. Although these Dire Beast cores were tainted with demonic chi and could not be used normally, Lin Chen's demonic seal could easily absorb the demonic chi inside and return it to its original form. This time, with 37 Class 8 Vicious Beast cores and a sea of high-grade blood essence, even if Lin Chen could not break through to the Tempered Sage realm, at the very least, his Dragon Emperor's advancement into a holy dragon was a fact. The geniuses weren't ordinary people, and some of them immediately came back to their senses. They recalled that during the previous battle, the Black Horse Club's people had barged into the battle circle and tried their best to get close to the sacred beasts. Could it be that? First of all, no matter how stupid a holy beast was, it wouldn't commit suicide, right? If they wanted to commit suicide, why did they all choose Lin Chen? Why did the people of the Black Horse Club spend so much effort to get close to the holy beast, but they did not fight? More and more geniuses began to realize that there must be a problem. There was definitely a problem. The more Zhao Tianquan thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. There was even the smell of urine under his pants. In the end, he flew into a rage and roared while stomping his feet. F***CK. Why did you suddenly change your personality? You even helped me lure the primordial golden condor to the 2 holy beasts. You were the one who was playing tricks on me. Fuck you, Lin Chen. Zhao Tianquan's words awakened all the geniuses. Many of the geniuses looked at Lin Ming, who had a harmless face and was smiling brightly like the sun. No wonder he helped Zhao Tianquan just now. It seemed that he wanted him to die faster. Drama queen. He was definitely a drama queen. His acting just now was 2F** King good. This guy was a good person. Good my ass. This kid was a cunning old fox. Sinister, too sinister. This young master was completely fooled by him. F***CK. We've been fooled. This kid is using us as tools. This kid is only in his early 20s. Isn't he a F** King 200,000-year-old monster? His 2F** King sinister. They were furious. More than 5,000 geniuses and 2,000 old antiques were all furious. If it was a normal holy beast, with the strength of its shell, even if it stood there and let the Black Horse Club beat it up, it would take them a long time to kill it, right? Why did they wait until they were on the verge of death to suddenly charge at Lin Chen? It was very obvious that Lin Chen was using everyone present as tools. Everyone had been fooled by him. He had been reduced to his employee from head to toe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mr. Lin's face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. Everyone, you really can't blame me for this, right? You've all seen it. These holy beasts are clearly here to take advantage of me. My people were just defending themselves. You really can't blame me for this. T. That Jundeshio beside you was so skillful in harvesting Class 8 dire beast caused that he looked like a 10,000-year-old pervert sneaking into a beautiful woman's room. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. You call this self-defense? Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone was so angry that their teeth were about to shatter. Luo Yaro suddenly said, I'm really puzzled. How did you survive until now without being beaten to death? Lin Chen. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Boom. 9 super geniuses ranked in the top 5,000 suddenly turned their attacks and targeted Lin Chen. Snap. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He snapped his fingers first. Host has activated intermediate blue tier Shorekill skills, 1000 Flamestorm, Meteorite Sandstorm, Golden Radiance Rain. Each Shorekill skill is applicable to 3 targets. Beginning to lock on target and bombard. Whoosh. Boom. An intense fire cloud tornado, a golden cloud, and a yellow cloud of sand and dust suddenly exploded above the 9 people's heads, rolling down a flaming hurricane. The fire borrowed the strength of the wind, and the wind increased the intensity of the fire. Golden fragments of light poured down, suddenly enveloping the 3 people. What's this? Something's not right. We can't escape from these things. Quick, defend. The bird that pokes its head out gets shot. The 9 geniuses hurriedly used their life-saving methods to defend themselves. The aura of the Shorekill skills spread out, intimidating everyone and forcing them to retreat to the side. Intermediate blue tier Shorekill skills were suitable for saints with 1 to 3 holy points open. Its power was enough to force these super geniuses to defend themselves. What a powerful energy attack. It can't be avoided. What kind of secret technique is this? I remember now. It said that Lin Chen was chased by more than 10 Saint Realm experts and was able to escape successfully. It said that he used an extremely strange attack that couldn't be avoided. Damn it, isn't this a rumor? It's actually true. The geniuses were shocked. This kind of attack was comparable to a saint's attack, and it couldn't be avoided. Isn't this breaking the rules? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Who else wants to come up? I don't have any good points. Other than being handsome, I have some special skills, and I'm very good at self-defense. Stop bluffing. I don't believe you can use this kind of attack more than a few times. There were also some ferocious geniuses who didn't fall for Lin Chen's trick. Together with a dozen old antiques, they surrounded Lin Chen from the side and swarmed him. There were another 18 super geniuses and 17 combat emperor antiques. Lin Chen snapped his fingers again, and the remaining 8 intermediate blue tier Shorekill skills and 6 advanced blue tier Shorekill skills were all release. Rumble tilde. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and energy poured out. The aura of the Shorekill skills enveloped everyone who charged at Lin Chen. When the geniuses saw the might of the advanced blue tier Shorekill skills, their expressions changed drastically. He actually had an even stronger trump card. He even had a way to threaten second heaven true saint. When the second wave of geniuses were blasted to the brink of death by the Shorekill skill, their mournful screams pulled everyone back from their anger and reason. Come on. Let's see if there are any brave warriors who aren't afraid of death. Lin Chen shouted loudly, his attitude extremely arrogant. Chapter 1092. Lin Chen appeared to be arrogant, but in his heart, he was thinking, don't let more boorish people come. Damn it, if another group comes, I'll only have 2 high-grade blue rank Shorekill moves left. Looking at the whole scene, Lin Chen's strength was without a doubt, but no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to withstand the siege of so many people. Lin Chen had to use his strongest move to deter them. Lin Chen's preemptive strike had indeed deterred thousands of people. However, his gaze was still fixed on Yang Wuxie and the other geniuses. The top 5,000 geniuses had life-saving moves that could withstand the attacks of Saint Realm experts, but they had not yet reached the level where they could challenge saints. The ones Lin Chen needed to be wary of were Yang Wuxie and Fei Anxing, the top 2,000 monster-level geniuses. This group of geniuses were the real monsters. They were said to be comparable to the monster-level geniuses from millions of years ago. They were terrifyingly strong and could fight against saints. Lin Chen sensed that there were close to 100 of these monster-level geniuses here, and he did not rule out the possibility that there might be some hidden ones. Once they surrounded him, Lin Chen would have to use all his trump card. The handsome Yang Wuxie whistled and said, "Heh, this brat played all of us." Fei Anxing glanced at him. "What, do you want to go up and kill him?" Yang Wuxie smiled. "I'm not interested. The key is whether Miss Qingcheng is interested or not. She is the strongest person here." Fei Anxing frowned, seeming to mind the word strongest very much. He looked at Jian Qingcheng, who had a cold face. Jian Qingcheng had a slender figure, and her waist was slender. She wore a bright red robe and carried a 3-foot-long sword. Her face was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a country. This person is really good. However, if it weren't for him, those saint beasts would have killed more of us. Looking at the overall situation, he saved the lives of some weaklings who should not have entered the tomb. After saying that, Jian Qingcheng glanced at the people in a certain area. Everyone who met his gaze felt the fear of having a sword against their necks. A cute junior sister standing next to Yang Wuxie asked curiously, "Senior brother, is Jian Qingcheng really as powerful as you say he is? She can't even enter the top 5,000. Yang Wuxie clicked his tongue in amazement. "He's not just powerful, he's a freak. She is an invincible monster among the women of the same generation in the sword domain. The last time she drew her sword, the Sun Moon Empress, ranked 1,310th on the genius ranking, couldn't even withstand her second sword strike. If that battle had been a life-and-death battle, her ranking would have been changed long ago." "Ah, so powerful." Little junior sister was surprised. Yang Wuxie's eyes suddenly flickered with light. The world is so unreasonable. Although they are both 5th Tribulation Combat Emperors, the top 40,000 geniuses in the genius ranking can easily crush ordinary combat emperors of the same level. As for the top 10,000 geniuses, they are terrifyingly strong. Even so, no one can cross that line. Only the top 2,000 geniuses in the genius ranking are able to fight with saints. The top 1,000 geniuses in the genius ranking have all become saints. But let me tell you, even these geniuses may not be able to suppress Jian Qingcheng. After saying that, his handsome face still had some lingering fear. He said word by word, "As far as I know, Jian Qingcheng could have become a saint long ago. With her accumulation, she could have reached the saint realm long ago. But she is accumulating the last bit of mental toughness to reach the pinnacle of sword Dao and perfectly become a saint. Once she draws her sword, the clouds in all directions will move and she can destroy the mountain sea prison with a single strike." So terrifying? Little junior sister was shocked. For a mortal to become a saint, it was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. To be able to encounter it once was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. How could Jian Qingcheng choose the moment to become a saint? As strong as the top 10,000 geniuses in the genius ranking, they could not become a saint just because they wanted to. They still had to be well prepared. Only the top 2,000 geniuses in the genius ranking could break through to the saint realm at any time and had a higher chance of success. However, they were still sharpening their mental toughness and pursuing the best state to break through to the saint realm. TSK. Another 7 super geniuses fell under the ultimate skill. Shintoku Sho skillfully collected their attribute light balls and storage rings. Because when they were fighting the sacred battle beast, they had expended a lot of energy to save their lives. After being bombarded by Lin Chen's ultimate skill, they finally could not withstand it and died on the spot. Seeing this, the geniuses' mouths twitched. No one dared to make a fuss. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded again. "Little guys, well done. Looks like something unexpected happened this time. Ha ha ha, but it doesn't matter. This king likes surprises. The more you can exceed this king's expectations, the happier this king will be. Next, after receiving your rewards, you can proceed to the second stage." Just as Clear Sky Saint King's voice fell, A stream of light fell from the sky with a whoosh. The streams of light were like raindrops that covered the sky and earth. It was beautiful and dazzling. When the geniuses took a closer look, they realized that these raindrops were the size of longan lychees. They were all divine elixirs. Lin Chen sucked in a cold breath. He had robbed the 9-color rainbow bridge alone and had only obtained slightly more than 50 divine elixirs. There were more than a few thousand divine elixirs here. It was more than 10,000 divine elixirs. The lowest grade divine elixir was a first-grade divine elixir, and it was sold for at least 10 million Saint Origin coins. This was because the difficulty of refining and the required materials were too high. Even ordinary sages could not afford to use divine elixirs. There were more than 10,000 divine elixirs. This was a F***king astronomical figure. The foundation of a sage king was simply heaven-defying. Ordinary people could not even imagine it. It was too terrifying. Those who passed will each receive 1 divine elixir. Those who performed well will receive 2. Yes, these divine elixirs have been distributed. Don't try to snatch others' divine elixirs. Otherwise, I will personally kill those who break the rules. Clear Sky Sage King said indifferently. Everyone cheered for the Sage King. As for Lin Chen, he had obtained 6 first-grade divine elixirs and 1 second-grade divine elixir. There were 9 grades of divine elixirs. A second-grade divine elixir was several times more valuable than a first-grade divine elixir. Even with Lin Chen's current alchemy skills, the probability of him refining a second-grade divine elixir was not more than 20%. The moment Lin Chen received the divine elixir, he was shocked. There is something wrong with these divine elixirs. The core of the divine elixir has a trace of demonic chi will. Luo Yaro suddenly said, it seems like his ambition is not dead yet. He planted his power of faith in these divine elixirs using the demonic clan's methods. After consuming it, it might not be immediately activated. However, as long as he wills it, the person who consumes the divine elixir will immediately become his believer. Even if he dies, he will not hesitate. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. No wonder he is so willing. Hehe, this Sage King is playing a big game of chess. At this time, Clear Sky Sage King's voice sounded again. Next is the second round of the assessment. You can choose to leave or continue to advance. Next is the cycle of life and death. There are only 500 people who can advance to the third round. Once you participate, your life and death will be determined by the winner. As soon as he said that, the faces of the geniuses changed slightly. The second round was a life and death battle. Only 500 people. However, Lin Chen's face was uglier than all the other geniuses. A chill and goosebumps rose from the bottom of Lin Chen's heart. He thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Chapter 1093. If you want to participate in the life and death cycle, send your battle chi into the Jade token. If you want to withdraw, you can go directly to the tomb's space vortex. As the Clear Sky Saint King spoke, a silver-white space vortex rose up in the tomb, and a space channel extended out from a several hundred-foot-wide space crack. At the same time, numerous blue jade tokens fell from the sky, and the choice was in everyone's hands. The Saint King's opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I don't even dare to risk my life, then I don't need to live anymore. I, Yi Aolu, have walked out from the endless wilderness and killed countless powerhouses. How can I miss this opportunity? The Saint King's inheritance should belong to me. Many proud super geniuses chose to participate in the life and death cycle. They sent a wisp of battle chi into the jade token, causing it to shine brightly. There were also some old antiques who chose to leave safely. This time, they entered the sacred burial mountain range. Some had snatched a saint corpse's body, some had snatched a part of a saint treasure, and some had obtained a saint pill. Some were not confident in their own combat strength, but their harvest was enough. There were also many super geniuses who chose to leave. When fighting the saint beasts, everyone had used a lot of life-saving methods. If they continued to fight, they would only become a stepping stone for others. It was best to quit while they were ahead. Some old monsters also did not plan to let go of the Saint King's opportunity. They resolutely chose to participate in the battle. For a time, There were only 3,000 people left in the tomb. There were still more than 300 people who had not made a decision. When everyone made their choice, only Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Luo Yaro. He asked word by word, "If you want to do it, can you also control me?" Luo Yaro's face was hidden in the cloak, so Lin Chen could not see her expression. Lin Chen could use the demonic seal and hand seals that Luo Yaro had left him to control the saint beasts that were contaminated with demonic energy. Then what about Lin Chen, who held the demonic seal? This demonic seal was given to him by Luo Yaro. He actually did not have absolute control over it. What if Luo Yaro controlled him like he controlled the saint beasts? The demon eye in 9 provinces, the sky-devouring mirror on Rainbow Island, and the demonic seal that had absorbed so much demonic energy, could he really suppress them? Lin Chen took a deep breath. "Even now, you still want to take me away?" Luo Yaro said coldly, "My goal is very simple. If I can't take it away, I will destroy it. I will pull out any seeds that might threaten my demon cultivator clan in advance." Changing the topic, Luo Yaro's tone suddenly became somewhat gentle. "There's another choice. You can take the initiative to come with me. Since you don't care about the grudges in this world, why don't you come with me? If you can come to the demon race, I will give you enough status and opportunities to become my right-hand man. Whether it's the 9th layer Saint Realm, 9th Revolution Saint Realm, or Saint King Realm, you will have the opportunity to step into them." Lin Chen suddenly laughed. "Then come and get rid of me now, I will not follow anyone." Luo Yaro was silent. The two of them didn't talk for a while. However, Lin Chen and his clones, Jundok Shui and Shintoku Sho, also chose to participate in the battle. A total of 3,700 people chose to participate in the battle. Over 3,000 of them were ranked on the genius ranking. Everyone's heart was either nervous, uneasy, or excited. This life and death battle would definitely be a big event that would shake the entire genius ranking. It would leave a strong mark in the history of the sacred boundary. These 3,000 geniuses were all ranked between 1,001 to 10,000 on the genius ranking. Every one of them was at least from a rank 5 sect. Not long after, only 500 of these geniuses would be left. Over 2,000 of them would die. In the ancient records of the 36 domains, there were only a few major events that had happened. Without a doubt, this Sage King inheritance would be a turning point in history. Some of the more daring ones chose to stay and witness history. They didn't leave, nor did they participate in the battle. What was rare was that the Clear Sky Sage King seemed to ignore these people. Very good, those who stay are the elites. Let's begin. The rewards for the last 500 people will definitely be extremely generous. The Clear Sky Sage King laughed loudly. Whoosh. Rumble. At this moment, the ground in the devastated mountain range cracked open. Dragon platforms that looked like giant islands rose into the sky. There were 300 dragon platforms, and they looked majestic. They had their own space enchantment, and it covered a wide area. It was more than enough for a stage 1 sage to fight. A new number has appeared on your jade tokens. Go up the stage according to the number. If there is an odd number, there will be a bye. Those who get a bye will automatically advance to the next round. This life and death battle will depend on your own abilities. You can use all your means. As long as you can survive, you can do whatever it takes. I look forward to more surprises among you. Ha ha ha. When the Clear Sky Sage King finished laughing, Lin Chen's and his avatar's jade tokens lit up. His number was 1459. Jundok Shui, 1299. Shintoku Sho, 1088. The geniuses and veteran experts who received their numbers were filled with battle intent and began to go up the stage. Looks like my avatars and I are the last batch to go up. We still have time to prepare. Lin Chen found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, Luo Yaro had already entered a state of cultivation. Her injuries had recovered by 30%, and her strength had recovered slightly. She could move freely now. Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Dao Possession System version 6.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor, peak of 5th Tribulation, high-grade essence, 34. 55 million points limit strength, 99. 99 million dragon power, half-body transformed into saint physique, high-grade blood essence, 98. 16 million points high-grade spirit attribute, 19,455 points, half-step sage, high-grade cultivation technique essence, 8,977 points, high-grade rune energy, 26,851 points. Mid-grade heavenly Tao points, 19,660 points, mid-grade talent points, 31,889 points. Blank attribute, 6. 9 million points, strengthening points, 18. 74 million points. High-grade elemental energy, 12,204 points for fire, 11,150 points for earth, 10,200 points for wood, 10,366 points for metal, 10,488 points for water, 10,100 points for lightning, 10,410 points for wind, 69,666 points for light, 7,880 points for darkness. Cultivation technique status column, open or not, bloodline status column, open or not, passive talent column, green rank, dual cultivation acacia, purple rank, assault, purple rank, tear, quasi-orange rank, super chaos, orange rank, extreme god possession fragment, 2/4, active talent column, purple rank, steel omen, purple rank, fatal bloodthirst, purple rank, super-dimensional teleportation, purple rank, ultimate moment, purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, sovereigns. Descent, quasi-orange rank, absolute life and death, orange rank, flashlight split shadows, one-time orange rank, heaven defying, 1/2, fragment. Killing technique column, open or not, characteristic rune column, open or not, talent combination technique, open or not. Lin Chen's cultivation was not much different from most of the super geniuses. When he first refined the wheel odd crystal, his strength was around 4,000 on the genius list and his clone could fight against the top 5,000 geniuses. Now that all his elemental attribute values and cultivation had increased, Lin Chen tried to arm wrestle with the top 3,000 geniuses. But the main thing was Lin Chen's body. His high-grade vitality had skyrocketed by 90 million points because of the large number of saint beasts he had slaughtered. It was more than 10 times the original amount. This attribute value caused his physical body to undergo an astonishing transformation. Chapter 1094. Inside Lin Chen's upper body, there were faint roars of dragons and tigers, as if there were several ancient beasts sealed inside his body, and the flesh of his upper body was like a mountain and sea prison. Every time his blood surged, it was like a raging wave in the ocean. Every bone was shining with an extreme golden light, and when his body moved, it was like the world was shaking. For example, when Lin Chen looked inside his body, he even felt like he was looking at a small world. The same 99 million dragon power, but my pure strength and lethality are 10 times more than when I just entered the sacred burial mountain rain. If my whole body transforms into this state, I'm afraid I'll become a true saint of body refining, a saint body. At that time, the lethality of a complete saint body will not only be 10 times more than now, but at least 10 times or even 100 times more. Lin Chen was excited. In fact, killing 37 sacred beasts with his own hands gave him more than 90 million blood points. Most of Lin Chen's high-grade blood points were transferred to the Dragon Emperor. If the Dragon Emperor absorbed the blood points, it would not appear in Lin Chen's high-grade blood points column. It was not that Lin Chen did not want to become a saint, but the situation at that time did not allow it, and there was no time for him to break through to the saint body realm. His 3 doppelgangers mainly merged with the cultivation memories of the Tai Sky concealing technique, and the Shintoku Sho and the Jundok Shui needed to participate in the battle at all times. Under such circumstances, he had no time to refine the massive amount of high-grade blood points alone, and the other geniuses would not give him the chance, so he could only leave it to the Dragon Emperor. But Lin Chen still had a backup plan. Becoming a saint is not far away for me. Lin Chen took out an 8th grade embryonic pill. This pill burned with blood flames, like a blazing small sun in his hand. Lin Chen formed a seal with both hands and placed this embryonic pill in the center of the seal. With a mysterious seal, he began to absorb this embryonic pill into his body. This was the supreme-grade embryonic pill that Lin Chen had obtained from the Rainbow Island, the Bloodflame Sacred Dragon Pill. This embryonic pill was extremely close to becoming a first-grade sacred pill. Lin Chen wasn't sure if he could absorb the real holy pill. If he couldn't, it might hurt his meridians and flesh. Therefore, embryonic pills were the best choice. Under Lin Chen's pill nurturing hand seal, the Bloodflame Holy Dragon fledgling pill transformed into a streak of light that merged into his dantian. Lin Chen used Cloud Sky Pill Sage's pill nurturing technique to fuse the pill into his body. At that time, Lin Chen's flesh and blood would fuse together with the pellet, using his body to nourish the pellet. When the pellet became a saint-grade pellet, it would be the day when Lin Chen's body became a saint. Lin Chen concentrated on fusing the embryonic pill into his dantian while his two clones protected him. On the south side of the Sacred Burial Mountain Range, in the direction of the southern region. The Sacred Burial Mountain Range was the intersection point of the Flame region, Yellow region, and Southern region. Therefore, many experts were paying attention to the mountain range situation this time. A few young fellows have already fallen. It seems like the Sage King's opportunity isn't that simple. In the void, a group of white-robed old men stood on the clouds. One of them stroked his beard and smiled. "Haha, it's fine. What we couldn't do back then, we'll leave it to our young disciples to complete. They're now comparable to the monsters on the demon genius list who hadn't become saints back then." Whoosh! Another group of flowing lights flashed and crossed the void. A group of powerful auras appeared in the void and stood together with the group of sages who were chasing after Luo Yaro. One of them, a burly man in golden armor, said solemnly, "Yes, we've confirmed it after returning to the headquarters. That woman is at least 70% similar to that person back then. Even if she isn't, there's a great relationship between them." As soon as he said this, the sage's expressions became particularly solemn. 70% similar. It was hard for them to forget the battle in the Holy Purgatory. How terrifying was that female devil dweller's beauty. One person and one saber, she slaughtered the all heavens experts in the holy world, causing them to tremble in fear. As sages who were in charge of stopping the criminals from escaping the holy prison, they could feel how powerful she was even from far away. Even when the gods attacked, they only managed to severely injure her and didn't manage to capture her. That was the only blemish on the history of the holy prison. It doesn't matter if she's her or not, we'd rather kill the wrong person than let her go. If those young fellows can't capture her, we'll take the risk and enter the Sage King's tomb. The golden-armored man's eyes turned cold. The sage's expressions were solemn. The tragedy back then could not be repeated. The number of sages gathered at the south side of the Sacred Burial Mountain Range had already surpassed the Heavenlist Assembly. Since it was related to the Sage King's inheritance, many sages were participating. And this was only the sages from the southern region. The sages from the Flame region and Yellow region were not included. Country Lord Fu Sheng was surprised. "This is the Sacred Burial Mountain Range. I'm afraid this is the largest mountain range outside of the Savage region." Beside him were two Saint Country elders and two beautiful women with worried expressions. They were Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan. It's said that a Sage King fell here in the past in a fierce battle with the demon race. He was revered by later generations. Poison Saint Yu brought his granddaughter, Sun Yue, to narrate the origin and story of this mountain range. The Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace's patriarch smiled. "Haha, Your Excellency Poison Saint, history can never be trusted. The real history is only in the hands of a few people." "Patriarch, why do you say that?" Mo Qing asked. The patriarch's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said meaningfully, "Whether this Sage King fought with the demon race or not, we have no way of knowing. But according to the rare records of our Heavenly Ghost Divination Palace, there was a Sage King of the human race who was very close to the demon race. Their relationship was very ambiguous. The country lord and the others' faces changed slightly. They no longer talked about this topic. I wonder how young Master Jundok Shuai and the others are doing. Their opponents this time are the top 10,000 geniuses of the genius list. Sun Yue clasped her hands together with a praying expression. Yu Qingli suddenly smiled. "Little sister Yue, you seem to be very worried about him." Sun Yue hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's just that young Master Jundok Shuai has helped me a lot on Rainbow Island. The girl's thoughts were seen through by everyone present. Yu Yulan held Sun Yuer's hand and smiled gently. Little sister Yuer, I understand your feelings. Don't worry, young Master Jundok Shuai and the others are very smart and have many tricks up their sleeves. They will definitely be safe. Poison Saint Yu sighed softly. Her granddaughter was born with a special background and had a lot on her mind. Originally, she was worried that her granddaughter wouldn't be able to find someone she liked. Although she had found one now, this little guy just had to be the holy son-in-law of Fu Saint Nation. This little guy you like, even I can't move him. He's too outstanding. Poison Saint Yu sighed in her heart. Rumble tilde. A loud sound came from the south side of the mountain range. At this time, the innumerable Green Palace elder sitting on the green ox, Elder Ao Ching, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone is coming out. As soon as his voice fell, streaks of figures shuttled back and forth, quickly retreating from the mountain range. Some returned to their own sect elders, family elders, or their own factions. Ning Qingxuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she tried to find Lin Chen and the others in the first group of people leaving the sacred burial mountain range. But she didn't find them for a long time. Chapter 1095. Elder, may I ask what's going on inside? Country Lord Fu Sheng asked the two old battle emperors politely. Seeing that Country Lord Fu Sheng's attitude was decent, the two old men replied casually. The Sage King inheritance has appeared, but the first test is already extremely terrifying. We have to kill the saint beasts, and we know that we don't have the strength to continue. Those who left were the first batch to leave, the other old man said, speaking of which, it's all because of that Black Horse Club. That Lin Chen, Jundok Shuai, and Shintoku Sho killed a bunch of saint beasts. The two old men explained the situation in a simple manner, and everyone's expression changed. Not only Country Lord Fu Sheng and the others, but even the leaders of the various factions gathered here were all shocked. The Black Horse Club's Lin Chen destroyed all the saint beasts' remains by himself. The Black Horse Club's people even fought with Yang Wuxie, Fei Anxing, and the other monster-level geniuses. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The Black Horse Club's people killed 37 saint beasts. Aren't these kids battle emperors? Battle emperors killing saints? Ridiculous. That's absurd. Many of the saints were shocked to the point of dizziness. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their mouths were wide open. Are these young people from the Black Horse Club going to turn the world upside down? Everything that happened in the sacred burial mountain range was getting more and more ridiculous. Battle emperors killing saints. And they killed 37 saint beasts in a row. The most important thing about the saints of the southern mountain range was that everyone's answer was the same. Yu Qingli and the other two girls were both happy and worried. This Black Horse Club was a little too crazy. Everywhere he went, everything he experienced could be said to be shocking enough to make ghosts and gods weep. Ning Qingxuan's elegant and refined face revealed a bitter smile. You always exceed everyone's expectations. Am I not going to be able to catch up to you again? Sacred Burial Mountain, inside the tomb. This pill nurturing technique is truly miraculous. For Senior Cloudvault Pill Sage to be able to create such a consummate skill, he must have been at least a 4th-grade sage alchemist when he was alive, or even higher. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and clicked his tongue in wonder. The blood flame sacred dragon pellet had been completely fused with him, and he was using his body to nourish the pellet. When the saint pellet was completed, it would be the day when his body became a saint. Lin Chen looked around. After the first round of selection, after 2 days and 2 nights of life and death battles, there were still over 1,500 people left. It could be said to be a tragic battle. The items and storage rings of the deceased would be taken away by the victors, and the victors would also reap great rewards. There were even cases where some old antiques encountered top-notch super prodigies, and both sides had fought to the point of mutual destruction. The two clones, Shintoku Sho and Jundok Shuai, respectively, encountered an old antique and a super genius. Fortunately, their strength and agility were suppressed, and they safely passed the first round. Following that, Lin Chen's jade tablet lit up. It was his turn to go out. He leaped into the air and landed on the platform, attracting the attention of many people. It's finally that kid's turn. He has so many trump cards. I wonder who his opponent will be. The only ones who can defeat him are probably the guys ranked in the top 3,000. The prodigies all had grave expressions. Most of them wished that Lin Chen would die as soon as possible. This kid had used everyone as a tool in the first round, and no one was willing to submit to him. As if in response to everyone's expectations, a pair of black wings suddenly flapped, and layers of black lightning flashed as it swept onto the dragon platform. Everyone focused their eyes, and their expressions changed slightly. It's Fei Anxing of the Southern Territory? Ha 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 ha. That kid is dead for sure. Fei Anxing patted the dust off his shoulders and smiled casually. I'm from the Black Horse Club, and I've been wanting to meet you guys for a long time. You really did cause a lot of trouble on the Rainbow Island of the Southern Territory. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. This is a battle of life and death, and you're still so calm. Fei Anxing was cold and confident. Because the person who survives will definitely be me. Rip tilde. What responded to him was Lin Chen's vanishing shadow triple combo. The 3 flying daggers were like snowflakes, and they enveloped Fei Anxing in 3 directions. The people outside the dragon platform didn't even have time to react. Fei Anxing's dark claws swept past, and his 5 fingers grabbed Lin Chen's flying daggers, shattering them on the spot. The faces of all the prodigies changed slightly. Lin Chen's vanishing shadow flying daggers were extremely fast, and even the top 5,000 prodigies felt a fatal pressure. Fei Anxing actually shattered them with a single claw. After shattering the vanishing shadow flying daggers, Fei Anxing grinned. Your flying dagger technique is good, but it's useless against me. Great dark heaven covering palm. Fei Anxing's palm shot out a black halo, and it was completely dark as it swept towards Lin Chen's direction. The black halo released a terrifying pressure, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down. Lin Chen's body was involuntarily suppressed by the black halo, and he couldn't move. It's one of Fei Anxing's 3 great skills, heaven covering palm. Fei Anxing is going to use his full strength to deal with him. All the prodigies looked dignified. This palm was enough to instantly kill a 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor. Not many people under the Saint Realm could take it head-on. Boom tilde. A grey talisman exploded in the air, and the black halo's pressure suddenly decreased, and the space around it froze. Oh! Fei Anxing was surprised. The pressure on Lin Chen suddenly decreased. The sacred phoenix wings flapped, and the dragons flashed like the tide, flashing behind Fei Anxing. Then, he swung his spear diagonally, and a golden rainbow covered the world. Buzz tilde. Instant light clone was activated, and the Imperial Sky Spear light split into 5, and a golden light enveloped the entire platform. Fei Anxing's black wings flapped behind him, and a blade as black as the abyss flew out to kill. The black blade exploded, and the golden light shattered. The purple, red and black wings flapped at the same time, and both sides closed in on each other. Lin Chen held the dark phoenix spear and aimed it at Fei Anxing's neck. Fei Anxing flipped his Saint Claw, and grabbed the spear tip to stab Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen didn't advance, and instead retreated. His fist flickered with the golden tribulation profound handle, and 7 different kinds of strength erupted from it. It was as if this was a fist that could decide life and death. Bang! The fist and claw collided, and the dragon platform shook. The explosive airflow was like a chaotic hurricane. Fei Anxing looked at Lin Chen with an astonished expression. This brat was actually able to use pure strength to receive his claw attack head-on without any defense. His flesh shell was as strong as an ancient beast. Fei Anxing once again lashed out with his claw, wanting to tear Lin Chen to pieces. However, Lin Chen's dark phoenix spear swept across the air, blocking the claw. At the same time, Lin Chen's right leg lashed out, the 7 extinction strike, sweeping out like a dragon, repelling Fei Anxing. Fei Anxing was repelled, and his strength erupted. His claw tore out a dark light like a dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it rushed towards Lin Chen. Kai tilde. The Imperial Sky Metal Chi that flowed around Lin Chen's body was crushed, and Lin Chen was forced back, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Fei Anxing casually wiped the blood from his nose and sneered, holding a 2nd-grade Saint artifact. I'd like to see how long you can maintain this momentum. Oh! I'm a member of the Black Horse Club. I don't have any strong points, but I can last longer and like to attack from behind. It seems like you want to have a good taste today. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Both of them were confident in themselves. Both sides stood still, and the entire audience held their breath. They couldn't move their eyes away. This was simply a life and death duel between the top 2,000 monster-level geniuses. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Chapter 1096. Swoosh. The two of them used their movement techniques and turned into two streams of light, one dark and the other light. They collided with each other and instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. The two of them fought from the sky to the edge of the arena. Every time they collided, it was as if a comet had crashed into the continent. It was earth-shattering. Rumble tilde. An earth-shattering sound spread out from the dragon arena. The spatial barrier above the arena was constantly emitting energy ripples. This was the most intense and terrifying battle among the many dragon arenas. Lin Chen's advantage in movement skills was coincidentally restrained by Fei Anxing's full-powered dark battle chi. In addition, Fei Anxing's movement skills were also top-notch, making it impossible for Lin Chen to suppress Fei Anxing with his movement skills. After using the 8 transformations, Lin Chen's cultivation was not inferior to those monster-level geniuses who had been in the 5th Tribulation Realm for more than 100 years. Although Lin Chen had the ultimate moment, Fei Anxing's innate talent was extraordinary. He was born with the phaseless dark star body and had a 5th-grade saint bloodline. Therefore, the power of his dark combat techniques was several times stronger than that of ordinary people. Lin Chen's combat techniques were enhanced by the enhanced skill. In addition, his flesh shell was almost as strong as a saint body. This was why he was able to fight against Fei Anxing for so long. Rip! A tearing sound was heard. Lin Chen's arm was torn open. Just as Fei Anxing said, it was too difficult for him to use the 2nd-grade Saint Spear, Dark Phoenix, as a 5th Tribulation Battle Emperor. Swoosh. Lin Chen was still calm. With a flash of his hands, he swapped the bow for the spear. With the heavenly azure Imperial Lightning bow in his hand, he used his movement technique to increase the distance between him and Fei Anxing. Fei Anxing followed up with a victorious look. He sneered and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you say it would last for a long time? Are you going to retreat after 100 rounds? Lin Chen smiled evilly. "Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy it." Lin Chen raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Pop! All of a sudden, Fei Anxing's consciousness sank. The battle chi and blood in his body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. They suddenly became extremely disordered and boiled like boiling water. What is this? What did this brat do to me? Why didn't I notice it? Fei Anxing was shocked. Even his right leg and left arm felt as if they were not under his control. Not only was he unable to exert any strength, his blood and chi surged until his skin turned red, as if it would explode at any moment. The target has triggered the Super Chaos talent 7 times in total, all activated. Lin Chen chuckled. The reason he had fought with Fei Anxing for so long was to trigger the Super Chaos state and give him a big gift. For an expert at his level, activating Super Chaos once wouldn't affect the battle situation. It just so happened that this passive talent was special. After activating it, the timing of activating it could be decided by Lin Chen. Now is the time. Enjoy the feeling of being shot. Lin Chen burst into laughter as he drew his bow. The dragon-like battle chi of light calamity condensed on Lin Chen's fingertips as he pulled the bowstring. Then, 3 light arrows were shot out. Suppress him. Fei Anxing's dark attribute battle chi rolled up from the top of his head and bathed his entire body. As his battle chi erupted, he actually managed to suppress many of the chaotic locations within his body. However, the arrows with faint rainbows were already in front of him. Dark Night Cloak. Fei Anxing waved his hand, and a dark cloak rolled up to cover his body. Boom tilde. The arrows hit the cloak and caused an explosion. However, they did not hurt Fei Anxing. The 30% penetrative power caused his blood and chi to surge. Super Chaos talent has been triggered once. Host can use it at any time. The moment the system screen popped up, Fei Anxing stomped his foot. With him as the center, dark attribute battle chi surged out and formed a vortex that tried to suck Lin Chen in. Lin Chen laughed loudly as he flapped his holy phoenix wings and retreated rapidly. His eyes were sharp and his hands were fast as he drew his bow and shot arrows at Fei Anxing's back. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen was the one suppressing Fei Anxing. Passive talents triggered, assault, super chaos. The system screen popped up again. Lin Chen was in a good mood. Haha. Awesome. It's been a long time since I've shot arrows so happily. Seeing Lin Chen's arrows hitting Fei Anxing's anus again and laughing so happily, many male geniuses felt a chill down their spines. Pervert. Absolute pervert. Who the F***ck would shoot a man's anus during a battle? And you're still laughing so happily? You're simply insane. F***ck. I don't want to meet anyone from the Black Horse Club in my life. The enemies I've encountered so far are not even 1/10,000th of this Lin Chen's pervert. The male geniuses felt a chill run down their spines. Encountering an opponent who would stare at you while you were fighting, was that something a human would do? A dark storm appeared above Fei Anxing's head as he prepared a huge killing move. Consume 300 rune energy to activate slow rune. Whoosh tilde. A grayish-white rune fell from the sky and suppressed the dark storm. Lin Chen gathered power and drew his bow, activating 2 runes. Feather of auspicious light. The rainbow-colored arrow pierced through the sky and split into 5. Its momentum was earth-shattering, causing the faces of all the geniuses to change. Another orange-tier combat skill? What kind of background does the Black Horse Club have? From Jundok Shuai's swordsmanship to Shintoku Sho's swordsmanship and spear skills, they're all orange-tier battle skills. Another orange-tier archery technique? The Black Horse Club has used 4. No, including his swordsmanship that sent the sage's corpse flying, there are a total of 5 orange-tier battle skills. Oh my god. When did orange-tier battle skills become cabbages? The super geniuses' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Just from the battle skills used by the Black Horse Club, there were actually more than 5 orange-tier battle skills. Whoosh tilde. Bang tilde. The rainbow-colored arrow shattered the dark storm above Fei Anxing's head. Fei Anxing tasted something sweet in his throat as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good, I'm going to be exhausted to death by that kid. My body is constantly in this strange state of chaos. He still has this unique skill that can freeze space, which can weaken the power of my attacks. I can't drag this out any longer. Fei Anxing immediately swallowed a few pills and his battle chi surged. All the battle chi was channeled to the dark odd crystal in his heart. Rumble tilde. Fei Anxing broke through the super chaos state and a pair of black wings spread out. His entire body was covered in darkness as he stepped into the air. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Starting to use the power of the odd crystal. But you're not the only one with an odd crystal. Fei Anxing was continuously triggered by Lin Chen's super chaos state. There was no end to it and he chose to fight head-on with Lin Chen. The power of the odd crystal was activated. Not only did Fei Anxing break through the super chaos state, his dark battle chi continued to spread and rise like endless darkness, enveloping the entire dragon terrace. Wang tilde. Lin Chen's right arm overflowed with a white halo as his battle chi was continuously channeled into the wheel light odd crystal. Fei Anxing sneered. Your odd crystal is of the light attribute and mine is of the dark attribute. Since ancient times, light and dark have been opposing each other. It seems that one of us is destined to die. This is the arrangement of the heavens. Chapter 1097. Fei Anxing's arm surged with dark energy and condensed on his black claws. The condition of his arm wasn't optimistic either. A battle emperor had to pay a price for using a sacred weapon. Is that so? I feel that the combination of light and darkness is the most suitable result. There are no natural opposites in this world. It all depends on who is in control. Lin Chen changed to a blade this time. The blade of the azure moon was infused with the battle chi of the light wheel odd crystal and water calamity light. It was as bright as a mirror and as bright as the moon. Let's discuss this at the end of hell. Blood abyss crying claw. Fei Anxing's eyes were filled with dark energy as he condensed battle chi in his hand and slashed out with his claw. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed as he thought, Super Chaos, activate. Wang tilde. The violent battle chi in Fei Anxing's body suddenly collided chaotically, causing his meridians to crack a little. This caused the power of his claw to weaken by 30%. Damn it, this strange chaotic state is still in my body. Fei Anxing cursed in his heart. This strange scene was only noticed by the monster-level geniuses ranked within the top 2,000. Jian Qingcheng said indifferently, "It seems that this Lin Chen still has a trick up his sleeve. Fei Anxing might not be his opponent. This attack was ready to be unleashed. If he didn't unleash it, he would be the one suffering the backlash. He could only use force." Billowing dark battle chi gushed out from Fei Anxing's claws like dancing dark flood dragons, transforming into a black claw that was over 1,000 feet long as it clawed toward Chen Fan. Even if the power was reduced by 30%, this attack still exceeded the limits of a battle emperor and was comparable to an attack from a sage. There was no doubt that this was Fei Anxing's orange rank technique. This was his trump card, and coupled with the power of the odd crystal, it could be said to be far beyond the battle emperor domain. Even a sage who had opened a sacred point would have to take it seriously. Wherever the dark claw passed, thunder would rumble and distort the space as it smashed towards Fei Anxing. Shua tilde. Consumed 500 points of high-grade rune energy to activate the level 6 slowing rune. A grayish-white talisman froze the surrounding space for a moment before shattering. Lin Chen's slowing talisman was unable to intercept Fei Anxing's attack. However, it had weakened the power of his Weeping Abyss Bloodclaw by another 10%. This was Lin Chen's true intention. "You're the one who died. Mirror Moon Imperial God." Lin Chen laughed heartily as he continued to activate Ultimate Restoration. Both of his hands suddenly swung his saber diagonally, and the tip of the saber erupted with moonlight that was as bright as the moon. It transformed into a slashing light that was as fast as the god splitting the heavens. Buzz tilde. The moonlight trembled, and the moonlight slash split into 5, domineeringly chopping down on the dark claw. Rip tilde. Bang. 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 Dark claws exploded in the sky, emitting faint moonlight and dark battle chi, exploding continuously. An energy storm, one bright and one dark, enveloped the dragon platform. However, the two moonlight slashes tore through the energy storm and flashed toward the direction of Fei Darkstar. What? Fei Darkstar was shocked. His figure retreated rapidly, and the Dark Knight cloak opened up layers of darkness to block Lin Chen's 2 slashes. Tearing innate skill triggered. Enemy's defense has been torn apart. On the system screen, a faint moonlight instantly split open the darkness and suddenly bombarded Fei Darkstar's chest. Kai tilde. Crack tilde. A cracking sound came from the soft armor in front of his chest. His holy armor had actually cracked. The 30% penetration power penetrated his body, and Fei Darkstar spat out a large amount of dark red blood. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pushed out with one hand, and another slowing rune appeared. This time, he used a total of 800 points of rune energy to seal the injured Fei Darkstar, causing his battle chi to become sluggish and his movements to slow down temporarily. Lin Chen then swapped out his weapon for his bow, and he drew the bow and shot arrows that filled the sky, constantly bombarding Fei Darkstar's body. Like a storm, the arrows shot out again and again. Lin Chen's current pure strength was far more powerful than before. Therefore, his arrows were much more powerful than before. Additionally, his light calamity battle chi had skyrocketed. Therefore, he could shoot out hundreds of arrows in one breath. Fatal Bloodthirst innate skill activated. Passive innate skill activated. Tearing, assault. Passive innate skill activated. Super Chaos, bang tilde. Fei Darkstar didn't even have time to scream before he was shot into pieces by Lin Chen. His body exploded, and the sky was filled with broken shadows. The geniuses outside the arena were dumbfounded. Lin Chen won. He exploded. Fei Darkstar was shot to pieces by Lin Chen. Too savage, he actually used several offensive sacred weapons and orange rank combat skills, but he didn't use a single defensive sacred weapon. Fei Darkstar, a peerless genius of the southern region who was comparable to a saint and was at the bottom of the monster list thousands of years ago, actually ended up in such a miserable state. Originally, Fei Darkstar could have held on for a longer time. He had a variety of life-saving sacred weapons, and even if his first killer move failed, he could still regroup. This was because without the strength of a saint, it was impossible to easily take the life of a genius like Fei Darkstar. Lin Chen's many passive innate skills were activated one after another. Fei Darkstar's movements were sealed, he was in a state of confusion, and he had used the power of the odd crystal, which caused his battle chi to be severely depleted. The combination of multiple factors caused his battle strength to be greatly reduced. Under Lin Chen's crazy attacks, the sacred armor he was wearing was also shattered by Lin Chen's tearing innate skill, and he had no chance to resist at all. Lin Chen's fighting style was completely aimed at his weakness, taking advantage of his weakness and attacking while he was down. When he was at his weakest, he would launch the most violent attack. Looking at the entire scene, Fei Darkstar's strength was enough to rank in the top 50. If he didn't encounter Lin Chen or some of the other geniuses in the top 2000, he would definitely pass this level. This guy is really difficult to deal with. If I didn't obtain a new quasi-orange rank innate skill, I would really have to use more moves to deal with him. I might even have to use a killing move or use a few thousand rune energy points to kill him. Lin Chen exhaled. The effect of his slowing rune could only be used during a sneak attack to obtain the best effect. Under the premise that the opponent predicted and was on guard, the slowing rune didn't have much effect on a Saint Realm expert or an expert comparable to a Saint Realm expert. Regardless of whether it was the saint he had defeated outside the Iceheart Palace or the Fourth Heaven True Saint Realm expert from the Vast Sky Palace, Lin Chen's delaying rune was only effective when his opponent was caught off guard. When the enemy was on guard, the effect of the slowing rune would be greatly reduced, and the accumulated power would be able to break through the restriction in one go. In this situation, if he wanted to seal the opponent for a longer time, he would have to consume more rune energy points. I wonder how my super chaos innate skill will affect a saint. Lin Chen pondered and collected his thoughts. As soon as Fei Tianqing died, the dark attribute odd crystals in his body exploded along with his body, scattering attribute light orbs all over the ground. Lin Chen took all of them and kept the hundreds of attribute light orbs and the 3 orange crystal treasure chests. Received 400 points of dark attribute energy, 199 points of high-grade health, 381 points of dark attribute energy, 100 talent points, 95 points of rune energy, 10,000 strengthening points, opened 3 orange crystal treasure chests. Received 800,000 strengthening points, 800 points of high-grade cultivation technique essence. Chapter 1098. Unfortunately, after refining a complete low-grade odd crystal, all the energy will belong to the host. Even if I kill the other party, the odd crystal will only shatter. Unless I have the cultivation of Saint Level 4 and can absolutely crush Fei Tianqing, I will be able to extract his bloodline, battle chi, and odd crystal. Otherwise, it will be impossible to preserve the odd crystal, Lin Chen lamented in his heart. After refining the low-grade odd crystal, the odd crystal and battle chi would become one. If the host dies, the odd crystal will be destroyed. Even if the host is killed, it would be impossible to obtain the odd crystal. Fortunately, Lin Chen had the attribute collection system and obtained high-quality advanced dark attribute light balls this time. He couldn't obtain a complete odd crystal, but at least he obtained 20,800 points of dark attribute energy. Lin Chen's advanced dark attribute energy had reached 28,680 points. It was second only to the light calamity battle body. Lin Chen took away Fei Tianqing's broken sacred weapon and storage ring. Lin Chen easily opened the storage ring. In the next moment, Lin Chen's expression was ecstatic. There is actually a complete low-grade dark attribute odd crystal in Fei Tianqing's storage ring. I've struck gold this time. Perhaps Fei Tianqing wanted to refine this low-grade dark attribute odd crystal after stepping into the Saint Realm. If he could control 2 dark attribute odd crystals at the same time, he would definitely be far stronger than a saint of the same level. But he didn't expect Lin Chen to benefit from it. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly. Although I can't obtain a complete odd crystal by killing those geniuses with odd crystals, if I can kill those super geniuses who have refined a complete odd crystal, I can obtain a large number of attribute light balls. This battle was worth it. Lin Chen looked at the top 5,000 super geniuses. Among these guys, the higher-ranked ones had refined low-grade odd crystals, and there were quite a few of them. Those who were swept by Lin Chen's gaze felt a chill. A very small number of 2,000 geniuses remembered Lin Chen's moves and trump cards. If they were to meet Lin Chen in the next round, it would undoubtedly be a fight to the death for them. Only Jian Qingcheng remained calm from the beginning to the end. He even frowned a little, as if he was disappointed in Lin Chen's combat capability. Lin Chen was ranked at the bottom of the list. After killing Fei Anxing, his ranking suddenly rose to 1910. Ranked 1910 on the genius rankings, God descended, Lin Chen. The cycle of life and death continued. After the first round of battles, everyone's jade tablets lit up, and they received a new number. They were not allowed to rest at all. If they had followed the order of the first round, they would have had time to rest. However, the rankings were completely random. Lin Chen's doppelganger, Jundok Shuai, drew number 76 and was the first to fight. His opponent was a ruthless old antique. The Shintoku Sho drew number 66, and they were also in the first batch. Their opponent was a genius ranked 5,800, so they had a higher chance of winning. Lin Chen himself was even more dramatic. His jade tablet showed number 13, and he was also in the first batch. Lin Chen, who jumped directly onto the dragon platform according to his ranking, landed. When he looked at his opponent, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. His opponent was actually Zhao Tianquan, who was ranked over 4,000, young master Zhao. Zhao Tianquan was dumbfounded. Why the hell did I draw this god of plague? Ha 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 ha. Young master Zhao, oh young master Zhao, I didn't have time to deal with you before, but we actually met in the cycle of life and death. Lin Chen laughed heartily as he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Zhao Tianquan. With a mischievous smile, he said, "Don't worry, young master Zhao. I definitely won't hold it against you for ambushing me. After all, I'm a good person, right? It's just that the moment you step onto the stage, life and death will be determined." Zhao Tianquan gritted his teeth. It's still not certain who will win. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Thank you, young master Zhao, for the low-grade odd crystal and advanced earth attribute. I'll gladly accept it. Outside the sacred burial mountain range, the various forces obtained more information. What? You said that the woman from the demon race is being protected by Lin Chen of the Black Horse Club. This kid actually dares to protect that demoness. Is he going to be an enemy of the human race of the sacred boundary? Courting death. The saints with the strongest auras in the void were furious. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the space trembled and a tyrannical mocking laughter reverberated in the void. It actually caused the space to distort and the clouds to shatter. Some of the saints with low cultivation bases were shaken until their eardrums hurt. Some of the saints who couldn't protect their 5th Tribulation Combat Emperors in time, and dozens of 5th Tribulation Combat Emperors were actually shattered by the loud laughter on the spot. The saints of the various forces were shocked and furious. Who the hell was this person who dared to release his aura to harm their people? Ao Qing quickly released a holy light barrier that enveloped everyone and prevented them from being harmed. Interesting, interesting. Lin Chen of the Black Horse Club, if you come out today, I'll let you die with rhythm. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with an arrogant face slowly walking out of the void tens of thousands of feet high. His cold eyes were as sharp as knives and his facial features were picturesque. There was a red dot between his eyebrows and he carried a 3-foot-long red sword without a scabbard. He wore a snow-white robe and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His entire body shone brightly and the holy light behind him turned into a rotating roulette of sword light that resembled a crescent moon. The young man's eyebrows were filled with arrogance and disdain for all living beings in the world. The expressions of the saints who were chasing after Luo Yao changed slightly. The monster on the demon genius list of the Jew god Sek. He's known as the sword of the Jew god, the one who can split open the sky with a single sword strike. The sword saint genius of the Jew god Sek. He actually came here. Is he here for Lin Chen of the Black Horse Club? Is there any conflict between them? The situation is getting more and more chaotic. Even the sword saint of the demon genius list is here. The various forces were shocked and horrified. The forces who had lost their men and horses earlier were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Every single one of the shocking geniuses on the monstrous geniuses roll had an extremely powerful background. They were not people that the forces present could easily offend. Not to mention the death of a few battle emperors, even if a few saints died, no one would dare to question the people on the demon genius list. Look. The demon genius list is changing again. Someone from the various forces exclaimed in shock. The demon genius list flashed with golden light and a golden light shot up. The names of the geniuses on the demon genius list were like a disaster. The super geniuses who had become legends in the 36 domains began to fall in the hundreds. It made everyone's hair stand on end. The Sage King's inheritance could really make people go crazy. Among the changing names, there was a golden light that was especially obvious. It rose from the 10,000 to the thousands. The Black Horse Club, God Descending, Lin Chen, Demon Genius List rank 1910. Everyone's expressions were especially interesting. Received 134 Advanced Earth Energy, 99 Intermediate Talent Points, 225 Advanced Earth Energy, 100 Advanced Rune Energy, 90 Spiritual Power, opened 2 Orange Crystal Treasure Chests. Received 300 Earth Energy, 200 Spiritual Power. Lin Chen used less than half a quarter of an hour to kill Zhao Tianquan and destroy the Earth-type odd crystal on his body. After that, Lin Chen obtained a total of 22,700 Advanced Earth Energy points. His attribute points rose again, and his Advanced Earth Energy points broke through the 33,000 threshold. After another day and 2 nights, the second round of the Samsara of Life and Death competition was even more intense. There were only over 700 geniuses left and 91 old antiques. They were all ruthless characters. Cruel. An extremely cruel selection. Chapter 1099. In just 1 day and 2 nights, many of the top geniuses in the sacred boundary had died. It was equivalent to hundreds of sages dying in the future, but those who survived, no matter if it was their foundation, battle experience, or talent, they were all experts among the geniuses. Yes, many geniuses have appeared in this reincarnation competition, and it's finally the 3rd round. Since there are less than 900 people in the 3rd round, there will be less than 500 people in the competition. Therefore, there will be some empty slots. Those who draw empty slots will be able to pass the 2nd round and obtain the rewards to advance to the 3rd round. Those who draw 2 naughties will be given an empty slot. Clear Sky Sage King's voice made everyone's blood boil. There was actually an empty slot. As long as they drew empty slots, they wouldn't have to go through the life and death battle. Whoosh! A stream of light entered everyone's jade token. Everyone looked at it, and some were happy, while others were sad. I've gotten an empty slot. Ha ha ha. A super genius who was ranked in the top 5,000 shouted excitedly. What was surprising was that Lin Chen's Shintoku Sho and Jundok Shuai's doppelganger were given an empty slot. They directly passed the 2nd round. There was also Yang Wuxie, the ghost-masked grey-robed man who tried to assassinate Lin Chen, and the cold-looking man who noticed the innate shadow art when he just entered the mountain range. They were all given an empty slot. Those who got an empty slot were the minority, and Lin Chen activated his purple golden eyes to see the numbers on most of the people's jade tokens. Those who got an empty slot were mostly people with great potential. Even if they weren't the top geniuses, they were still the youngest ones. As for those old antiques, none of them got an empty slot. Seems like this Clear Sky Sage King isn't stupid. He is planning to select his target. Then, I should also get one. Hey! Lin Chen's jade token wasn't 00. It was 01. He was the first one to fight in the 3rd round of the life and death battle. This Clear Sky Sage King doesn't plan to target me. Or does he have other plans? Lin Chen had different thoughts in his mind. He then calmed himself down and said, forget it. No matter who my opponent is, I still have to fight. Lin Chen jumped and entered the dragon stage. When everyone saw that he was number 1, they couldn't help but feel curious. Who would be Lin Chen's opponent? A bright red robe fluttered through the air, and the sharp sword aura shocked all the swordsmen present, causing their swords to hum as if they were about to break out of their sheaths and fly towards a certain direction. The eyes of the monster-level geniuses in the top 2,000 trembled. Even Lin Chen had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on his face, as if he was facing a great enemy. The woman standing in front of him was Jian Qingcheng. He was the strongest genius of the sword domain's current generation, and he was invincible under the Sword Saint realm. He was said to be a peerless monster who could kill a saint and become a saint when he drew his sword. Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Chen and Jian Qingcheng the first battle of the third round, a life-and-death battle? Oh my god, Lin Chen and Jian Qingcheng are fighting. This woman is extraordinarily strong. She's no longer at the level where she could fight against a saint for a few dozen rounds. She's one of the few war emperors who could truly fight against a saint. Lin Chen is bound to lose. This woman is invincible among her peers in the sword domain, Jian Qingcheng, the heavenly fairy. In the second round, Liu Wanlei, who was ranked 4,740th, couldn't even withstand one of her attack. This woman isn't a fifth tribulation war emperor at all. She's infinitely close to a saint. Some of the geniuses who were called monsters swallowed their saliva. This battle was so eye-catching that they couldn't take their eyes off it. Jian Qingcheng's talent was so high that the ancient saints had commented on it. This woman had the potential to be ranked in the current generation's demon genius list. She was able to remain calm in the face of the temptation of becoming a saint, and only pursued the pinnacle of Sword Dao. Almost no one was optimistic about Lin Chen's chances. Everyone's focus was on whether Lin Chen could force Jian Qingcheng to draw out her supreme sword. I didn't expect that I would have to fight with you in the end. However, as long as you haven't become a saint, my chances will never be zero. Lin Chen smiled casually. After killing Fei Anxing and Zhao Tianquan, Lin Chen's elemental attributes had increased by tens of thousands of points. The power of the 9 tribulation stars had also increased. He might not necessarily be Jian Qingcheng's opponent. Jian Qingcheng said indifferently, I've searched many places for an opponent who can draw out her sword, but I can't find one. If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll be very happy. I know that your level is not as simple as it seems. Show me your true strength. Rumble tilde tilde. Jian Qingcheng's body was shining with colorful lights. She was like a fairy from outer space. Her eyebrows were picturesque, but they were brewing a sharp light that could split heaven and earth. Crack tilde crack tilde crack tilde. The dragon platform, which could withstand the attack of a first-layer saint, was shattered by Jian Qingcheng's sharp light. It's different from the time when she and Yang Wuxie besieged me. She's circulating her mental cultivation method. This kind of pressure is not like the orange mental cultivation method that other geniuses have only cultivated part of. It's definitely a complete orange mental cultivation method. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and circulated his strongest light calamity battle form to withstand the pressure. His whole body was flowing with imperial gung metal chi. With the support of a +15 half-orange grade defensive combat technique, Lin Chen's complexion became slightly better. Lin Chen, don't let me down. The beauty raised her slender finger and drew a line gracefully. Rip tilde. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The thin sword mark streaked across the void. Lin Chen's eightfold transformation and ultimate moment instantly covered his whole body. He unleashed his battle aura and used dragon flash to dodge to the side. Whoosh tilde. Just as he dodged the sword light, the imperial gung metal chi flowing on the surface of Lin Chen's body cracked like paper. It almost cut his kidney. Lin Chen's scalp went numb. What a ridiculous sword aura. It condenses battle aura to the extreme and increases its speed to the extreme. There's nothing fancy about it, only extreme sharpness. Lin Chen took out the azure imperial lightning sacred bow and quickly drew the bow. The stage was instantly filled with arrow light and murderous intent. The trajectory of the arrow light was unpredictable. It was either shooting straight like a meteor or slithering like a dragon or a snake. Its sharpness was hidden, and its energy was overflowing. Some of the arrow light was shot out and split into 5. The momentum was so fast that it made many geniuses look serious. However, when the arrow light approached Jian Qingcheng, it was shrouded by a layer of invisible sword aura and shattered. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. His lucky feather at full power couldn't even get close to her. There seemed to be a layer of invisible sword aura around her. Any attack that got close would be shattered. In the battle on planet Fae, Jen Qingcheng couldn't see through many of Lin Chen's moves, but she understood them. Some of Lin Chen's special secret techniques could only be used after hitting the enemy. For example, the confusing techniques and the secret techniques that could tear defense could only be used when they were focused on the enemy. Therefore, Jen Qingcheng directly used offense as defense. All the attacks were shattered before they got close. Lin Chen's talent was sealed tightly. There was nothing he could do. Chapter 1100. Good reaction. Jen Qingcheng said lightly. Her slender fingers moved like ripples, and countless sword marks as thin as gossamer drifted in the void like rays of light. Lin Chen immediately raised his spiritual touch to the highest level. His purple-golden eyes were fully opened, and he frantically flapped his sacred phoenix wings. He used Dragon Flash to dodge her sword chi. Rumble tilde tilde. The seemingly calm sword marks were dodged by Lin Chen. When they crashed into the spatial enchantment of the dragon platform, the earth shook like a falling meteor. It was a shocking sight. When Lin Chen could not dodge, he could only draw his bow and shoot back. When the arrow light and sword chi collided, the airflow was as sharp as a blade. Lin Chen was suppressed in one move. Just dodging and blocking Jen Qingcheng's attacks took all of Lin Chen's strength. It's natural for him to be suppressed. Looks like even that crafty Lin Chen is at his wit's end. This is an absolute suppression of strength. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 10 rounds. Lin Chen is still alive and kicking. He's really strong. His body movement is indeed very strong, but if this continues, he'll be exhausted to death. Such a powerful body movement must consume a lot of energy. Now it's time to see if Lin Chen can make an undodgeable attack like before. Only an unavoidable attack that can threaten a saint can tie down an existence like Jen Qingcheng. All the geniuses held their breaths. Yang Wuxie's junior sister covered her eyes with her hands. She was so shocked that she was in a daze. This is what senior brother meant by the strongest. It's really unbelievable. Lin Chen seized the opportunity and flashed behind Jen Qingcheng. In an instant, he summoned the Azure Moon and raised his hand to attack with the Mirror Moon Imperial God and Instant Light Division Shadow. Unexpectedly, Jen Qingcheng clawed back with 5 fingers, and the sword chi of demon and god destruction seeped out. He actually crushed Lin Chen's 5 moonlight slashes. The faint sword chi was like a sharp saw. It penetrated the Mirror Moon Imperial God and headed toward Lin Chen. Clang tilde. Lin Chen slashed vertically with his saber, but his arm went numb from the aftershock of the sword chi. The saber almost slipped out of his hand, and he couldn't help but be shocked. His pure strength was not what it used to be. After taking on the remaining power of Jen Qingcheng's palm, he almost lost his grip on his saber. I don't believe that you can guard all the flaws. My movement technique is above yours. There will always be a breakthrough. Lin Chen retreated once again. He put away the Azure Moon and switched to the sky-raising sword. His body flickered continuously, and the azure energy of annihilation burst out from between his eyebrows. Lin Chen unleashed an annihilation at Jen Qingcheng's head. The spiritual attack split into 5 parts, destroying everything in its path. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen flashed to Jen Qingcheng's side. Annihilation was just a cover. His intention was the next move. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed out furiously. He used Sword Fury raises the heavens again and slashed horizontally at her blind spot. His fury was augmented by his Light Calamity battle aura. An orange and white sword rainbow slashed out horizontally and split into 5. Rip tilde. Bang tilde. With a swift wave of her hand, a tornado-like sword aura storm swallowed Lin Chen's attack. The spiritual storm and the orange sword rainbow shattered at the same time. Lin Chen was caught off guard. He was swept into the air by the storm. The sword aura shattered all his defenses, and blood splattered everywhere. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. With a sweep of the sword aura, Lin Chen split the storm. The white light of the dragon shadow flashed, and he retreated to the edge of the dragon platform. He was panting and sweating profusely. When a person targets the enemy's weaknesses and flaws, their actions will become monotonous. They will only think about attacking the floors, and they will lack flexibility and battle tactics. Jian Qingqing's slender figure was like a willow, her bright red hair was tied up, and her red robe fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, she revealed a smile that was devastatingly beautiful, like a flower. Lin Chen, how many floors do you think I have? This fairy-like smile stunned all the geniuses. This was a beauty that was powerful to the extreme. It made people admire and yearn for it, but they stopped in their tracks and felt despair. Any flaw that Lin Chen could see would be used by her to lure Lin Chen into attacking, and would become a point of attack for her to gain the upper hand. Her beautiful smile wasn't a question to Lin Chen. Instead, she was telling him a fact. She, Jian Qingqing, had no flaws. What a terrifying woman. She's completely different from the soft-footed geniuses I've fought in the past. Her cultivation technique, skills, talent, ability, experience, and state of mind are all far beyond the so-called monster-level geniuses. This is a true monster. This is the true #1 empress below the saints. Today, it won't be that easy for me, Lin Chen, to walk out of this dragon platform alive. If he couldn't attack Jian Qingqing, he wouldn't be able to trigger the super chaos state. He had to break this situation. Clang tilde. Lin Chen stabbed the mighty sky sword into the ground, took a deep breath, and opened his palms. All of Lin Chen's battle chi began to be transferred to the light wheel odd crystal. At the same time, his 9 tribulations source was also rapidly reduced to the lowest limit that he could bear. Even so, Lin Chen's face was still pale. Swish tilde. Wang tilde. Wang tilde. 9-colored starlight revolved in the center of Lin Chen's palms, spinning like a roulette. Like a galaxy of stars, it was gorgeous, beautiful, and dazzling. Under the dazzling beauty, it emitted a destructive wave that caused everyone's expression to change. Finally, a trace of seriousness appeared on Jian Qingqing's face as he smiled. You're finally willing to use your full strength. Lin Chen's face was pale as he laughed wildly. I've never tried using this move before. It's enough for you. Lin Chen was going to use the 9 tribulations star twice at once. This was the first time he used the strongest killing move after being able to use the 9 tribulations star twice a day. This was the ultimate trump card that he could use at this stage. Just maintaining the energy to condense the 9 tribulations source was already the limit. If even this move didn't work, he could only use his killing move or the sovereign's descent that he had been accumulating for a long time. Above the thick miasma, within the 4 ancient arrays, a distorted shadow transformed into a human form and laughed sinisterly. Very good, these 2 young people have very high aptitudes. As my perfect substitute, only one is enough. The other followers only need to infiltrate the sect. The collision between geniuses will give birth to even more top-notch monsters. Let this king see who will be fortunate enough to become this king's perfect substitute and become the only king of both the human and demon path. Ha ha ha. The human-shaped shadow's laughter was extremely cold. It didn't know that a pair of demon eyes had opened silently above him, watching his every move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Chen threw the 9-colored star in his palms at Jian Qingqing. This time, the 2 waves of the 9 tribulations star were integrated with the power of the light wheel odd crystal. Consumed 201 points of advanced rune energy to activate level 6 charging, penetration rune. Increase power limit, 80%. Can exert penetration by 5%. Consumed 298 intermediate talent points to activate instant light split shadow talent. Buzz tilde. When the 2 beams of 9 tribulations star fell, they suddenly trembled and turned into 10 9 tribulations stars. The front of the starlight shone with a white aurora and emitted a faint wheel ripple. All the geniuses' mouths trembled as they sucked in a breath of cold air and almost peed their pant. Such a terrifying attack, and he could still turn 2 into 10? Is he even human? Chapter 1101. Sluggish Rune. Lin Chen roared in his heart, and a grey rune fell from the sky, suppressing demons, sealing ghosts, and freezing space in just a second. The space around Jian Qingqing and her own battle chi suddenly became as slow as a turtle. This sluggish rune directly consumed 4,000 points of Lin Chen's rune energy. Lin Chen only had about 22,000 points of sluggish runes at the moment, and he used about 1/5 of his rune energy against a war emperor, 2 powerful 9 tribulation stars and a sluggish rune with 4,000 points of rune energy. It could be said that he gambled everything on this moment. Facing Lin Chen's series of trump cards, Jian Qingcheng smiled like a flower and said dreamily, "Finally, I met an opponent worthy of being slightly serious. Kai tilde. Boom 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 tilde." Jian Qingcheng's battle chi was greatly depleted, and the odd crystal that was injected into her jade crisp mountain was activated under the blazing light. Her delicate body was like thousands of swords shooting out at the same time, and the sharp aura pierced through the sky, piercing through the sluggish rune's restraint. In an instant, Jian Qingcheng's hands formed a grasping gesture, and an energy sword formed by red battle chi appeared in her palm. She still didn't pull out the sword on her back. She held the energy sword and slashed horizontally. Her aura pierced the sky, and a rainbow pierced the sun, cutting the stars and breaking the moon. Rip tilde. Kai. 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 Boom tilde. The sword aura exploded wildly, and 10 9-colored destructive light pillars shot up into the sky. The overflowing destructive energy waves and sword aura fragments shot out continuously, reverberating on the surface of the space enchantment, causing ripples. Then, the 10 light pillars merged into one, and it was thousands of feet in size. It was like a 9-colored divine light that could split heaven and earth apart. It expanded the range of the space enchantment, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the space enchantment. It actually cracked the space enchantment of the dragon platform. All the geniuses were shocked and wanted to use their movement techniques to retreat. However, the space enchantment was quickly repaired and wouldn't suffer a destructive blow. Even Lin Chen had to use Dragon Flash to retreat to the edge of the dragon platform. He continuously used Long Qingguo and the few Valurium body seeds to quickly heal his injuries. The ghost-masked grey-robed man outside the arena had a grave expression on his face. His usually cold and stern expression also revealed a bit of shock. Last time when he ambushed Lin Chen, if Lin Chen had used such a powerful killing move, he would have died without a doubt. Not even dregs would have been left behind. This time, the power was at least several times stronger than before, perhaps even close to 10 times. My charging rune and penetration rune are becoming less and less effective on the 9 Calamity Star. If there comes a day when the 2 attacking runes can no longer enhance its power, it means that it has reached the level of an orange rank combat skill. I've created an orange tier combat skill. I can brag about it now. Seeing this power, Lin Chen was excited. The 9 Calamity Star used Lin Chen's 9 Calamity Source as its core energy. If it was compared to an orange rank combat skill, it would be even stronger than a combat skill of the same level. The 9-colored pillar of light lasted for several dozen breaths of time before dissipating. Lin Chen used this time to madly use Extreme Return to Origin. His battle chi had recovered by nearly 70%, but he no longer had the strength to use the 9 Calamity Star. Super Chaos Innate Skill activated. At this time, the system screen popped up. Lin Chen immediately chose to activate it. He gripped his spear and prepared to kill. When the dust and energy waves dispersed, a deafening sonic boom rang out. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. A sword light cut through the ground, tearing the dragon platform's floor apart as if it was made of paste, brazenly attacking Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his dark phoenix spear and slashed out with the Imperial Sky technique. The aged gold chi split into 5. The sword light cut through the aged gold chi, and when the sword light shattered, it turned into a violent storm that rained down on Lin Chen. This forced Lin Chen to quickly spin his spear with one hand, sending out a gust of wind. The aged gold Imperial Sky flowed through his body, bouncing off the sword light that was like broken jade. Lin Chen's arm went numb, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn, the power hasn't decreased at all. It can't be that terrifying. A slender figure slowly walked out of the smoke. She was wearing a red dress and carrying a sword on her back. She waved her hand and said indifferently, "Is this the technique that caused Fei Anqing to fall? Even my palms are not listening to me. It is indeed a little troublesome. However, as long as I can still move my mind, I will be able to use most of my strength. Or are you saying that you can make my whole body and even my consciousness fall into chaos?" Jian Qingcheng's robe was slightly torn, revealing her snow-white slender jade legs. Her hairpin had fallen off, and her bright red hair fell to her waist. Other than her aura being slightly reduced, there was almost no substantial damage. Witnessing this moment, the geniuses' expressions were extremely solemn, and there was even a chill in their hearts that made their hair stand on end. This woman was perhaps the most terrifying person of their age that they had ever seen in their lives. In the face of 10-9 tribulations stars, the number of geniuses present who could take it head-on without dying did not exceed 5. It was definitely not because Lin Chen was weak, but because Jen Qingcheng was too strong. She was unreasonably strong. Lin Chen has fallen. I don't think he'll be able to use that move again. This Jen Qingcheng is completely equivalent to a saint. Lin Chen was able to force her to use the power of the odd crystal to resist, which is already an extremely proud record. It's a pity, this is a life and death battle, it's only possible if one side falls. Although Lin Chen is full of tricks, it's undeniable that this young master feels a little pity for his talent. If he can cultivate for another 100 years, there may be a glimmer of hope. The geniuses shook their heads, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Chen. On the peak of the mountain, a trace of hesitation appeared on the cold and charming face under the cloak. Even she did not think that Lin Chen could get through this round. On the dragon platform, Lin Chen gripped the spear tightly. A super-chaotic state will only make her lose control of her right hand temporarily. It won't be of any substantial help, unless dozens of super-chaotic states are activated at once. Beside Jen Qingcheng, the layers of sword curtains still existed, and there were still countless sword chi wandering and cutting in the space around her. It was not a place that ordinary attacks could get close to. Lin Chen, you're very strong, worthy of me drawing my sword. I'm looking forward to seeing you show me even more strength than before. Clang tilde. A dragon's roar pierced the 9 heavens, shocking the spectating geniuses. Jen Qingcheng is about to draw his sword. Yang Wuxie's eyes stared at the sword behind Jen Qingcheng. It's finally coming, the strongest sword. I only have 4 more high-grade blue rank killing moves left. It seems like I can only take a gamble. Lin Chen wanted to use his killing move to fight with Jen Qingcheng. Suddenly, a brand new and complete memory was transferred to his mind. Although it was the first time he came into contact with it, it was extremely familiar, as if it was engraved in his consciousness. Lin Chen's eyes became absent-minded for a moment, and he muttered to himself like he was in a dream. Seize the 5 spirits of chaos, start the 9 tribulations of the universe. Go against the cycle of life and death, the eternity of Shatai. Chapter 1102. At this moment, the 9 tribulations fate wheel in Lin Chen's body began to change. Jen Qingcheng held the blood-red sword hilt on his back. Every inch he pulled it out, a dazzling red light shone out, turning the sky red. Lin Chen, take this. The bright red sword aura slashed through the blood-red sword and went straight for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who was dazed for a moment, came back to his senses. With a flash of his sword, he changed to a saber. Holding the azure bright moon, Lin Chen raised his head and laughed maniacally. Good. Take my saber as well. Whoosh. An extremely dazzling moonlight slash flashed out from Lin Chen's hand. This slash was as bright as a mirror and as bright as the moon. It was extremely fast. The only difference was that this slash had combined Lin Chen's 9 types of heavenly tribulation battle chi. It was no longer just 1 or 2 types of battle chi. The sword and the saber collided. Bang! Bang! The entire dragon platform seemed to have been hit by a hurricane, and the sky and earth were turned upside down. From the beginning to the end, there was a ghastly giant fissure. Both sides retreated. Lin Chen retreated 8 steps, while Jen Qingcheng retreated 6 steps. However, Jen Qingcheng's footsteps were heavier. All the geniuses were dumbfounded. This time, Lin Chen did not use the technique of splitting into 5. However, he took Jen Qingcheng's sword. Jen Qingcheng suddenly looked at Lin Chen. He was shocked, stunned, and more than that, surprised. Jen Qingcheng, who had always been indifferent to the extreme, said in a daze as his delicate cheeks flushed with a mysterious redness. Ah, this is it, this is it. This is the kind of battle I'm looking for. All the geniuses outside the platform were stunned. What was going on? Rumble tilde tilde. An orange-red tornado suddenly appeared above Lin Chen's head. Like a hurricane, like a storm, it grew bigger and bigger. In the storm that covered the sky, an illusory figure appeared. That person had his hands behind his back, and his hair was light and light. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. However, he seemed to be emitting a domineering belief. Even the will of the clear sky sage king, who was hiding above the miasma, was moved. What kind of mental cultivation method is this? I've never seen such an orange-tier mental cultivation method before. The geniuses swallowed their saliva with difficulty and spoke in a trembling voice. This is the phenomenon of cultivating an orange-tier mental cultivation technique. I've seen with my own eyes the moment senior apprentice brother successfully cultivated the orange-tier mental cultivation method. Lin Chen's phenomenon is more than 10 times more terrifying than my senior apprentice brother's. What kind of orange-tier mental cultivation technique is this? Wait. Could it be that Lin Chen had been using mental cultivation methods that were below the orange tier in his previous battles? He's already so strong, but he hasn't used any orange tier mental cultivation methods before? No, the mental cultivation method he used before might not be orange tier, but it already had the power of an orange tier. The orange tier mental cultivation method that he has successfully cultivated this time is many times more powerful than his previous mental cultivation method. Even the monster-level geniuses were frightened. The pressure that Lin Chen gave them was on par with Jian Qingqing's. Lin Chen's pupils slowly turned orange and red. The 9 tribulations battle chi in his body was renewed. Not only had it recovered to its peak, but it had also reached an unprecedented height. The system screen popped up. Host has successfully cultivated the advanced mental cultivation method of the 9 tribulations of creation, the Tai Sky Fu technique. Cultivation progress, 60%. Host has already cultivated the advanced mental cultivation method. The Tai Sky Fu technique automatically inherits the plus 15 base level enhancement of the 9 tribulations of creation. Advanced fire energy, 12,500 points x 510% equals 63,750 points. Advanced earth energy, 33,560 points x 510% equals 171,156 points. Advanced wood energy, advanced light energy, 7,050 points x 510% equals 357,255 points. Advanced dark energy, 28,680 points x 510% equals 146,268 points. Advanced elemental energy, 63,750 points for fire, 171,156 points for earth, 52,020 points for wood, 51,662 points for metal, 52,658 points for water, 50,550 points for thunder, 52,410 points for wind, 357,255 points for light, 146,268 points for dark. All of Lin Chen's elemental attribute values had increased by more than 4 times. Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation had not become stronger. It was only because the previous enhancement had been transformed into the foundation of the mental cultivation method of the Tai Sky Fu technique. Strictly speaking, the power of the advanced elemental attribute values that Lin Chen had previously obtained was multiplied by 1 times. The plus 15 enhancement of the mental cultivation method is 410%, and the remaining 100% is the foundation. However, if these elemental values became the foundation of the mental cultivation method of the Tai Sky Fu technique, the power of the mental cultivation method would be raised to an extremely terrifying level. This was even more terrifying than the quadrupling of the elemental attribute values. The magical thing was that at this moment, there was a grayish-white misty space in the center of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations fate wheel. Only Lin Chen himself could see this space. Any expert who scanned his body would not be able to discover it. In the grayish-white misty space, there was actually a huge 9 tribulations fate wheel hanging. The Tai Sky Fu technique originated from the primordial age of the universe. When heaven and earth were first created, time and space were born. Seize the 5 spirits of chaos and start the 9 tribulations of heaven and earth. Go against the cycle of life and death and open the eternity of Tai. Immortal and indestructible, Fu Tian exists forever. Cultivating this mental cultivation method will allow you to obtain Fu Tian's will and surpass heaven and earth and gods. After reading the mental cultivation method in an instant, Lin Chen's mind was extremely clear, but he was still extremely shocked. This mental cultivation method of the Tai Sky Fu technique required one to use the 9 tribulations of creation to open the Tai Sky from his 9 tribulations fate wheel or 9 tribulations holy aura. This Tai Sky was an existence that was above gods and heaven and earth. If the Tai Sky was successfully opened, it could create all the power that the host possess. In short, the Tai Sky would also have the power that Lin Chen possessed. For example, if Lin Chen was a saint who had opened 5 saint acupoints, then after he cultivated the Tai Sky in his body, there would be 5 more saint acupoints in the Tai Sky. This was equivalent to Lin Chen having twice as many saint acupoints as an ordinary saint. Even Lin Chen was so shocked that he felt dizzy. This Tai Sky Fu technique was incomparably powerful. Similarly, Lin Chen now had 2 9 tribulations fate wheels. His 9 tribulations origins were 2 balls. Lin Chen had just consumed a large amount of 9 tribulations origins. His 9 tribulations fate wheel had withered, but now it was reborn. Because he was using the 9 tribulations fate wheel in the Tai Sky, the two were swapped, and Lin Chen's strength had recovered to its peak. Lin Chen's strength had more than quadrupled. Just now, Lin Chen did not even need to use instant light shadow clone, and he had already taken Jian Qingcheng's sword. Jian Qingcheng, who had not cultivated the Tai Sky Fu technique, could fight him with all his strength with one hand. Clang! Rumble! Lin Chen could not help but close his eyes, intoxicated. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. This feeling of advancing by leaps and bounds, yet being incomparably stable in his control of power, how wonderful was it? The ultimate moment talent is no longer suitable for orange-tier mental cultivation techniques. Although it's a pity, this feeling is wonderful. Even in the face of a real saint, Lin Chen dared to fight to the death. Jian Qingcheng, who was opposite him, saw Lin Chen's aura growing stronger and stronger. She could not help but stroke her blood sword and clamp her legs together like crazy. Her cherry lips parted slightly, revealing her snow-white jade-like teeth. She was intoxicated and crazy. Lin Chen, I'm so happy. You make me so happy. Quickly use your saber and continue to point it at me. Quickly. I want you to use more power. You want me? I can last very long. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Chapter 1103. With the saber in his hand, Lin Chen's silver robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Jian Qingcheng looked like a girl who had just found a handsome young man. With a dazed expression, he aimed at Lin Chen and slashed his sword across the sky. Lin Chen held his saber and slashed diagonally. Moonlight shone in the sky. Kai tilde. Bang. Their saber light and sword shadows covered the entire dragon platform. Fast, extremely fast. It was extremely fast. Countless afterimages of saber wind glowed with divine light that was as bright as the moon, and they clashed with the blood-red sword rainbows that were like layers of red cloud. It was truly a 1-second battle. The geniuses were dazzled and couldn't see where the two of them were. Activated passive innate skill. Tearing. Activated passive innate skill. Super chaos. When Lin Chen once again activated the Imperial Gungjin Qi to protect his body, the sharp sword qi that permeated an area of 100 feet around Jian Qingcheng could no longer easily break through his defense. The aftermath of the saber wind was like a continuous explosion. The two of them fought from the sky to the dragon platform and from the dragon platform to the edge of the spatial boundary. Again and again, the spatial boundary was shattered. Is this the speed and destructive power of a 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor? Bullshit. You call them 5th Tribulation Combat Emperors? This is AF * King battle between saints. Even a saint who has opened one saint point may not be able to defeat either of them. This is too terrifying. Are they really the same age as us? A battle between the future monstrous geniuses. Without a doubt, We are witnessing a battle between the future monstrous geniuses on the monstrous geniuses list. The monstrous geniuses couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After the close combat, Lin Chen's super chaos state was constantly triggered, forcing Jian Qingcheng to activate her bloodline power. Rumble tilde tilde. Jian Qingcheng's bright red hair became light and a blood-red mark appeared between her eyebrows. Her pupils turned crimson, making her look charming and beautiful. Seeing Jian Qingcheng activating her bloodline power, Yang Wuxie's expression changed greatly. I see. She doesn't have the talent of a 5th-grade saint bloodline. She came from that place. The only one who noticed this detail was Yang Wuxie. After her bloodline was activated, Jian Qingcheng's strength skyrocketed. Even though Lin Chen's super chaos had been stacked nearly 10 times, its effect on Jian Qingcheng was still weak, so she could still use more than 90% of her strength. This was largely due to Jian Qingcheng's tempered will and swordsmanship. Just as she had said, as long as she still had a shred of will, she would be able to display most of her strength. In terms of pure strength, Lin Chen and Jian Qingcheng were still slightly inferior. This was due to the difference in experience and bloodline talent. However, Lin Chen's overall strength had skyrocketed after his cultivation method had improved. So had his speed. Even if he couldn't defeat Jian Qingcheng, he would still be undefeated. Rip tilde. Bang tilde. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, they collided once more. The two of them were knocked back, and they both stabilized their footing. Jian Qingcheng's cheeks were flushed red. He said with infatuation, "So powerful. Lin Chen, you've made my sword Dao even more perfect. I'm really starting to like you more and more." Lin Chen shrugged and smiled casually. "Is that so? Maybe you'll like me even more after I take out my spear." Lin Chen knew that this woman was in heat because she had gotten what she was after, not because of him. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a chill down his spine. A gaze from a certain direction seemed to want to kill him. "You must take this sword. Otherwise, you'll disappoint me." Jian Qingcheng's cheeks were flushed red, and a trace of fanaticism appeared on her face. Her bright red hair fluttered in the wind. She flew in the air and released her sword intent. The blood sword glowed with a sharp sword light and pointed at Lin Chen. Kai tilde. A large amount of battle chi was channeled into the odd crystal in her chest. Jian Qingcheng's sword ignited with a blood-colored flame that condensed into a red rainbow that was dozens of feet long. The sharpness of the blood sword shocked the geniuses so much that they couldn't help but retreat more than 10 miles. Lin Chen swapped his saber for his bow. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the azure Imperial Thunder Sacred Bow with his right hand. Majestic battle chi was channeled into the wheel-light odd crystal in his right arm. Her sword is an orange-grade sword technique and is perfectly compatible with her mental cultivation method. It should be a sword technique from the same lineage as her mental cultivation method. Its power is very high, and with the power of the odd crystal, its power might be comparable to the destructive power of a saint with 2 sacred points. "I can't hide anymore." In a flash, Lin Chen activated 2 offensive runes and pulled the bowstring with all his might. He circulated the meridian root of the auspicious feather and majestic battle chi emerged. Lin Chen suddenly released the bowstring and a spiraling feather arrow shot into the sky. Everywhere it passed, there was a blazing spiral storm. Wang tilde. The arrow trembled and split into 5. Rainbow afterglow. The blood sword slashed, and everywhere the sword rainbow passed, there was a tornado-like afterglow. It was like a sword from beyond the heavens, a sword that was as beautiful as a fairyland. When the sword rainbow cut the spiral storm of arrow light, it exploded in an instant. Bang tilde. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The vast dragon platform was shattered on the spot by the red and white auroras. Only the spatial enchantment was still strong. Not only was it broken, but it was also constantly repairing. The red afterglow and the white blaze continued to spread like 2 giant beasts fighting. Lin Chen and Jian Qingcheng were affected in different ways. Both of them were unable to escape the area outside the dragon platform's spatial enchantment and were injured by this powerful collision. After dozens of breaths, the red and white storms slowly dissipated. The two of them stood in the void. Lin Chen was panting with blood at the corner of his mouth. Jian Qingcheng's robe was torn, revealing a large patch of white, and his aura was weaker than before. Boom tilde. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and Jian Qingcheng's sword momentum changed again. Lin Chen switched from the sacred bow to the spear, and his battle intent rose steadily. The spectating geniuses swallowed their saliva. The dragon platform that could withstand the attack of an early-stage saint was actually shattered by these two combat emperors. What will the outcome be? Who will survive between the two of them? It's too scary. This is the most terrifying deathmatch between combat emperors that I have ever seen in my life. The ghost-masked grey-robed man was filled with murderous intent. As expected of the person that master instructed us to deal with immediately. He is indeed extraordinary. If this person becomes a saint, he will definitely be a big threat. Everyone had a premonition that the outcome of mutual destruction was inevitable. Then, a voice slowly sounded in the void. The two contestants on Dragon Platform 1, I announce that both of you have passed the cycle of life and death match. Previously, two contestants on Dragon Platform 64 had already perished together. Both of you can obtain a spot, and there is no need for a deathmatch. The Clear Sky Sage King's voice sounded, and the geniuses were moved. Even a Sage King cherished their talents. It was clear that these two were very talented. Lin Chen was stunned. He then turned to look at Jian Qingcheng and smirked. I also think that it's good to stop now, don't I? Jian Qingcheng snorted coldly. I know you still have a trump card. You haven't used that unavoidable attack from before. Don't you also have a killer move? Why bother with this? I don't want to fight such a meaningless battle. Lin Chen shrugged. Then what kind of battle is meaningful to you? Jian Qingcheng asked, as if he was very interested in Lin Chen. Lin Chen was stunned and smiled evilly. I will tell you when we are in bed. After saying that, Lin Chen leaped and took the attribute light balls that Jian Qingcheng had dropped. On the bed. Jian Qingcheng was stunned. After a few breaths, he spat softly. Stinky man. Chapter 1104. Lin Chen returned to Little Shadow and Luo Yao's side. Luo Yao asked seriously, what is the origin of your cultivation method? Lin Chen was taken aback and shrugged. I don't know either, my cultivation method was picked up by others. Who cares about its origin? I'll cultivate it first. Luo Yao in the thick miasma high up in the sky, the distorted figure couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, seems like the harvest this time is not small. One is a peerless monster from the sword domain and sword world, the other cultivated a cultivation method that even this king can't see through. No matter which one it is, they are suitable to be this king's substitute. It's a pity that these two people died, this king should be the one to display their talent. There was a hint of ruthlessness brewing in his laughter. The battle in the tomb continued. After a day, the final battle finally came to an end. Lin Chen and his two clones passed safely, and finally gathered 500 super geniuses. Among these people, there were 91 geniuses ranked in the top 2,000, 309 in the top 5,000, and 100 outside of the top 5,000. Very good. Next, as long as you pass this king's third round, you will be given the rewards of the second round. At that time, you will have the odd crystals, orange-grade cultivation methods, alchemy handprints, cultivation methods, everything you desire. Don't worry, there will be no danger to your life in the third round, but it will depend on how long you persevere. The longer you persevere, the better the reward. Clear Sky Sage King's voice made the geniuses excited. No danger to their life in the third round? Did this mean that Clear Sky Sage King valued their lives and valued them? Lin Chen was vigilant. This old bastard had set up layers of arrangements. The following situation wouldn't be so simple. For the next test, those who want to watch a show can leave. This king was magnanimous and allowed you to watch the Samsara life and death competition, but now, I won't let you watch so easily. Those who don't listen to my advice will bear the consequences. Clear Sky Sage King announced. Some of the old antiques and geniuses who were watching the battle sighed and left. Lin Chen kept Little Shadow into the peach blossom plant pouch and looked at Luo Yao. Luo Yao said coldly, "It's fine, don't worry about me. I'll be fine here." It was because staying by Lin Chen's side was the safest. Firstly, this safety was psychological, and secondly, it was physical. Just as Lin Chen had guessed, Luo Yaoer had the ability to control him. On the other hand, if she took away the Devil Seal's energy, after some people left, 500 light beams fell from the sky and entered the people who had passed the transmigration competition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the light beam fused into their bodies, everyone's will seemed to have gained something. Whoosh tilde. With the passage of time and the passage of time, a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall rose from the mountain range, breaking out of the ground. The stone tablet was enveloped by a layer of energy enchantment, which rippled like waves. The illusory characters were extremely profound. However, the most terrifying thing was that when everyone focused their gazes, they actually noticed that they were unable to see the words on the stone tablet clearly. No, to be more precise, it was impossible to look at it directly. There was a powerful pressure coming from the stone tablet. Seeing the stone tablet, Luo Yaoer's body trembled. After entering the tomb for so long, this was the first time she was moved. Luo Yaoer had a bad feeling in her heart. He actually has this thing. This is bad. And what Lin Chen saw made him even more ecstatic. Above the stone tablet, there was a monstrous and dazzling golden light flowing. In the middle of the stone tablet, there was a golden treasure chest floating. The treasure chest had a faint golden glow, simple and unadorned. It was filled with an invincible overbearing aura that could dominate the heavens, as though a war god was sealed inside. Lin Chen was excited. The treasure chest of the war god set. Clear Sky Sage King's voice sounded again. This is the god's monument. This king obtained it when he was roaming the sacred boundary. It contains the will of the god spirit. To you mortals, you might never be able to understand how mighty the god spirit is. Just a strand of his will is enough to sink countless mortal planes. Clear Sky Sage King's voice caused all the geniuses to have a change of expression. It was actually a stone tablet that contained the will of the god spirit. For the third round, you have to persist in front of the god's monument for a long time before you can obtain the reward. Those who kneel before the god's monument will be spared from the suppression of the divine aura, but it will end in failure. Those who can persist for 15 minutes under the divine aura will be rewarded with a low-grade odd crystal. Those who can persist for 30 minutes will be rewarded with a spirit plant seed of luck. Those who can persist for 45 minutes will be rewarded with an orange-grade cultivation technique. Those who can persist for the longest time will be rewarded with this king's legacy. Such a reward instantly made the eyes of most of the geniuses turn red. Buzz tilde. Before everyone could react, the energy enchantment of the stone tablet suddenly disappeared. Rumble tilde. Sacrifice your lives to the god. A voice suddenly reverberated in everyone's ears. A will that could dominate the 9 heavens seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. A pair of eyes opened from the bottom of everyone's hearts, releasing a pressure that could suppress all living beings. Boom, boom, boom. In just a breath, more than a dozen geniuses were blasted out. They hurriedly knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. All the geniuses' faces were ashen, pale, frightened, or shocked. It was as though the universe of stars was suppressing their bodies and spirits. They couldn't even raise their heads, let alone look directly at the god's monument. This is the will of the god. How imposing. I'm about to explode. I can't hold on any longer. More and more geniuses knelt down. So what if it's a true god? This young master has fought and killed so many geniuses and experts. Even a saint was injured by this young master's sneak attack. Just a mere will of the god. Watch how I break you. There were some geniuses within the top 2,000 who wanted to resist the divine aura. However, the moment he raised his head, endless darkness rushed towards him. He seemed to have sunk into the vast universe, and a pair of eyes as vast as a galaxy appeared in his mind and looked straight at him. It was a pair of eyes that contained invincible spirit. He was so frightened that he stepped back and almost knelt down. At that moment, he realized how small he was. In front of the god, he was more than an ant. He was simply a speck of dust in the sea of sand. What kind of great and boundless existence was that? How could a mortal question and blaspheme it? With a plop, The monster-level genius in the 36 regions knelt down. I actually wanted to resist the great god. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He was so frightened that he pissed his pants. His eyes kept rolling back, and his body twitched. He actually peed his pants on the spot. The top 2,000 geniuses in the genius ranking had all experienced life and death situations. They were quick-witted, bathed in blood, and were born with great opportunities. Their tenacity had been tempered thousands of times. As the pinnacle of the combat emperors, they even dared to fight against a saint. Even if they were no match for the saint, their temperaments were the best among all the combat emperors. The monster-level genius who wanted to resist the god actually knelt down so easily and lost his consciousness. The geniuses who were ranked close to him had a slight change in expression. This was the result of trying to resist the god. If it wasn't a will but a true god, they would have died millions of times. At that moment, no one dared to have any thoughts of blasphemy against the god. The clear sky Saint King observed this scene from the miasma in the void. On the other side, Lin Chen's spirit suddenly felt an endless force pressing down on and suppressing him. His flesh and blood seemed to be pierced from the inside out by countless sharp swords. What was even more terrifying was that the pressure seemed to be able to arouse the instinctive fear of living creatures. It was infinitely magnified, infinitely magnified. It was as if a hand was grabbing his heart, and his heart would be crushed at any time. So what if it's the will of the god? You want me to kneel down? F***CKU. Lin Chen raised his head and stared at the god's stone tablet with an ominous glint in his eyes. A strong and violent battle intent rose from the bottom of Lin Chen's heart. Life and death were indifferent. God was nothing. Chapter 1105. There are still a few good seedlings. For my plan, those whose willpower cannot resist the will of God are all useless trash. Even if they become saints, they will only be stronger than ants. They will not be able to enter that area. Suddenly, a scene that even the sage king did not expect appeared on the god's stone tablet. Oh, ah. A pitiful cry broke the silence. The one who let out this pitiful cry was Luo Yaro. Memories that were filled with killing intent and hatred exploded in Luo Yaro's mind. The voices of her ancestors echoed in her mind. Kill, kill, kill all the humans. It was the gods of the human race who created the demonic tribe. They treat us as playthings. They are all crazy people. Kill them all. What made Luo Yaro suffer was not the will of God, but the memories of her ancestors that appeared in her mind. Many of the ancestors of the demonic tribe had fallen in the hands of the gods of the sacred boundary. They hated the true gods of the human race to the extreme. A trace of the will of God had ignited the hatred engraved in their memories. Suddenly, the god's stone tablet seemed to have sensed something. It exploded with a suction force, trying to pull Luo Yaro over. There seemed to be an invisible force that dragged her to the ground, and she was constantly pulled over by the god's stone tablet. Her cloak was torn, and her hair was scattered. Her peerless appearance was revealed, but no one cared to admire it. Everyone was bitterly struggling under the will of the god's stone tablet. Luo Yaro covered her head with a painful expression. She wanted to reach out to Lin Chen, but just as she raised her trembling hand into the air, she gritted her teeth and put it down. A suction force pulled her all the way over. With a smack, she was finally stuck to the god's stone tablet. Boom! Dozens of geniuses were sent flying. They either knelt down or vomited blood and fainted. The pressure of the god's stone tablet had actually doubled. Even the clear sky sage king did not expect this situation. Hey! I actually made a mistake. This lady is actually from the demonic tribe. The clear sky saint king exclaimed in surprise. Then, he said loudly, ha ha ha, the divine stone tablet's divine intent seems to have found something that it hates. Its divine might has doubled. Therefore, my time requirement for all of you has been reduced by half. I didn't expect a demonic tribe to sneak in. Interesting. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the geniuses turned green and purple. His divine might had doubled. Who could withstand this? The multiplied divine might was not something that could be offset by halving the time. It was beyond the limits of what many people could bear. Demon tribe? Could it be that woman? Damn you. Are you going to bring misfortune to the human race here? O great true God, please retract your divine might. We mortals can't bear the wrath of a god. Mother ***, the devil cultivator race is really the most damned race anywhere. They can even implicate us here. Scum. Trash race, quickly be suppressed to death by the divine might. Stop harming people here. Many geniuses were unable to raise their heads under the divine might. They lowered their heads and roared. The memories of her ancestors surged into her mind again and again as she was surrounded by endless curses. The pressure of the gods was like countless ropes strangling her neck. Luo Yaro who was stuck on the god's stone tablet, grew increasingly pale. Perhaps, when I die one day, I'll be like this. Luo Yaro was relieved. Thank you, Lin Chen, for letting me have a good dream. The feeling of being carried by someone is not bad, as if it was natural. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes. Bang! The ground collapsed, and a huge pit dozens of feet wide was created. When it collapsed, it became the last straw that crushed many geniuses. They were instantly suppressed by the divine might and knelt down. King Noisy, all of you are quarreling like mad dogs. Shut up. The young man's angry shout stunned everyone. This is Lin Chen's voice. Although everyone could not turn their heads, they could recognize the owner of the voice. Only a few monster-level geniuses could raise their heads. When they turned to look, their pupils trembled in fear. Some of the geniuses standing near Lin Chen were stunned, and their mouths were slightly agape. Bang! 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 The ground shook. Lin Chen was actually walking toward the god's stone tablet step by step. He was actually walking under the suppression of the divine might. Wherever Lin Chen passed, a hurricane of air was created, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. On the god's stone tablet, Luo Yaro's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She saw the young man walking toward her step by step. Even if he was criticized by everyone, he did not change his expression. Even if he was facing the divine might, he still held his head high and did not yield. It was as if even the heavens and earth could not suppress him. Creak, creak, crack, crack. When Lin Chen walked in front of the god's stone tablet, the sound of bones being squeezed could be heard. The divine might was the strongest within 100 feet of the god's stone tablet. Lowly mortal, do you know the greatness of God? You mortals are just God's playthings. Back off. The word back off emitted an even stronger divine might. It was as if the whole world was twisting and pressing down on Lin Chen. Splat. The skin on Lin Chen's joints cracked, and blood gushed out. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his body was bathed in blood. He actually withstood the divine might once again. The greatness of God has nothing to do with me. You want me to kneel? You're just a mere will. Who do you think you are? Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar that shook the clouds. Even the clear sky Saint King was moved. The geniuses felt their scalps go numb. This kid actually had the intention to fight against the divine might. A battle emperor had the intention to fight against God. However, the 9 tribulations battle chi in Lin Chen's body started to circulate automatically at this moment. Tai Fu Tian technique, seize the 5 spirits of chaos and open the 9 tribulations of the universe. Go against the cycle of life and death and open the eternity of Tai. Undying and indestructible, Fu Tian exists forever. To cultivate this technique, one must have the will to defy the heavens and the gods. Only then can one inherit the will of Fu Tian, surpassing the heavens and the gods. Congratulations, host. The host's will has perfectly matched the requirements of the current cultivation technique. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen's control of the Tai Fu Tian technique seemed to have reached a higher level. His battle chi was like an extension of his arm, and it seemed to have been sublimated. The divine might was extremely strong, but Lin Chen's 9 tribulations battle chi started to circulate crazily according to the meridians of the Tai Fu Tian technique. One of his eyes was red and the other was orange. This is. Lin Chen was moved. As long as he circulated the technique, the pressure that the divine might brought to him started to weaken. The divine might was indeed strong, but Lin Chen's will had never been subdued. His strong fighting spirit and the Tai Fu Tian technique were perfectly combined. Cultivating the Tai Fu Tian technique would allow one to obtain the will of Fu Tian, surpassing the heavens and the god. From this moment on, just the aura and divine might alone could not suppress Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Step by step, he walked to the front of the divine stone tablet. That was the place where the divine might was the strongest. A few geniuses stared at Lin Chen's back with their mouths slightly agape. What was he trying to do? Lin Chen cracked his knuckles, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an arrogant smile. I, Lin Chen, kneel to the heavens and not the earth, much less the gods. Get lost. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen's furious punch actually landed on the god's stone tablet. Bang! Boom tilde. The divine stone tablet exploded and shattered. The pressure on all the geniuses present suddenly disappeared. When they took a closer look, their scalps went numb. It shattered. The divine stone tablet shattered. There was actually a mortal in this world who dared to defy a true god. Chapter 1106. With the god's stone tablet broken, the geniuses were released from the torment of the divine aura. Jian Qingcheng stared at Lin Chen's back in a daze and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. In this world, there is actually a mortal who dares to challenge the gods. He is only a combat emperor. At this moment, the young man's back was like a deep abyss, like a mountain that she would never be able to surpass in her life. Jian Qingcheng asked herself, facing the will of the gods, she could not even muster up the will to resist. In front of the gods, she was too insignificant. Not to mention walking under the divine aura like Lin Chen, even challenging the will of the gods. In the field of combat emperors, Jian Qingcheng had absolute confidence that she could become the number one, but today, she was convinced. He dares to challenge the gods, he is truly the first combat emperor of all time. Jian Qingcheng murmured softly. With regards to her evaluation, even if the monster-level geniuses behind her were proud and arrogant, they could not refute it. They asked themselves, even if they were not even 1% of Lin Chen, he was worthy of this achievement. The pressure on Luo Yaro, who was stuck to the god's stone tablet, suddenly disappeared and slowly fell down. Lin Chen reached out and hugged her. Luo Yaro was in a trance in Lin Chen's arms. Without the opposition of the divine aura, the memories of the ancestors of the demon race slowly disappeared. She said in her sleep, "You saved me again." Lin Chen was bathed in blood. He squeezed out a smile. "Hey, I just saved myself." Luo Yaro asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will control you?" "So what if you want to control me? You may not succeed." Lin Chen smiled, his smile filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. "I've always believed that everything depends on one's effort. I firmly believe that my own life is in my own hands. Although you're beautiful, I only want information about entering the holy prison. I'm not interested in anything else." Luo Yaro bit her lips. "Aren't you afraid of the gods?" Lin Chen shrugged. "I have never seen a real god, how would I know? It's just the so-called divine aura, that's all." Luo Yaro's delicate body trembled. The so-called divine aura, that's all? He dared to kill a saint king as a battle emperor. He dared to challenge the might of the gods with the strength of a battle emperor. In this world, was there a second man with such courage? For the first time, Luo Yaro smiled at Lin Chen. Her smile was as charming as a witch's, as pure as a fairy's, causing the world to lose its color. Lin Chen stared at her in a daze. "Idiot, God isn't that simple." After the divine stone tablet shattered, a golden treasure chest floated in the air. Lin Chen grabbed it with one hand. Opened set treasure chest. Obtained, one of the golden battle god set. Connected part of the vambrace, right shoulder armor. Set type, absolute strength, ultimate attack, ultimate destruction. The golden light condensed into a golden pauldron. The pauldron was curved like a cold moon, carved with exquisite red and gold stripes. There was also a part of the pauldron that was connected to the wrist guard. This time, it's the right shoulder. The right arm of the R's extension has been collected. Lin Chen's heart trembled. The strength amplification from the wrist guard was already heaven-defying. What if the pauldrons were added? It was hard to imagine. At this moment, ha ha ha, The clear sky Saint King's voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. Perfect, this is too perfect. I never thought that there would be such a heaven-defying young man. You are the one who has perfectly inherited my legacy. Young man, what is your name? Lin Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He hugged the beautiful woman and said with a smile, Saint King, I am Lin Chen. This name will definitely leave a deep impression on you. Lin Chen, good, very good. Even in front of this prince, he was able to remain calm and collected. You are a moldable talent. After so many years, I have finally found someone to inherit my legacy. Everyone, please be patient. I will give you your rewards according to my discretion. The Saint King forced himself to calm down. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. Looks like this guy can't wait. I have a way to break his formation. However, I need you to lure his main body out. He is going to attack us. At this moment, the heavily injured Luo Yao suddenly transmitted her voice to Lin Chen. Rumble tilde tilde. The mountain range shifted, and the earth's crust shifted. An altar slowly rose up. In the center of the altar was a saint monument with the words Clear Sky Saint King engraved on it. It was the Saint King's tomb. The demonic seal in Lin Chen's palm throbbed slightly. He could feel the demonic aura from the tombstone. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The tombstone of the Saint King actually had a demonic aura reaction. Looks like this old man is just spouting nonsense. What protecting the human race and fighting against the demon race? Everything around him is related to the demon race. I am afraid that the matter back then was not that simple. Lin Chen was filled with disdain. He was extremely disdainful of this Clear Sky Saint King. Creak tilde. From the miasma in the sky, a huge bronze coffin fell straight onto the sacrificial altar of the tomb. Lin Chen suddenly realized that the bronze coffin was flowing with a strong elemental light. What a strong elemental light! This is a talent-type light. It must be at least an orange-ranked talent or a fragment hidden inside. Lin Chen was excited, but he did not show it on his face. Geniuses of the human race, please walk in front of the tombstone and receive your rewards. Let's start with Lin Chen. The Clear Sky Saint King could not wait. Lin Chen walked up to the tombstone that was a few meters tall. He extended his hand and placed it on the tombstone. With a thought, he activated the devil's seal on his palm. The Clear Sky Saint King's voice was filled with doubt. The next moment, he lost his voice. Brat, what are you doing? *CK your grandma, old man. You want to set a trap for me? Let's see who is the one tricking who today. Lin Chen laughed. All the geniuses were shocked, astonished, and bewildered. Was Lin Chen crazy again? Why was he scolding the Clear Sky Saint King? Lin Chen, you dare to insult the Clear Sky Saint King? The Clear Sky Saint King is a great ancestor of the human race. How dare you? Some of the geniuses who were trying to flatter Lin Chen immediately regained their senses and started to flatter him. Lin Chen ignored these noisy fellows. The demonic seal in his palm suddenly exploded with a strong suction force. Rumble tilde. A cloud of black smoke exploded. Everyone's scalp went numb, and a chill went up their spines. This is demonic aura. Why is there demonic aura on the Clear Sky Saint King's tombstone? This is too ridiculous. Shouldn't the tombstone of an expert retain his last bit of consciousness? How could a proud existence like the Clear Sky Saint King allow demonic aura to invade his tombstone? The geniuses retreated in shock. The Clear Sky Saint King's aura was gone, and there was only demonic aura. It was ferocious and ruthless, and it filled the entire sky. Damn you, little bastard. How did you use demonic means? The Clear Sky Saint King roared angrily. A terrifying Clear Sky Saint King's aura suddenly exploded and suppressed Lin Chen. Puff, puff, puff. Most of the geniuses were forced to kneel down by the Clear Sky Saint King's aura. Only a few of them could barely remain standing. Lin Chen activated his cultivation technique. One of his eyes was red while the other was orange. He was not affected by the aura at all, and he even had a smile on his face. The rolling demonic aura was quickly absorbed into the demonic seal in Lin Chen's palm. Finally, The demonic aura in the tombstone was completely absorbed. Damn it. This kid is actually immune to my aura. The clear sky Saint King was flustered and exasperated. His voice was filled with hostility and killing intent. He no longer had the extraordinary aura that was used to enlighten people. Lin Chen's cultivation technique was not even afraid of the will of a god. Why would he be afraid of a clear sky Saint King? TSK, TSK, TSK. Clear sky Saint King, if you were still alive, I would definitely give you the Best Actor award. Your acting is not bad. You are quite good at acting. What human orthodoxy? What bloody battle to defend the human race against the clear sky Saint King? You are really awesome. Lin Chen clicked his tongue and laughed. What he said next was shocking, and it made all the geniuses' hair stand on end. Do you think that no one knows that you broke the deal with the clear sky Saint King? Chapter 1107. Made a deal with the demon race? Lin Chen really didn't want to stop until he was shocked to death, throwing out a heavy bomb. What? Clear sky Saint King was like a fox whose tail had been stepped on. His voice became particularly sharp. You had made several deals with the demon race in the past. You coveted the demon race's bloodline talent and tried to possess the demon race's abilities. You studied the demon race's secret techniques several times and even assassinated the demon race's geniuses to transplant their bloodline into your own body. Although you succeeded in the end, you were seriously injured. After the demon race found out about your situation, they sent their strongest to fight with you. In the end, a shocking battle broke out at the junction of the three domains. Although you repelled the demon race, you were rejected by the two bloodlines, causing your body to gradually wither and become unable to move. Lin Chen's tone was very calm. But you have indeed mastered some of the demon race's lost techniques. The proof is that the saint beasts you have cultivated all have a deep-rooted demon chi. It's not that there are no saint beasts tainted with demon chi, but it's impossible for all of them to be tainted with vicious beast cores. Obviously, those saint beasts were cultivated by you. The ancient matrix in the miasma of the mountain range that can restrain saints is one of them. The ancient matrix that you painstakingly built can absorb the flesh and holy chi of saints to nourish your injured body. That's why you planned so many battles between saints. That's how you got the name Sacred Burial Mountain Range. Marshal Lin even sat in front of the tombstone and crossed his legs in front of the clear sky Saint King's bronze coffin. He crossed his arms and smiled. With your title as the Saint King, it's not too much to choose a successor on the demon race list. Why did you choose the genius race list? Your goal is to cultivate us into your puppets and choose a suitable substitute for you to cultivate the demon race's secret techniques. When a human becomes a saint, their saint chi will naturally reject demon chi. This is not good for you to cultivate the demon race's secret techniques. Only after becoming a saint, after becoming a demon, can you realize your perfect substitute. Isn't that right, Lord Clear Sky Saint King? Do you want to be the overlord of both the human race and the demon race? Silence. A strange silence descended upon the altar. After listening to Lin Chen's explanation, all the geniuses were terrified. If that was the case, then the Saint King's inheritance in the Sacred Burial Mountain Range was a complete conspiracy. Lin Chen, don't try to mislead people with your lies. Lord Clear Sky Saint King has killed countless devil race members and has accumulated many merits. How can he be insulted by a junior like you? Some of the geniuses still didn't believe it, and suddenly berated Lin Chen. Lin Mao smiled but didn't say anything. He snapped his fingers and the Jundok Shui doppelganger snatched the prodigy's storage ring. While the prodigy was in a suppressed state, the doppelganger easily erased his spiritual imprint, causing the prodigy's face to turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jundok Shui took out a sacred pill from his storage ring, which was the spoils of war he had obtained when he passed the first stage. Jundok Shui tossed the sacred pill into the air. I've heard that the Devil Clan and the energy of light are the most incompatible. Lin Chen said with a smile. He activated his battle chi of light calamity and flicked his finger. A streak of white light shot towards the Saint Pill. TSK. Bang tilde. The Saint Pill exploded, creating a monstrous energy storm. G tilde tilde. In the center of the storm, There was a strand of devil chi that was emitting a sharp cry. The prodigies were so scared that their teeth started to chatter. The saint pill contains demonic chi. Based on my experience, I'm afraid even a 4th grade saint-level alchemist wouldn't be able to do that. This saint pill was taken from your storage ring. You should know that this is the reward given to you by the Lord Saint King you mentioned. Lin Chen smiled, and the prodigies instantly regained their senses. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. The prodigies trembled as they crawled towards the ancient bronze coffin and asked, Lord Clear Sky Saint King, could it be? The Clear Sky Saint King didn't care about these ants. After a dozen breaths, Kid, did that place send you here? The Clear Sky Saint King's voice was calm and cold. No, I'm not from that place. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled mockingly. The leader sent me here. Lin Chen naturally didn't know about something that happened so long ago. Everything about the Clear Sky Saint King was told to him by Luo Yaro through the Devil Seal. The Devil Race's experts had mentioned before that there were humans who coveted their prodigies and had entered the human race's territory to fight with the human race's Saint King. According to Luo Yaro's understanding, that battle was most likely caused by the Clear Sky Saint King. Luo Yaro had even taught Lin Chen the method to break the Sacred Burial Mountain's ancient formation. However, with Lin Chen's strength, even if he knew the location of the formation core and the method to break it, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. There was only one way to break the formation, and that was to force the Clear Sky Saint King's original body out. To put it simply, Lin Chen had to force the Saint King out of the coffin. When he took over the ancient formation, the floor of the formation core would then appear. Luo Yaro had told Lin Chen that his life was being maintained by the ancient formation using the saint's flesh and blood. He definitely couldn't personally deal with Lin Chen. Unless he planned to perish together with Lin Chen and risked his life to enter the formation, if he wanted to attack Lin Chen, he could only use the Saint King's aura to suppress Lin Chen or personally control the ancient formation. Right now, his aura was useless against Lin Chen. His only choice was the latter. At that time, Lin Chen would have a chance to break the formation. Secondly, Lin Chen also wanted to force the Saint King out of the ancient bronze coffin. Little Shadow had an innate spatial perception ability. It clearly told Lin Chen that the coffin contained the Saint King's buried treasure. As long as the coffin was opened, Little Shadow would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. How could a mortal figure out the Saint King's background? As long as he stole one or two treasures, it would be hard for him not to get rich. The geniuses felt a chill run down their spines. Although the Clear Sky Saint King didn't admit it directly, anyone with eyes could see that he couldn't get away with it. Forget it, I will naturally know your origin. I didn't expect my plan to be disrupted by you. However, there's still that Jian Qing Cheng. Since I can't suppress you with my aura, I can only kill you. Rumble tilde. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. At the side of the mountain range, another 4 behemoths appeared. Heavenly barbarian elephant, giant heavenly python. There's also the primordial ink Chileen. The faces of the geniuses changed. These saint beasts' strength were comparable to second heaven true saint. These saint beasts are controlled by me personally. Lin Chen, they aren't something you can control. The Clear Sky Saint King's roar shook the sky. His Saint King's aura increased by a notch. He wanted to break down Lin Chen's battle intent at all times. However, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. Are saint beasts that strong? I'm not afraid of 37 saint beasts. Do you think I'm afraid of these 4? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa tilde. Rumble tilde. Icy mist filled the air, and yin qi surged like a tide. 2 balls of heavenly yin ice corrosion enveloped the 4 saint beast. Activated 2 high-grade blue rank Shawkill technique, heavenly yin ice corrosion. 4 targets have been locked. What? The Clear Sky Saint King exclaimed in shock. This brat still had such a move up his sleeve. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying yin baleful frost chi was like 10,000 feet of black ice, and it descended upon heaven and earth, freezing the 4 saint beasts in the vicinity. The Clear Sky Saint King wanted to order the 4 saint beasts to attack Lin Chen, but the yin chi had already invaded their bodies. They couldn't move even if they wanted to, and it was difficult for them to break free from the yin qi. Lin Chen sneered coldly, "You're not embarrassed to call yourself a clear sky saint king with such little tricks? I'll go next door and call a chicken. Even a chicken can play faster than you." The geniuses felt their hearts tremble. Lin Chen was actually going head-to-head with a saint king of his generation by himself. Chapter 1108. TSK, TSK, TSK. A sage king, is that all you have? Trash. You're really trash. Clear sky sage king, aren't you embarrassed? Lin Chen snickered and stepped on the holy king's tombstone. Look at that bear of yours. What else can you do besides hiding inside and boasting about your military strategies on paper? Using your aura to scare people? Are you impotent or impotent? If you're impotent, come out of the green coffin. My Black Horse Club has 100 ways to help you regain your masculinity. What? You don't even want to come out? You don't want 100 ways? Don't, great sage king. Seeing how handsome I am, I'll break your bones. If not, I'll give you a 30% discount. If not, I'll give you a full discount. F***CK. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. You don't even dare to touch me when I'm just a battle emperor. When I become a sage, I'll kill you with one slap. That's why Mr. Lu said it well. Coward, he's not worthy to be my opponent. When the geniuses heard Lin Chen's words, their scalps went numb and their hearts jump. Crazy. This kid was really crazy. Sage King, the strongest king below the true god. Every one of them was a legend in the sacred boundary. Even the peak sages had to worship them. He was just a battle emperor, and he dared to look down on the Sage King? You're just an ordinary person. Trash, trash. You're just an aphid like trash in my eyes. How dare you look down on me? Rumble tilde tilde. When the Sage King's angry roar came, a Sage King aura that covered the sky exploded from the ancient bronze coffin. The Sage King's aura was mixed with the anger of suppressing the 8 wastelands. It shook the heaven and earth, and the space shook as if the entire tomb was about to collapse. Even the 4 sage beasts who were hit by the heavenly yin ice corrosion were affected. Even ordinary sages would find it hard to withstand the Sage King's aura. There were already geniuses who fainted from the Sage King's aura. Only 200 geniuses were still bitterly holding on. However, it was nothing to Lin Chen. No. To be precise, it was useless to the entire Black Horse Club. Following that, an even more ridiculous scene appeared. The Black Horse Club's Jundok Shui, Shindaka Chang, Shindaka Ying, Shindaka Qiu, and Shintoku Sho were all mobilized. Shintoku Sho and Jundok Shui leaped onto the ancient bronze coffin. The two of them held a guqin in one hand and a drum in the other. The geniuses' jaws dropped. The geniuses who were still conscious witnessed an unforgettable scene. Bang! Bang! Clang! Shintoku Sho plucked the strings and Jundok Shui beat the drums. The joyous drumming was like a freaking wedding banquet, reverberating throughout the sky. Following that, Lin Chen and his 3 doppelgangers strode forward and stood in front of the Holy King's tombstone. Puffing out their chests, they pulled down their collars and unbuttoned their shirts, revealing their muscular chest muscles. Lin Chen chuckled. Since Your Excellency Sage King doesn't want to come out, the Black Horse Club is going to play a little disco dance for you, a coward. The Clear Sky Sage Kings was stunned. The geniuses were dumbfounded. What the F***CK was going on? Lin Chen and his 3 clones took a horse stance and stepped forward. Their lower body was extremely stable. Jundok Shui's coquettish singing spread throughout the area. I want to fly to the sky, go, go, go tilde give my beloved shadow tilde a few marshmallows tilde I want to stand on the surface of the sea, catch a big moon, hang it on my crotch tilde with the music playing and singing in front of them. The 4 coquettish people faced the Sage King's tombstone and reached for their crotches together. F***CK. Many of the geniuses were almost blinded. Jundok Shui blinked and hummed a song while beating the wooden drum. If I want to be willful, I will be willful tilde if I want to sing and dance, I can sing and dance tilde let's see what you can do to me tilde if I don't want to be lost, then I won't be lost. If I don't want to be lost, then I won't be lost. What else can make a person more arrogant than this? I want to stand on top of the mountain tilde, listen to the wind sing tilde, wait for the clouds to part and the first ray of sunlight to shine on my handsome face. I want to wander alone, to wander far away. Even if the waves don't move, I won't panic at all. Lin Chen and his 3 doppelgangers raised their arms, their bodies tilted 45 degrees. The genius's jaws dropped so wide that an egg could fit inside. The members of the Black Horse Club were actually singing and dancing in front of the clear sky Sage King's grave. No, he called this disco. These guys are crazy. He's so coquettish. I'm going blind. I'm cracking. Jian Qingcheng, Yang Wuxia, and the rest of the monster-level geniuses all had their mouths twitching. This was the #1 emperor of all time? From a certain point of view, he really was the #1 emperor of all time. Who the hell dared to sing and dance in front of the Sage King's grave? And they even formed a team. If he was the #1 emperor of all time, what kind of title should he have? #1 coquettish? Or the disco emperor? Luo Yaro who was at the side, laughed. I told you to attract the main body out, not to anger him to death. The grave shook, and the space trembled violently. The clear sky Sage King's crazed voice shook the heavens and earth. Lin Chen, you're seeking death. Wah. You're pissing me off. Die. You deserve to die. I'm going to throw you into eternal hell and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Anyone who blasphemes me must die. The furious Sage King's aura caused the geniuses' scalps to tingle. They felt dizzy and their bodies twitched. Some of them even started to foam at the mouth. However, the members of the Black Horse Club danced even more happily. With a flip of his hand, he hit the Sage King's grave again. The geniuses were about to go crazy. Oh my God. Hurry up and make him stop. Don't let him go on like this. If he continued, everyone would be shocked into idiots by the Sage King's aura. Oh my God, oh my God. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why did I have to meet this group of weirdos? F***ck their ancestors. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have entered the sacred burial mountain range in the first place. If I didn't enter the sacred burial mountain range, Junior Sister wouldn't have died. If Junior Sister didn't die, I might still be learning the Yin-Yang Dao with Junior Sister in the small back mountain of the sect. Wah! Is there a savior? Hurry up and stop this group of bastards. Stop it, I can't take it anymore. Ah, so painful. My waist, my Chilean arm, my kidney, my little brother. The Sage King's aura is too terrifying. I can't take it anymore. What the hell did I do in my past life? Why did I have to meet this group of devils? I should have gone to a brothel to get massages and read books. Why did I come here for the Sage King's inheritance? Wah, kill me with one strike. My F***king shit is about to come out. Brother Machine, save me. Some of the geniuses had a mental breakdown, some were filled with regret, and some were even wailing under the Sage King's aura. Someone Lin brushed his bangs aside and smiled slightly. Give up. In terms of flirting, you can't compare to me. The most flirtatious battle emperor in history. Chapter 1109. The Clear Sky Sage King was about to go mad with anger. A Sage King could crush multiple sages with a single finger. To an existence like the Clear Sky Saint King, the cultivation of the War Emperor was really like an ant. He was an ant that could destroy countless ants with a single breath. However, what was this ant doing now? Dancing on a grave? Singing and dancing in a coffin? It was like a small ant climbing on top of a dragon's head. Not only was he pooping on top of the dragon's head, he even wanted the dragon to pass him paper and wipe his ass. How was this bullying? He was practically using his life to humiliate the Clear Sky Sage King. If it was an ordinary sage, even if the Clear Sky Sage King was on the verge of death, he would have hundreds of ways to trample on the other party. However, this brat was a freak. The Clear Sky Sage King's aura was useless against him, and the saint beasts he had reared were also tied down by him. At this moment, the Clear Sky Sage King wished that he was a true saint. The Clear Sky Sage King was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This king created the ancient array to automatically lock onto and attack sages. Not to mention a third heaven true saint, Even a fourth or fifth heaven true saint would die if they came here. However, this brat is a battle emperor. Furthermore, he is a freak who can ignore this king's aura. This is too humiliating. This king has never been humiliated like this. The Clear Sky Sage King had never dreamed that he would be humiliated to such an extent by a battle emperor. If a true saint dared to barge into this place, the ancient array would kill them. The Clear Sky Sage King did not even need to worry about it. The ancient array could kill any sages below the sixth heaven true saint realm. As long as a true saint did not appear, the saint beasts he had reared were more than enough to kill any battle emperor. In addition to his Clear Sky Sage King's aura, killing a battle emperor was simply a matter of thought. Even if he was a genius, the Clear Sky Sage King did not place a mortal like the battle emperor in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he had not prepared many methods to deal with the battle emperor. Those saint beasts were merely products that he used to test out the devil race's secret techniques. In the end, they were only used to guard his tomb. His preparations were all to guard against true saints. However, he had met Lin Chen. This young man that even God's aura could not suppress was the nemesis of the Clear Sky Sage King. He had suppressed him time and time again. Your goal is to force this king's true body out, right, Lin Chen? At this moment, the Clear Sky Sage King's voice slowly echoed in the tomb. He had dominated the sacred boundary for countless eras. Lin Chen dared to bring his people and risk their lives to humiliate him here. The motive behind this must be to lure his main body out. This little bit of motive couldn't be hidden from an old and cunning existence like him. Fine, I'll do as you wish today. A piece of trash the size of a speck of dust, to be able to obtain the personal killing of a saint king, your name is enough to go down in history. Rumble. Jundok Shuai and Shintoku Sho were sent flying. The ancient bronze coffin that had been silent for tens of thousands of years suddenly opened a crack. At the moment when Shintoku Sho was sent flying, it happened to touch the source of the flashing talent attribute light when the coffin was opened. Whoosh tilde. The source turned into a ray of light and entered the palm of Shintoku Sho's doppelganger. The attribute light inside revealed its true form. It was a dazzling orange talent fragment with the word heaven and an orange talent fragment with the word supreme God flashing on it. The system's screen popped up. Received orange grade one-time active talent, heaven deities fragment, 2 halves. Extreme offensive talent. When dealing substantial damage to the enemy, the target can be killed instantly. Automatic integration has been completed. Please check the talent column. Received permanent orange grade passive talent, Supreme God's Possession Fragment, 3/4. Supreme God's Possession can increase the power of orange grade skills. It was the Heaven Deities and Supreme God's Possession Fragment. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he held back his excitement. This was only the beginning of the main event. The Saint King had opened the coffin. Seeing that the ancient bronze coffin had opened a crack, the prodigies felt their scalps go numb. The Clear Sky Sage King was going to personally appear to deal with Lin Chen. Lord Saint King, you really made me wait for a long time. Lin Chen's eyes were shining. He retreated far away from the ancient bronze coffin with his doppelgangers. A surge of battle intent rushed to his chest, and Lin Chen's blood boiled. Even his brain was heating up. All the runes in his body were gathering energy, and he was ready to use the strongest slow rune at any moment. This was the state of being close to the limit of one's life. Lin Chen was about to face a Saint King personally. What holy prison's fake god? What fourth or fifth heaven true saint? Compared to the Saint King, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. This was a supreme existence above the 9th heaven true saint realm and 9th revolution true saint. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the peak of the sacred boundary. An inch below Lin Chen's heart, there was a faint hexagonal light. That was the location of the first saint point. Under the state of being stimulated to the limit, Lin Chen could vaguely sense the existence of the first saint point. As long as he circulated his mental cultivation method and mobilized his battle chi to attack the hexagonal light, Lin Chen would most likely become a Saint King. However, this also meant that Lin Chen would be locked onto by the sacred burial mountain range Saint Slaughtering Ancient Formation. This was the worst choice he could make. Lin Chen had to face him with the cultivation of a battle emperor. The hearts of the geniuses trembled, and their bodies trembled. This guy was the real monster. Even when facing the appearance of a Saint King, he could still produce battle intent. What was his brain made of? This was not something that could be described as reckless. The ancient bronze coffin slowly opened from top to bottom. An array of white light shone like the rising sun, illuminating the entire tomb. Boom! The lid of the coffin opened slightly, and a jade-like figure floated in the air. Enveloped by the holy light, that person's face was like jade, and his eyebrows were like swords. He was elegant and refined, and his facial features were clear and flawless. His hair was light, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He was wearing a green robe, and his figure was slender. From his appearance, he seemed to be a young man in his mid-20s. The geniuses were stunned. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak and delicate scholar was actually the immortal realm legend who dominated the sacred boundary, the Clear Sky Saint King? At this moment, the Clear Sky Saint King's eyes were tightly shut. If one looked closely, they would realize that his holy light aura was only on the surface. The fluctuation of holy chi in his body was extremely weak, and the holy light was burning brightly on the surface, but the inside was dim. Only Lin Chen and a few others could sense that there was a whirlpool of demonic chi in the Clear Sky Saint King's body. Demonic chi and holy chi coexisted. In addition, the Clear Sky Saint King's body was wrapped with countless heavy chains, and the chains were connected directly to the top of the tomb. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gathered his battle chi, and 9-colored starlight revolved in his palm. Damn it, the Saint King is right in front of me. If I don't blow up your 9 tribulations star, I'm afraid I'll lose 100 million. Just as Lin Chen was about to use his full strength to attack, Luo Yao immediately transmitted a message to Lin Chen. You can't attack. His body is connected to the protection of the ancient array. You won't be able to break through his defense. Instead, you'll trigger the array to target you. Lin Chen was stunned. Rumble tilde. The moment the Saint King's body appeared, the Saint King's aura became even stronger. Many geniuses were sent flying, and there were only a few hundred geniuses left who were bitterly holding on. I can't attack him. Lin Chen circulated his heart sutra. His heart was like a boulder, and he wasn't affected at all. He squinted his eyes and said, "What a pity." Hearing Lin Chen's pity, many geniuses' mouths twitched, and their hearts jumped. Damn it, these people from the Black Horse Club were really fearless. If the world knew what Lin Chen was thinking, they would be scared out of their wits. If a war emperor could see the Saint King once in his lifetime, he would probably kneel down and worship him. But this kid wanted to mess with the Saint King at first sight. The Clear Sky Saint King's body was dragged into the sky by the heavy chains. He passed through the layers of miasma and merged into the center of the 4 ancient arrays. Now, little guy, I'll leave it to you. Lin Chen released Little Dark Shadow. This time, Little Dark Shadow turned into a ray of light and shot into the ancient bronze coffin. Little Dark Shadow seemed to have used some kind of bloodline ability. Its aura was extremely weak, and it could only last for a moment. Even the Clear Sky Saint King didn't notice it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin was closed and sealed tightly. Little Dark Shadow returned from the ancient coffin to Lin Chen's peach blossom plant pouch in 1,000th of a second. Lin Chen didn't even have time to see what Little Dark Shadow had stolen. He was fully focused on the Clear Sky Saint King in the sky. To be precise, the Clear Sky Saint King's body was already half a step into the gates of hell. Now, he was relying on the ancient arrays in the sky to hang on to his last breath. If Little Dark Shadow's body attacked personally, even a top-notch saint would be killed by him. Lin Chen would definitely die. However, he would definitely die. This was a method of exchanging a life for a life. Luo Yao transmitted her voice to Lin Chen. According to the seals I just taught you, use the demonic seal. When he enters the array, you will be able to see the array core for a moment. That will be your only chance. As soon as she finished speaking, the Saint King's aura disappeared with a buzz. The pressure on all the geniuses was lifted, and those who had fainted started to regain their consciousness. However, what replaced it was an even more terrifying aura. Four ancient arrays surged out from the miasma layer and aimed at the direction of the tomb. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. He clearly saw that the four ancient formations were actually covered in dense talismans that were like dragons and snakes that were swimming about. There was either devilish chi that soared up or divine radiance that illuminated the ages. These four formations contained two completely different types of energy, and they were even existences that were linked together into a single entity. An extremely obscure ray of light flashed from the center of the four ancient arrays. I see it. That is the array core of the ancient arrays. In a flash, Lin Chen's hands formed seals. The demonic seal in his palms condensed into a purple light in his palms. Chapter 11:10. Rumble tilde. A blood-colored dragon appeared in the center of the four ancient arrays. It was formed from the energy of the saint's flesh and blood. It was so powerful that it could suppress any living being present. Clear Sky Saint King, who was in the center of the array, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with blood. He laughed sinisterly. Lin Chen, die for this king. You dare to blaspheme this king's Saint King's might. This king will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. F***CKU. The one who will die is you, old fox. I have been waiting for this moment. Lin Chen laughed maniacally. The demonic seal on his palm turned into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it shot into the sky and entered the center of the array. It was located at the left side of Clear Sky Saint King's chain. What? Clear Sky Saint King's expression change. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. An explosion occurred within the ancient array. The blood-colored dragon exploded. An earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the mountain range. The spatial layers of the tomb began to ripple. It fell into a chaotic state until the enchantment dissipated. Clear Sky Saint King's throat tasted sweet, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body was injured again. He was actually injured by a war emperor brat. What a great humiliation. You! How did you see through this king's blood demon burial sage array? This is impossible. Clear Sky Saint King asked angrily. His voice was trembling. Lin Chen did not care about this noisy fellow. His mouth was slightly open, and his expression was one of ecstasy. When the array was broken, Clear Sky Saint King actually dropped 5 attribute light balls after being injured. Attribute points dropped by Clear Sky Saint King? Damn, this is a peerless treasure. Snatch. Lin Chen did not say anything. He flapped his sacred phoenix wings and activated Dragon Flash at full speed. He actually rushed towards Clear Sky Saint King. Luo Yaro was shocked. What is he trying to do? Lin Chen grabbed the 5 attribute light balls. They were orange, dark purple, bluish white, light green, and bluish gold respectively. Host has received 300,000 middle-grade Heaven's Path points, 990,000 high-grade spiritual power, 300,000 high-grade cultivation technique essence, 40 million strengthening points, and 50,000 set essence. Added a new attribute, set essence. It can be used to increase the attribute points when using an incomplete set. It can also be used to create the ultimate set. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's spirit attribute transformed into a massive amount of mental energy that poured into his spiritual sea. He hurriedly recalled his doppelganger back into the peach blossom plant pouch, sharing the burden of refining this terrifying mental energy. These 5 attribute points made Lin Chen's heart tremble a few times. It was too terrifying. He, Lin Fan, had fought so hard all this while, but at most, he had obtained around 20,000 mid-grade Heaven's Path points and less than 30,000 high-grade cultivation technique soul essences. A Saint King's drop would be at least a few 100,000. Needless to say, his spiritual power had surpassed the sum of all of Lin Chen's previous attributes by tens of times. The Great Formation has been broken. He can no longer maintain his spatial enchantment. We should go. Luo Yaro transmitted her voice to Lin Chen. Lin Chen regained his senses. With a flash, he picked up Luo Yaro and activated the super-dimensional teleportation. Before he left, he shouted at the geniuses. If you don't want to become a puppet, leave this place on your own. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen turned into a beam of light, and with a flash of light, he and Luo Yaro disappeared. Hearing that, Jian Qingcheng, Yang Wuxie, and the rest regained their senses. They used their skills and dashed out of the tomb. Although the Saint King's inheritance was good, they had to be alive to take it. The clear sky Saint King was obviously setting a trap for them. To these geniuses with powerful backgrounds, they had a bright future ahead of them. There was no need for them to become a puppet for the Saint King. Some geniuses chose to leave, while some chose to stay. For example, the mysterious young man who discovered Lin Chen from the start. He stood quietly and coldly in the tomb without any intention of leaving. The one he brought away was that demonic tribe woman. Could it be that she was the reason why this kid could break my great formation? The clear sky Saint King was angry and suspicious at the same time. He was so angry that he laughed. I don't care who you are today. If I want to kill you, you will definitely die. The clear sky Saint King stretched out his hand. Within the 4 great ancient formations in the void, a blood-colored light flashed past and was caught by him. The blood-colored brilliance was actually a horrifying heart dripping with blood. The heart was filled with vitality, and the clear sky Saint King felt his heart ache when he saw it. It wasn't easy to extract the heart of a second revolution saint. I didn't expect to use it on a battle emperor. Forget it, this kid's secrets are not small. I'll use his secrets to make up for this loss. The clear sky Saint King opened his mouth and stuffed the heart into it, inside the sacred burial mountain range. You can use a secret technique to travel through the void from inside. Luo Yaro looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Of course. Without this technique, how would I dare to enter the Saint King's tomb? Luo Yaro asked. You can travel through the void even when the spatial barrier is not broken? Lin Chen shrugged. Of course I can. That's why I'm a little confused. Why did you want me to break that great formation? But because of you, I still profited. Luo Yaro rumble tilde. Suddenly, a ferocious and violent aura spread out from Lin Chen's body. Endless dragon qi traveled back and forth in his dantian as if a holy dragon was descending upon the world. Lin Chen was stunned at first. Then, many memories surged into his body, and his expression became quite interesting. 10,000-year profound azure dragon, 10,000-year azure light. The holy dragon's light protects the body and enhances the dragon body's defense. Heavenly imperial rain dragon, sacred bloodline ability, heavenly imperial divine ocean, great flame true phoenix, saint class bloodline ability, great flame prison. Lin Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. My azure dragon has broken through to become a holy dragon. I can now borrow the azure dragon's power to unleash 100 million dragon power. I've also awakened 3 new abilities. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the spatial crystal wall burst open, and the cracks in the spatial crystal wall filled the sky like giant pythons. The holy burial mountain range was on the verge of collapse. Within the miasma that covered the sky, streaks of dark red light began to spread out, covering the stars and the moon. The 4 ancient arrays in the void were quickly repaired beyond Luo Yao's expectations. Luo Yaro suddenly said, something's wrong, he exceeded my expectations. He's absorbing the flesh and blood energy of the other saints in the ancient arrays and is now aiming at you. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The Holy King is really an old monster that can't be killed. Hold on to me tightly. Azure Dragon Possession. Lin Chen's body was overflowing with energy. With a flash of green light, his strength soared to 100 million dragon power. Pucci tilde. The 7-feet-long purple-red phoenix wings flowed with purple-red flames and were as beautiful as a rainbow. Lin Chen hugged Luo Yaro tightly and injected a large amount of battle qi into the light wheel odd crystal. This time, after his strength broke through 100 million dragon power, Lin Chen used the holy phoenix wings and the power of the odd crystal to use dragon flash. He traveled dozens of miles in an instant and was hundreds of miles away in 2 blinks of an eye. Lin Chen, you can't escape. Die. The clear sky Holy King's voice was like the judgment of fate. The ancient array shot out a blood-red dragon that danced in the sky and pounced towards Lin Chen. This attack from the ancient array contained the supreme power to bury a saint. Even a saint level 4 would have to die with regret. Luo Yaro's heart trembled, and a look of determination appeared on her beautiful face as if she was about to make up her mind. But Lin Chen's reaction was faster than her. A gentle force burst out from his palm and pushed her away. "Go quickly, I'll block him." Luo Yaro who was floating in the air, was stunned. "Block? You're a war emperor, how are you going to block this attack?" Chapter 11:11. Azure Dragon Possession, Eternal Azure Light. When Lin Chen was using the system, he activated his bloodline and used the Sacred Dragon Possession. Lin Chen's body was covered in azure sacred dragon scales, and his whole body was covered in a dazzling azure light that resembled a nebula. It was a magnificent sight. The azure light emitted an indestructible brilliance, and with the help of the imperial golden aura, it was impregnable. The current Lin Chen could withstand the attack of a saint who had opened 2 Saint Acupoint. The eternal azure dragon was known for its defense. However, that was far from enough. That blood dragon's destructive power was enough to crush a saint-level azure dragon, consumed 334,450 points of high-grade rune energy to activate level 6 slowing rune. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. A grayish-white talisman that could suppress all things in the universe released the power of a peerless talisman. It exploded near the blood-red dragon, and the void within a radius of 100,000 feet froze as if it was solid. Lin Chen had delayed this attack for an instant. It also weakened the power of this attack by about 20%. This was the strongest slowing rune that Lin Chen had ever used, and he didn't even have 1 point of rune energy left. He was facing a sacred king. Keeping a legendary character alive would mean death. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen managed to buy some time and put on a piece of golden light shoulder armor. Buzz tilde. An aura that could frighten ghosts and deities erupted from Lin Chen's body. Divine radiance shot out from his body, and golden light filled the sky. It was as if an invincible god of war had awoken from his slumber. The absolute power that could shatter the heavens and destroy 10,000 worlds surged into Lin Chen's right arm. Even with the Azure Dragon possession, Lin Chen was still shaken to the point that his blood was churning, and he vomited blood. However, he couldn't care less. The blood dragon had already torn through the slowing rune's stagnant space and was pouncing toward him. "What dogsh *T Sacred King? Take my fist." Lin Chen shouted angrily and punched toward the sky. Golden light filled the sky, and the peerless divine light gathered on his fist. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. The blood dragon shattered, and the bloodlight exploded. A spatial crack appeared in the sky like a deep abyss. The golden fist wind shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavens and the earth were flipped over by this fist. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only a single strand of divine radiance remained. A strike that was powerful enough to kill a 4th-layer saint had been destroyed by Lin Chen with a single punch. Rip tilde. The faint blood-red light pierced through the void and shattered Lin Chen's everlasting green light and heaven-controlling Gungjin Qi. Bang tilde. Lin Chen crashed to the ground, creating a crater dozens of feet deep. Although his punch could shake the heavens, Lin Chen himself was also shaken by 1,000th of the blood dragon's strength. His body, which was already in a bad state, instantly collapsed. Lin Chen's internal organs and even his 9 tribulations fate wheel were completely shattered. Nearly 80% of the bones in his body had been shattered, more than half of his meridians had been severed, and his flesh and blood had been completely destroyed. Together with the recoil of the ultimate vambrace, Lin Chen had basically stepped into the gates of hell this time. The situation is a little bad. I've really played it big this time. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. The ultimate vambrace on his right arm trembled, and he returned to the system space. Luo Yaro rushed to his side anxiously and helped him up. Luo Yaro's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. I was actually saved by you again. You have already risked your life, and I'm still hesitating. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Great aunt. Why aren't you leaving? The Clear Sky Sage King stood on top of the ancient array. His eyes were trembling with fear. He was especially shocked by Lin Chen's series of attacks. This is too shocking. The pure strength of this punch is 30 billion dragon power? No, it's more than that. I'm afraid it's more than 50 billion dragon power. This strength can only be considered as a strong and when I'm at my peak. However, to a battle emperor, this strength is beyond countless limit. There's no treasure in the sacred boundary that can increase a battle emperor's strength to such an extent. This kid definitely has a huge secret on him. This terrifying secret might be at a level that even I have never come into contact with. Catch him. We can't let him escape. The Clear Sky Sage King was extremely experienced. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was one of the giants in the sacred boundary. Even he felt that Lin Chen's fortuitous opportunity could be described with the word terrifying. This showed how powerful the Ars Vambrace was. In the blink of an eye, the Clear Sky Sage King regained his senses. He pointed his finger at the other array, and a monstrous evil aura appeared. It was like a demonic abyss, and it was also like the sun and moon in the sky. It broke open a section of the demonic god's finger seal and ruthlessly crushed it toward the two of them. Seeing another round of attacks coming toward them, Lin Chen did not even have the strength to stand up. I didn't expect that you would be by my side before I die. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Luo Yao. You should run away. Don't you still have great things to do? It's a pity for you to die here with me. Suddenly, Luo Yao's eyes regained their usual coldness and indifference. I won't let you die here. After saying that, she grabbed Lin Chen's palm. Her fingers clenched tightly, and the demonic seal shone brightly. Boom tilde boom tilde boom tilde. Demonic aura as vast as the galaxy surged out from the demonic seal. No matter if it was the demonic eye in the firmament tower, the demonic aura that was collected by the sky-devouring mirror, or the demonic aura that was absorbed from the Sage King's tombstone, all the demonic aura in the demonic seal was injected into Luo Yao's body. Lin Chen was shocked. He realized that the demonic aura in his palm was quickly disappearing. Luo Yao's charm had returned to how it was when Lin Chen first met her. She was cold, emotionless, and even had a hint of cruelty. If she looked like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world before, then she looked like a demoness who had descended into the mortal world, looking down on all living thing. Swoosh tilde. After Luo Yao finished absorbing the demonic aura in Lin Chen's demonic seal, she stood up and waved her hand. The huge demonic finger exploded. At this moment, the Clear Sky Sage King's face finally returned to normal. Under that calm expression, there was only anger that was burning like a flame. So, you are so strong. Lin Chen said with difficulty. The corner of his mouth twitched, and blood flowed out. He was almost angered to death by Luo Yao. If you are so strong, why didn't you absorb the demonic aura earlier? I am about to die now. Lin Chen was a saint-level alchemist, and he was very clear about his condition. With his current condition, he would not be able to last more than 15 minutes. He was really tricked by this woman. Luo Yao stared at Lin Chen. There was still a hint of rationality and self-blame in her indifference. She opened her mouth and said, I am sorry. To Luo Yao, absorbing the demonic aura in the demonic seal would allow her to recover part of her strength. However, it also meant that she would lose the chance to possess Lin Chen. The stronger the demonic aura in the demonic seal, the higher the chances of her controlling Lin Chen perfectly. Now that she had absorbed the demonic aura in the demonic seal, she had lost the only chance to possess Lin Chen. Everything was too late. In the end, it was this young man who disturbed the Empress's beauty and melted her frozen heart. So that's how it is. No wonder this king's ancient formation was broken by this brat. So it's all because of you. This is the first time this king has misjudged you. Your esteemed self also has a body filled with wounds. I'm afraid your esteemed self is not inferior to this king when you were at your peak. The Clear Sky Sage King smiled insincerely. He waved his hand, and the 4 ancient arrays were all aimed at Luo Yao. She carried Lin Chen, who was covered in blood and was about to faint. Her beautiful face was extremely cold. Your Blood Demon Holy Burial Array is just a low-level demonic array that I disdain to touch. The Sage King's face changed. Me? She actually called herself an empress. Was she bluffing? No, maybe not. Chapter 11-12. What arrogance. Let me, the Clear Sky Sage King, experience your strength. The Clear Sky Sage King was not a coward and would not be intimidated. He activated the power of the 4 ancient arrays. Not only did it contain the flesh and blood of the sages, but it also contained the saint power and the demonic chi. Luo Yaro waved her finger, and the demonic chi in the ancient arrays exploded. The Clear Sky Sage King had lost half of the battle before it even started. You are too arrogant to activate the power of the demonic chi in front of me. Your ancient arrays are sustaining your life. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? Luo Yaro said coldly. In fact, her strength was not enough to completely suppress the Clear Sky Sage King, even if he was injured. However, she was not afraid of the Clear Sky Sage King. If the power he controlled was the saint power, then everything would be unknown. However, the Clear Sky Sage King was using the demonic chi. Whether it was the 4 ancient arrays or the tomb, most of the techniques used were from the demonic chi. In this world, except for the ancient demonic gods, no one knew the techniques of the demonic chi better than her. Controlling the demonic chi in front of her? Showing off in front of an expert? Overconfident. How could I let you leave so easily? Die. The Blood Demon Sacred Burial Array was activated again, and the battle between the two sides was about to start. On one side was the leader of the demonic chi, and on the other side was the human Sage King. Both of them were not at their peak, and their situation was not optimistic, but they still fought. Outside the sacred burial mountain range, when the Clear Sky Sage King entered the ancient arrays, it alarmed all the sages. The sages stepped on the holy light and approached the outer ring of the mountain range to investigate carefully. Bang! 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 The entire sacred burial mountain range shook, and the space inside shattered into paste, causing many sages to be terrified. What a terrifying power! What is happening inside the mountain range? The space in the sacred burial mountain range is shaking. Something is wrong. The situation has changed. Our genius is in danger. When the sages of various forces wanted to rush in to investigate, the miasma layer at the top of the mountain range shone brightly, and some of the older sages were shocked. The ancient arrays in the mountain range have been activated. Something is wrong. Could it be that the Clear Sky Sage King has awakened himself? No one who went in this time has a saint realm cultivation. There are signs of devil chi being born. Could it be that woman? The sages were shocked and horrified. The group of sages who had been chasing after Luo Yaroa earlier were on high alert, ready to fight at any time. If that witch regained her strength, the situation would be very grim. Perhaps, there would be even more casualties in their group today. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. The battle in the sacred burial mountain range was becoming more and more earth-shattering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures rushed out from different directions of the mountain range. When the 2 monster-level geniuses rushed back to their sects, the first thing they said was, "Run. Run." Then, the last 200 or so geniuses used their life-saving techniques and ran out. What happened inside? Young Master, are you all right? Young Sect Master, what's going on? However, those geniuses who ran out were extremely anxious. They grabbed the arms of their own saints and said with pale faces, "Brother, don't worry about it. Run, run." The Black Horse Club's Lin Chen has forced the Clear Sky Sage King out. Lin Chen, that bastard, is dancing on the Sage King's grave. The Clear Sky Sage King has awakened and is about to come out. Lin Chen has seen through the Sage King's inheritance is a conspiracy. The Sage King is in cahoots with the devil race and wants to control all of us to become his puppets. Now, the Sage King is about to come out. Elder, if you don't run now, you won't have the chance anymore. The genius's words made the hundreds or even thousands of sages' scalps tingle. What? The Black Horse Club's Lin Chen? He has forced the Clear Sky Sage King out? What kind of crazy thing did a war emperor do to force the Sage King to come out personally to deal with him? The Clear Sky Sage King is in cahoots with the devil race? The Sage King's inheritance is a conspiracy? The amount of information was too much. The sage's brains could not wrap around it. One of the sages subconsciously asked, "Young Master, what is dancing? F***CK. Is this the time to ask this? I don't know what dancing is either." Anyway, those crazy people from the Black Horse Club are singing and dancing on the Sage King's grave. Even the Sage King's aura was useless against them. Yang Wuxie, who had returned to his master's side, whistled and laughed. Ha ha ha, anyway, I'm convinced. Lin Chen, that brat, was so angry that the Sage King's coffin lid flew off. The Sage King personally came out to deal with him, and he even broke the array, allowing us to escape. Hearing the discussions of the various geniuses, Ning Qingxian and the other girls were extremely anxious. Why hadn't the people from the Black Horse Club come out yet? Could it be that they had met with some mishap? Country King Fu Sheng and the others were even more speechless, so angry that the Sage King lifted the coffin lid. Oh my god, that was the legendary Sage King R, an existence that stood at the peak of the sacred boundary. How ridiculous was this Black Horse Club R? Wasn't this a hole in the sky? If it was a peak-level sage, even they wouldn't be able to do this. Xiao Jing, who was hugging his chest, frowned slightly. As a monster on the demon genius list, he hated people of the same age who were more eye-catching than him. Even the Sage King was forced to come out. This young master wants to see if this Lin Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, or if he's a god on earth. Just as the outside of the mountain range was in chaos, the earth-shattering commotion in the Saint Burial mountain range suddenly stopped, and everything fell silent. All the saints felt a chill run down their spines, and an instinctive sense of alertness rose from the bottom of their hearts. They quickly brought their geniuses and retreated a few hundred li. Monarch Fu Sheng and the others did the same. They ignored the girls' struggles and brought them far away from Zhongyu. The saints tore through space, preparing to escape at any moment. If it was really as their geniuses said, that the Saint King Hao Tian was in cahoots with the demon race, then with the appearance of this Saint King, even if he was in a state of near death, if he wanted to kill someone, the number of saints present would not exceed 5. Only Xiao Jing on the demon genius list, the saints surrounding Luo Yaro and a few daring Saint Realmold monsters dared not to stay outside of the mountain range. Under everyone's gaze, a suffocating pressure filled the air. A slender and elegant figure in a black robe carried a blooded young man as she slowly stepped into the air, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The saints were stunned. It wasn't the Saint King Hao Tian. It's her. As expected, she has recovered her strength. No, she hasn't fully recovered yet. She has only recovered part of her strength, her injuries are still there. The 12 saints surrounding Luo Yaro had different expressions on their faces, and after exchanging glances, they all confirmed it. This battle was unavoidable. Luo Yaro hugged the dying Lin Chen, and tears flowed down her cheeks, but her expression was cold and indifferent. Get out of my way. If he dies, I will bury all the humans in the sacred boundary with him. Although her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears, it was as cold as the demonic voice of the 9 nether hell. A hellish demonic aura enveloped the heavens, and the earth trembled. The saints retreated, and their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 11:13. The sages who were hundreds of miles away felt a chill down their spines when they heard the voice. Who the hell is this woman? Could it be that demonic tribe woman? The sages who were hundreds of miles away channeled their holy chi and covered their eyes. They could clearly see the situation outside the mountain range. Once they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately fled. Although the one who came out was not the Clear Sky Sage King, it might be someone who was more threatening than the Clear Sky Sage King. Staring at Lin Chen, Xiao Jing crossed his arms in front of his chest and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Dead? What a disappointment. I wanted to torture him to death. I didn't expect that I would have come for nothing. Suddenly, a second sun rose between heaven and earth. Demon cultivator clans, demons and monsters, stop bluffing here. No matter what your background is, you will die here today. In the center of the sun, a majestic man wearing sun-golden armor slowly walked out. He had fierce eyes and sharp eyebrows. His face was rough and resolute. His entire person was filled with a domineering and imposing aura. He carried a golden spear on his back. The tip of the spear pointed diagonally at the sky, turning into a ray of afterglow between heaven and earth. Behind him, there was a holy light sun shining brightly. The strength of his holy aura made him the most powerful being present. It's the great sun-burning sky sage of the Yang domain. The morale of the 12 sages was greatly boosted. They shouted the name of the golden-armored man. Luo Yaro's expression remained unchanged, Just based on you bunch of useless things, you want to stop this emperor's footsteps? The sages were stunned. She actually called herself an emperor? How could this be? Could she really be? Before the sages could guess Luo Yaro-er's identity, a 9-colored divine light illuminated the sky. Luo Yaro-er was shocked. This 9-colored brilliance rushed out from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen only felt dizzy. Everything around him seemed to have stopped, and he fell into endless darkness. Lin Chen had been close to the feeling of death many times. He knew very well that he was going to die this time. Am I going to die? What was that woman thinking? She waited until the end to extract the devil chi from the devil seal. If she had done it earlier, I wouldn't have to die. This death is not worth it. Mother **K, I've seen so many beauties since I came to this world, but I'm going to die before I've even tasted them. What af **King loss? If I can do it all over again, I want to whore until I lose contact with her. Just as Lin Chen's consciousness was vexed, a ray of orange light shone into the darkness he was in. 8 orange words appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The power of the ancient gods, after being broken, would be re-established. This is what I obtained from the Orange Tier secret realm in the 9 prefectures continents firmament tower. Oh right, it said that the principal became a saint by relying on the Orange Tier secret realm in the firmament tower. No wonder the ancient god said that we were fated to meet when we first met. Lin Chen was ecstatic. Rumble. Lin Chen's consciousness was pulled back by this newly awakened power. Once again, he opened his eyes. His whole body was covered in a substantial energy brilliance, and he was wrapped in a 2-meter wide, 3-meter long, 9-colored energy cocoon. Luo Yaro stared at him from outside the light cocoon. Although her beautiful face was as cold as ever, there was a hint of excitement in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen was about to move, but Luo Yao immediately transmitted a message to him. Don't move. There's a new power in your body that's helping to reconstruct your body. You've been seriously injured this time, and it's perfectly activated. You can use this power to advance to the Saint realm in one go. After that, you can focus on breaking through to the next realm. Leave the rest to me. Lin Chen looked at Luo Yao deeply and said seriously, although I'm still very angry with you, you must be careful. Don't die. Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly. They can't threaten me. Protecting you is the most important thing. What's that? What a strong life force. There's a powerful life force hidden in this boy's body. Now that this potential has been activated, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th tribulation. There's a high chance that he'll step into the Saint realm. The great solar burning heaven sage glanced at Lin Chen and said indifferently, that's not the most important thing. Take down this witch first. Xiao Jing smiled playfully and rubbed his chin. He said with interest, he actually obtained an opportunity to break through to the Saint realm. Interesting. Luo Yao slowly stood in the air and said indifferently, whoever takes another step forward will die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 12 saints surrounded Luo Yao. The great solar burning heaven sage grabbed the golden spear behind him and sneered, interesting. You want to protect this human youth? Luo Yao was expressionless. Her slender hands glowed with a faint red light, like the faint moonlight flowing through her fingers. Her pair of lively eyes turned a faint blood red at this moment. She was as beautiful as a precious jade. She was bewitching, charming, and extremely cold. Luo Yao put her hands together. Her cherry lips opened and she chanted an obscure chant. My emperor only has one blade. It can subdue demons, swallow stars, receive moons, order gods, cut the heavens, destroy the world, and destroy the world. The blood-red light gathered and the beauty opened her hands. Hundreds of millions of blood-red lights slowly gathered in her palms to form a blood-red machete. This machete looked as if it was made from blood jade. The blade was curved like a moon, releasing an extremely bewitching demonic power, rumble tilde tilde. The moment Luo Yao grasped the blood-red machete, a terrifying demonic aura was released from the demonic blade like a demonic prison that covered the sky. It descended upon the heavens. The spiritual energy of the entire sacred burial mountain range formed a vortex that was sucked into the blood-red machete. The earth and sky were all withered and destroyed. The earth veins became dry and cracked. The spiritual energy in the sky evaporated. All life was withering, annihilating, passing away, and withering. All the light in the world was being swallowed by the blood-red machete. It was heartbreaking, sad, and filled with endless despair. Finally, even the great solar burning heaven sage's expression changed. He was especially shocked. This. Could it be? Demonic blade, cut the heavens. The great solar burning heaven sage clearly remembered that on that day countless eras ago, the chaos in the sacred prison had alarmed everyone in the sacred boundary. A woman had turned the sacred boundary upside down. Her demonic blade swept through the world, forcing the gods to appear and unable to stop her. That demonic blade seemed to be able to devour everything. It could become the most evil existence in the world. It was a nightmare in human history. The level of contact that the saints present had was far inferior to his, so they were unable to see the portrait of the demonic blade. The news had been blocked by some existence in the sacred boundary. The 12 saints were uncontrollably sucked in by the demonic aura emitted by the demonic blade. The demonic blade's demonic aura was too strong. It sucked in everything in the void, time, space, light, spiritual energy, and life. It was as if it could swallow everything in the world. Even the arrogant Xiao Jing, who was ranked on the demon genius ranking, showed some fear and dread. What a terrifying blade! The 12 saints were preparing to launch a desperate counterattack. Just as they were about to launch a desperate counterattack, a wave of blade light slashed through the void. It was as if it had split the sky open, cutting off the demonic aura in the sky and saving the 12 saints. The saints were shocked. More powerful cultivators had arrived. Chapter 11:14. Who would have thought that I would be lucky enough to see the true face of the demonic blade today? I wonder what is your relationship with that lord? A cold voice reverberated in the sky. A blade aura path was cut in the sky. The man walked down from the blade aura path. His face was as calm as water. He looked like a man in his 30s, but the vicissitudes of life in his eyes made him look like an old monster that had lived for millions of years. He carried a tiger-headed blade on his back. The blade aura was like a dragon in the clouds and a tiger in the wind, stabilizing the demonic aura in the air. It is the Yellow Region Sky Underworld Blade Saint, Jiyu Chang Tian. The 12 Saint Realm experts' expressions relaxed, and their confidence increased by a notch. With 2 absolute Saint stage experts holding the fort, there was still a chance for them to fight today. Luo Yaro was as calm as water. She did not care about this person. Sky Underworld Blade Saint turned to look at Great Sun Burning Heaven Sage and said, "I never thought that there would be a day where I would team up with you." The latter sneered, "Don't talk nonsense. You know the origin of that blade better than me. Even if it is not real, it is still related." Jiyu Chang Tian took a deep look at the demonic blade and said something shocking. It might be true. That despairing aura is not something that some ugly demonic race can imitate. However, its aura is 1,000,000 times, no, 10 million times weaker. If it was true, we would have been devoured long ago. It would be impossible for us to be standing here. I have already informed the higher-ups. Let's team up. She seems to want to protect that kid. We just need to hold her back. Great Sun Burning Heaven said. The other saints agreed immediately. Rumble tilde. The afterglow of the saint light was like a sun. The blade aura split the sky and slashed towards Luo Yaro. Led by 2 Saint Realm experts, 12 Saint Realm experts gathered their strength and unleashed their strongest attacks, surrounding Luo Yaro and attacking her. Just SOSO. Luo Yaro was expressionless. Her demonic blade flashed, and an extremely demonic bloodblade aura flashed out. This saber strike was enough to break one's heart. Before the blade aura arrived, the blade aura had already disintegrated the opponent's fighting spirit. Just a second ago, the space was still filled with boundless holy light, and the holy power was as deep as the sea. The space was filled with endless holy songs, but in the next moment, it was reduced to the border of hell. Wherever the blood-red saber light passed. In the surroundings, the light was dim and drifting, and the space was distorted and shattered. All the light was twisted into a vortex, and it was absorbed, devoured, and annihilated by the saber light. Holy light seals, orange grade sword skills, odd crystals, bloodline abilities, and the attacks of 14 fourth heaven true saints were all devoured by the blood-red sword light. The blade light was so dense that even the direction of the attack had been changed. A goateed elder wanted to use the movement technique he was so proud of to launch a sneak attack on Lin Chen and grab hold of Luo Yao's vital points. He had just used his body movement technique to escape into the void, but he was caught off guard by the aftershock of the blade aura. His entire body's saint power was disintegrated in an instant, and his saint blood was spurting wildly. Half of his saint chi was drained. In the next moment, his entire body was involuntarily sucked towards the blood-colored demonic saber. His face was filled with terror. Boom! A golden light slashed down from the sky, cutting off the suction force that was like the abyss of hell. The great sun-burning heaven saint's golden spear was in his hand at some unknown time. Thank you for saving us. The goateed saint broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly thanked him. Don't think about attacking that young man. The opponent we are facing is the strongest you have encountered so far. She gave us this chance to be distracted. Be on your guard. As long as we can delay her, it will be our victory. Tianming Sword Saint's voice rang in the ears of all the saints, and all of them subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Boom! Tianming Sword Saint slashed out again. This slash was stunning, and it was like 10,000 rays of silver light pouring down. The Milky Way fell from the 9 heavens, and the holy light illuminated the world. It was full of the power of odd crystals and orange-grade sword skills. The fierce battle started again. So strong. This saber is too domineering. Lin Chen witnessed the battle from within the 9-colored light cocoon, and his mind was shaken by Luo Yao's method. Luo Yao and the 14 saints were engaged in a fierce battle. Although the battle was earth-shattering, it didn't hurt the area around Lin Chen at all. It was obvious that Luo Yao had deliberately protected Lin Chen. Boom! With a dragon's roar, a green light flashed, and Lin Chen released his green dragon. The dragon's body was 3,000 feet long, and its dragon eyes were like shining stars. Its scales were light green, its tail was azure, its claws grasped the clouds, and its phoenix wings were purplish red. It was extremely beautiful and mighty. This was a genuine holy dragon, a rank 8 holy dragon that could surpass realms and fight against 2 holy caves. The green dragon protected Lin Chen with all its might, not allowing him to be affected at all. My foundation is completely enough to break through to the saint realm. In fact, it's more than enough. In terms of battle chi cultivation, I have decomposed many holy skeletons. In terms of spiritual accumulation, I have experienced countless life and death situations. From 9 states all the way to the sacred boundary, I have killed many saints. In terms of spiritual tempering, even gods can't suppress me at all. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a terrifying aura. With the power left in his body by the ancient god, Lin Chen could accumulate and erupt to become a saint immediately. However, he didn't immediately attack the hexagonal brilliance an inch below the heart. Instead, he kept recalling and tempering his spirit. The saint realm was a realm where one would transform into a new life. Becoming a saint meant transcending the level of mortals. When breaking through to the saint realm, one's lifetime of experience, potential, tempering, and accumulation would be an important factor in becoming a saint. Not only would it increase the success rate of becoming a saint, but more importantly, under the premise that one had enough talent, one's acupoints would explode. Exploding acupoints was a situation that would only happen when one entered the saint realm for the first time. It meant that when one's life potential, bloodline talent, spiritual accumulation, and spiritual tempering reached a new height, there would be consecutive exploding acupoint. When a prodigy became a saint, opening one holy cave would allow one to ascend to the saint realm and become a dragon. However, there were a few super geniuses who could continuously explode acupoints upon entering the saint realm, opening 2 to 3 or even 4 holy caves in a row. Exploding acupoints didn't only depend on talent. In the end, it depended on one's tempering and accumulation, which was very important. Super geniuses had a higher chance of exploding acupoints. Most super geniuses would be able to explode 2 to 3 holy caves when they entered the saint realm. Only super geniuses had a chance of exploding 4 holy caves. Exploding 4 holy caves in a row meant that one would be in the mid-first heaven true saint realm. As for those monstrous geniuses who were at the bottom of the monstrous geniuses list, they had a small chance of exploding 5 holy caves in a row. Only those on the monstrous geniuses list had a chance of exploding more than 5 holy caves. Furthermore, it was only a possibility. Not every monstrous genius could achieve a score of more than 5. It was really too difficult to go any higher. To explode 5 holy caves, a battle emperor had to challenge saints, hunt holy beasts, and fight true saints alone. It was simply too difficult to explode 6 holy caves in a row. This was also the reason why Jian Qingcheng had never entered the saint realm. She had always pursued the limits of the Tao of swords and battles. She had constantly sharpened her spirit and accumulated spiritual tempering, all for the sake of exploding more acupoints when she entered the saint realm. In that case, how many holy caves would Lin Chen explode? Chapter 11:15. In the center of the tomb in the sacred burial mountain range. It's her. I was not at the sacred boundary during the chaos in the sacred prison. I didn't expect to meet such a legendary figure today. Inside the blood demon burial saint formation, the clear sky saint king was absorbing the remaining essence of the saint's flesh and blood, injecting them into his body like streams of light. Fear lingered in his heart, and his face was filled with fear. After the fight, he knew that unless he fought with his real body, he would not be able to defeat the other party. The array was created by the demon race. If he had set it up with the cultivation of a sage king, the result would be completely different. Unfortunately, he was on the verge of death and did not have the time to do so. This kid has let many people escape. I'm afraid that the news of my inheritance will spread like wildfire. If they know that I'm in cahoots with the demon race, the next batch of geniuses will not be good enough. The clear sky sage king returned to the tomb with a gloomy expression. There were still more than 100 geniuses in the tomb. These geniuses were either shocked or courageous as they respectfully asked the clear sky sage king for help. Greetings, Lord Sage King. We are willing to follow you. As for the evaluation of the world, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. We don't care about that. Lord Sage King is willing to pursue a higher realm. We are willing to follow you to death. A few geniuses knelt on one knee. The clear sky sage king, who was standing in the void, smirked. He could see through these young people's thoughts at a glance. They did not try to hide it. For these geniuses, there were not many 8th-level saints in their forces, let alone 9th-level saints. This was the limit of their growth in the future. Since there was a supreme sage king in front of them, why would they not follow him? If they could gain the favor of the sage king, wouldn't it be a great fortune to be rewarded with a cultivation technique? As for the so-called pursuit of the demon race's power, it was nothing. In this world, strength was king. The clear sky sage king knew his current situation. If news of him spread, the next batch of geniuses would not have the foundation of these young people. After all, they had passed the first and second round of selections. If he wanted to carry out his plan, they were the only ones he could use. All right. Since you have the heart to pursue me, swear to be loyal to me forever. I will give you enough power. The clear sky sage king said calmly. All the geniuses knelt down and submitted. However, there was one person who did not kneel. That person was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were like an eagle's, emitting a sharp light that was even more profound than the darkness. It was the mysterious young man who had sensed Lin Chen's innate dark shadow technique before entering the sacred burial mountain rain. Clear Sky Saint King, I have a partnership. I wonder if you're interested. That person actually transmitted his voice to the Clear Sky Saint King, and the two of them stared at each other coldly. Another interesting young man, outside the sacred burial mountain range. The mouths of the sages who were watching the battle nearly 500 kilometers away trembled as they retreated again and again. It was too terrifying. He was fighting against 14 saints alone, and he still had the upper hand. This woman's background was unimaginably terrifying. They had seen with their own eyes that the 4th-level saint who had attempted to launch a sneak attack on Lin Chen had almost been swallowed by the devil chi emitted by her saber. If he was caught off guard, even a 4th-layer martial saint could die on the spot. Even they rarely saw a battle of this scale. This old man has never seen a battle of such scale. This is a holy war that is rarely seen even in the history of the Southern Territory. A saint from the Southern Territory swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Another saint's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lin Chen and said, "That peerless monster from the Black Horse Club, Lin Chen, seems to be gathering his life force to break through to the saint stage and prepare to explode his acupoint. His standing after breaking through, and his life force has been stimulated to the extreme. I wonder how many acupoints he can explode with his ability. At least." A saint pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "At least 3 acupoints. Heh. I'm guessing 4 saint acupoints. This kid even caused a ruckus in the Saint King's tomb. Other geniuses don't have such a foundation like him. You're underestimating this young man. If you ask me, I think he can explode 5 acupoints. This is a one-of-a-kind monster. He'll definitely enter the demon ranking in the future. He's only a war emperor, and he forced a Saint King to come out. Who else can have such a foundation?" A group of old saints from all over the 36 domains argued with each other. There were as many geniuses as sand in the sacred boundary. All the saints present were once high-spirited geniuses, and all of them had their own youthful and frivolous years on the genius ranking. However, the genius ranking was still limited, unless one was in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking. The demon ranking was different. The genius ranking had changed countless times, and only the demon ranking remained at 10,000. There were too many geniuses born in the 36 domains of the sacred boundary. Those who surpassed them to become demon geniuses were legends that created history. Demons on the demon ranking were not allowed to fight to the death in private. They had to report it to the higher-ups, and only with permission could they fight to the death. If they fought to the death without permission, they would be punished by the higher-up. From this point alone, one could see the difference between the genius ranking and the demon ranking. The top forces of the sacred boundary valued the demons on the demon ranking much more than the genius ranking. Today, they were able to witness the birth of a peerless demon comparable to those on the demon ranking. No one wanted to miss this scene. That kid is Lin Chen. He really is a dragon among men. No wonder he killed the top genius of the Sun Moon Hall. It seems like we have a chance to kill him now. He's at his weakest when he becomes a saint. Among the many saints, there were naturally enemies of Lin Chen. A force like the Sun Moon Hall was different from the 100 Saints Gate, which only had one Orient Yao. The Nangong Mie, who had fallen at the hands of Lin Chen, was not the only top genius of the Sun Moon Hall. They also had geniuses from the previous generation who were in the top 10,000 of the genius ranking. They were trying to enter the sacred burial mountain range to obtain a saint's fate. There were also those geniuses who had been killed by the Black Horse Club in the samsara of life and death. Some of the forces behind them were also present today, and they were eyeing Lin Chen covetously. "Little girls, stop messing around. This battle is no longer something that old fellows like us can interfere with." Elder Ao Ching of the innumerable Green Palace scolded the girls seriously. He even scolded the 2 princesses of the Fu Saint country. The current battle situation was very complicated. This was related to the demon tribe. If they were not careful, the forces behind them might be destroyed. This time, they did not dare to act rashly and help Lin Chen. Ning Qingxian was burning with anxiety. She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails cut into the air. Ao Ching saw this and sighed in her heart. This girl was extremely talented. She was the most talented person in the history of the innumerable Green Palace. She had cultivated their inherited mental cultivation technique. Her mental state should have been extraordinary long ago. Only this kid can affect you to this extent. If this kid dies, I'm afraid this girl will fall into endless hatred. This will cause her cultivation to regress instead of improving. Ao Ching looked expressionless, but her heart was burning with anxiety. Yu Qingli grabbed her sister's hand and comforted her. "Seventh sister, Sir Lin Chen will definitely make it through. Young Master Jundok Shuai will definitely be safe. Yu Yulan cried silently. She prayed for Jundok Shuai in her heart. Heavens, if you want to punish someone, punish Yulan alone. Yulan is willing to bear any pain and punishment for young Master Jundok Shuai. Sun Yue gritted her teeth. She did not even dare to open her eyes to look in Lin Chen's direction. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the saints changed again. A sage expert muttered as he stared at Lin Chen's 9-colored light cocoon as though he had seen a ghost. Oh my God, it can't be, how ambitious is this kid? Chapter 11:16. Lin Chen focused all of his attention on training his mind and accumulating his spirit power. Scenes of his life and the powerful enemies he had encountered flashed through his mind. It's time. There's no better opportunity than now. Blood Flame Sacred Dragon Pill, out. Lin Chen activated the Blood Flame Sacred Dragon Pill in his dantian, transforming it from an embryonic pill to a finished divine pill. The moment the finished divine pill was born, all kinds of medicinal power entered his body. Lin Chen, who was in the 9-colored light cocoon, started to burn with a bloody flame. His spirit power was so strong that it started to condense into the last bit of dragon power. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's forehead exploded with a terrifying vitality. Buzz. Boundless psyche ripples surged out from between his eyebrows. His 5 clones continued to refine an ocean of psyche attribute points into the psyche bridge in Lin Chen's psyche sea. He quickly activated grand beginning sainthood, and his psyche energy was like the sun and moon in the sky, hanging high in the sky. Boom tilde. Everyone could clearly feel a powerful energy wave coming from Lin Chen's direction. It was as strong as a dragon, and spirit power was everywhere. It was like a bloody flame burning all over Lin Chen's body. The 9-colored light cocoon ignited, and a dragon's roar shook the sky. A spirit power storm was brewing above Lin Chen's head. It was like a storm of pear blossoms, filling the sky with a rain of flowers. It had the power to reach the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. This momentum fiercely shook the hearts of every saint. They couldn't be wrong about such a phenomenon. This was a sign that his spirit and body were about to reach the saint level. In addition, the 9-colored light cocoon showed signs of sacred light brewing. The probability of these 3 phenomena appearing at the same time was infinitely close to 0. It only existed in the legends of the sacred boundary. The most powerful advancement in history, 3 in 1. He's going to turn the world upside down. This kid is really going to turn the world upside down. He's going to use the moment when his life force is at its strongest to reach the triple saint state in one go. This is the real Trinity. He's going to reach the saint level with his body, cultivation, and spirit at the same time. It's perfect and flawless. It's too scary. All of us have underestimated this Lin Chen's ambition. Not only does he want to pursue a perfect acupuncture point explosion, he also wants to pursue the most difficult 3-in-1 advancement in history. This is definitely a historical moment. A genius who can become a saint in one body only exists in legends. If he can accomplish this feat, he will definitely be the number 1 genius below the demon genius ranking. Countless veteran sages had different expressions. Some were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, some were so excited that they gasped and went crazy, and some were about to attack with killing intent. No one had expected this result. The unity of the 3 was the most difficult barrier to become a saint. Since ancient times, countless arrogant geniuses had attempted to break through this barrier, but none of them had ever failed. Some had even ruined their chance to perfectly explode their acupoints. In the end, they had only managed to open one saint acupoint and become a saint. They were mediocre and had fallen to the lowest level of the saint realm. At this point, countless bloody lessons had been learned. Countless geniuses and peerless geniuses no longer dared to gamble their fates and challenge the strongest of the 3. This time, Lin Chen was a little different. He was not like the previous geniuses, who were all bark and no bite. His accumulation of 3 major domains was extremely solid. More than half of his physical body had already been transformed into a saint body. Now, he had borrowed the momentum of breaking through and building up again, as well as the body-nourishing core. These 2 forces had helped him accumulate enough strength. His spiritual power had already reached the peak of the half-step saint realm. After breaking through the Clear Sky Saint King's ancient array, he had obtained the highest spiritual power in history, 990,000 points. Until now, his clone was still helping him to refine the huge amount of spiritual power that had been transformed into by his spiritual power. The sages had a premonition that he would most likely succeed. We can't let this brat succeed. This brat is like a 3-in-1 saint. He will definitely soar into the sky with unstoppable momentum. We have to kill him again. The 3 sages of the Sun Moon Hall revealed ferocious looks. The 2 sages from the 100 Saints Gate looked at each other and hit it off. Kill Lin Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the Sun Moon Hall of the 100 Saints Gate, 5 sages appeared together. Oh no, the Sun Moon Hall and the 100 Saints Gate have made their move. Damn it, these old guys really don't care about their reputation. They are targeting a junior to this extent. They don't even care about their old faces. Many sages cursed in their hearts. The 100 Saints Gate had declined, and the Sun Moon Hall was one of the strongest sects below the 6th grade sects. Among the sages present, no one dared to protect Lin Chen if they did not have a 6th grade background. The 5 sages turned into 5 streams of light and surrounded Lin Chen from behind. They tore through the void and launched a surprise attack on Lin Chen. Luo Yaro who was fighting fiercely, turned her gaze and squinted her beautiful eyes. Ant, you're courting death. She changed her attack. Her slender hand gripped the demonic saber tightly and shook it. The blade drew out a demonic and eerie blood-red saber light. The saber light swept towards the space behind Lin Chen. Everywhere it passed, devilish sounds could be heard, and ghostly cries and howls could be heard. The space around them exploded, and the attacks of the 3/4 Heaven True Saints were sucked dry. The 3/4 Heaven True Saints activated their movement techniques and retreated rapidly. The saber light flashed, and a large amount of shattered space was sucked dry by the saber light. The light was swallowed into nothingness, and it was like a devilish hell. Wang tilde. Within the blazing sun in the void, a finger of holy light that was dozens of acres in size crushed the saber radiance into pieces. In the next moment, the Sky Dark Saber Saint, Jiyu Changtian, waved his holy saber and slashed out hundreds of times. The chaotic saber light shattered the remaining devilish energy, and the saber light dissipated. Jiyu Changtian appeared in front of Lin Chen with a saber in his hand. He looked at Luo Yaro and said indifferently, "You seem to care a lot about that young man. Even your attacks have a slight flaw. The current you is unable to break through our attacks. Die." Luo Yaro grew colder and colder, and a rare trace of emotion appeared in her heart. The 2 strongest saint stage experts present had caught hold of her weakness and held her back. They didn't want her attacks to leak out at all. Roar tilde. Lin Chen's holy dragon sensed the approaching true saints, and it roared in anger. Its entire body lit up with azure dragon light as it prepared to unleash its strongest attack. Just when Lin Chen was about to use his last 2 killing moves to fight the enemy, a wave of spiritual energy that was both familiar and strange to him emerged from the top of his head. This is, to everyone's surprise, a beam of holy light suddenly descended from the 9 heavens without any warning. Whoever dares to touch my class monitor, I will destroy him. Boom, boom, boom. 5 streaks of spiritual energy shot out like 5 shooting stars, accurately hitting the 5 true saints hiding dozens of li away. The 5 true saints' spiritual energy wavered, and their faces turned pale. The 2 true saints from the 100 Saints Gate were slightly weaker, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, forcing 5 true saints back with a single strike. Another expert had arrived. Everyone looked over and saw a silver-haired person landing beside Lin Chen's 9-colored light cocoon. This person's elegance was unparalleled. Her silver hair was light, her skin was whiter than snow, and her face was as fair as snow. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her collar was straight, and her facial features were flawless. She surpassed countless handsome men and beautiful women in the mortal world. Her snow-white robes perfectly accentuated her slender and exquisite figure, like a willow branch in the spring. A few geniuses couldn't help but hold their breaths. This person might be a little unfamiliar to some of the veteran sages, but to these monster-level geniuses, she was a peak existence that they could only look up to. This was another legendary figure, number 1 on the genius leaderboard, the amazing child. Chapter 11:17. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only a dozen or so people recognized the white-robed man's identity. 2 years ago, he had appeared out of nowhere and defeated the number 1 on the genius list, becoming the new generation's top ranker. The number 1 on the genius list, the amazing child, Han Iji. He had another title. The number 1 handsome youth in the sacred boundary. Indeed, hearing about him was not as good as meeting him in person. Even though they had seen countless beauties before, they were still slightly stunned for a moment. The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with boundless spiritual fluctuations. It was as long as one stared into her eyes, they would be forever lost in the boundless spiritual world. It was irresistible and intoxicating. The gentleness between his brows revealed the shyness of a youth, and his smile revealed a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country to pale in comparison. This person seemed to belong only in the heavens. This spiritual energy, is it Iji? So powerful. There is a simple and unadorned feeling in his aura. He must have inherited some special power. Lin Chen was focused on breaking through to the next realm. He sensed Han Iji's arrival with just a wisp of his spiritual consciousness. Han Iji did not even turn his head. He raised his hand and gave the 9-colored cocoon a thumbs up. Lin Chen's mind steadied, and he focused on breaking through to the next realm. Everything was within his control. The ancient god realm's post-destruction power grew stronger and stronger. After stimulating Lin Chen's life potential, it was like an endless torrent of energy that washed over Lin Chen's injured body. At the same time, he had surpassed his peak state. He had the feeling of a holy statue. On the other side, Han Iji's sudden appearance had stunned everyone. She had single-handedly blocked the 5 saints, and this made even more people guess and realize her identity. Seeing that Han Iji was a helper, Luo Yao calmed down. Her experience was extraordinary, and she could see the powerful strength hidden in Han Iji's body. As long as a 4th heaven true saint realm expert did not appear, he would be invincible, unless the monstrous geniuses list made a move. The 5 saints from the Sun Moon Hall and the 100 Saints Gate had ugly expressions on their faces. Just as they were at a loss of what to do, the holy light illuminated the sky. Clouds rose and rosy, sprinkling down patches of auspicious light. Number 1 on the genius ranking. The Black Horse Club killed 4 of our geniuses. Do you think you can stop us all by yourself? 2 men bathed in the holy light walked out slowly. The domineering aura between their brows made them seem like they were looking down on all living things, as if they were the rulers of the world. Immediately after, a dark shadow appeared in the west, like a dark moon in the sky. From the dark moon, a frail-looking old man walked out. He had white hair and a crane-like complexion. He was leaning on a walking stick and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. This old man is an old bone from the Dark Heaven Hall of the southern region. Little guy, this brat killed our dark evil genius, Fei Xing. He has to give us an explanation. Other people might not dare to touch you, but it doesn't mean that our Dark Heaven Hall won't. Han Iji's small face became serious. All 3 of them were sages who had opened 30 saint caves, peak of the 3rd heaven saint realm. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight. I won't take a step back. Han Iji's snow-white fingertips formed a hand seal, and a crystal-like spiritual light shrouded Lin Chen like an eggshell, protecting Lin Chen. Haha, this old man hasn't fought for a long time. Today, I'd like to see what the number 1 on the genius ranking is capable of. The 3 of you over there, the 3 of us will hold them back. The rest of you go and drag that Lin Chen out. The 3 sages scolded sternly. The 5 sages from the Sun Moon Hall were livid, but they could only nod. Han Iji smiled faintly, looking extremely elegant. None of you will break through my defense. Kaboom! As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of blue spiritual light pillars descended from the sky, forming a spiritual circle that surrounded the 8 of them. A spiritual barrier? What powerful spiritual power! It won't last long. Break it. The 2 sides immediately exchanged blows. Han Iji's techniques shocked the thousands of sages who were watching from afar. She had blocked 8 sages by herself. This was the current number 1 on the genius ranking. Such combat strength wasn't inferior to the monstrous geniuses on the monster rankings. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, laughter shook heaven and earth, and the weather changed. Everyone took a closer look. It was Xiao Jing. A ferocious murderous intent flashed across his eyes. You'll be a threat if I let you grow. You might even make it to the monster genius ranking in the future. It'll be extremely difficult to kill you then. However, it's a worthy death for you to die by my sword today. Clang. The sound of a sword being unsheathed shook the sky like a dragon's roar, and the sages' hearts trembled. The monster on the genius ranking was about to make a move. Killing was strictly prohibited between those on the genius ranking. Xiao Jing had personally made a move, which meant that he recognized Lin Chen's threat level. He would be a threat to a world-shaking monster like him in the future. Xiao Jing held his sword. His eyes were like the starry sky, and sword chi shot out. A spiraling storm of sword chi swirled around his sword. It was a sword that looked like a dragon. It was as black as ink, and the blade was decorated with a red glow. It was like a red chain under the starry sky. Thick, long, and black. That was everyone's first impression of the sword. It was so sharp that it made sages tremble. 2nd grade? 3rd grade? 4th grade? No, it might be more than that. This was an immeasurably powerful sword. Han Yiji's face instantly turned serious. Xiao Jing from the genius ranking. This person's combat power is extremely strong. Plus, the genius rankings methods are extremely powerful. I have to block the 8 sages. The class monitor is in danger. A look of determination appeared on Han Yiji's face. Just as she was about to use some of her trump cards, before the crowd could look forward to this world-shaking monster's sword, a cold shout shocked the crowd. Who dares to touch him? Rumble. A crack appeared in the sky, and rays of light shone down. Within the rays of light, translucent orange lotuses bloomed one after another. They were so beautiful that they could topple the world. As thousands of orange lotuses bloomed, they were so beautiful that they formed a beautiful scene in the world. A snow-white and delicate foot stepped on the lotuses as she descended from the sky step by step. The orange-clothed woman's beautiful face was like that of an angel. She had an angelic face, but the aura between her brows was incomparably enchanting and seductive. It was as if a single look from her could arouse any man's male desire. She also had a hot body that made people unable to take their eyes off her. Every smile and frown exuded a charming aura that could turn all living things upside down. She was extremely enchanting. Almost everyone's subconscious reaction was only one, an extremely beautiful seductress. Only a small number of sages recognized this seductress. Xiao Jing's expression immediately turned serious. The current young valley master of Purple Cloud King Valley, one of the top 10 beauties on the genius ranking, the little demon empress, Lin Chen is under my protection. Xiao Jing, if you dare to touch him, I don't mind crippling your 3rd leg. The little demon empress smiled slightly. Her laughter was soft and light, but it was filled with killing intent. Some of the young geniuses on the genius ranking were hot-blooded and instantly reacted. Only Xiao Jing frowned. What, are you having an affair with this Lin Chen? The little demon empress brushed her hair behind her ear and said indifferently, are you a man or a hermaphrodite? Why are you so annoying? Either fight or scram. It's none of your business even if I have an affair with him. Why aren't you chasing after your divine flame palace's goddess and coming here to cause trouble? Chapter 11:18. Xiao Jing sneered. There's not much difference between our ranks. Don't be so arrogant. We don't know who will win yet. Boom. A sword light that looked like a dragon shattered the sky and headed straight for the little demon empress. The little demon empress extended a finger, and her slender, jade-like finger made a horizontal slash. A streak of orange light was drawn in the air, and the sword light fragments that filled the sky exploded. Xiao Jing stepped on the sword dragon and flashed horizontally. The little demon empress pointed at the air and created thousands of lotuses. The sky changed and they collided. All the saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Another world-shocking battle began just like that, stunning everyone. A battle of the monstrous geniuses ranking. Every move was almost flawless and flawless. The changes in attacks sublimated the battle into a battle of art. 4-1 Lin Chen, the number one genius of the genius ranking, the number one beauty of the sacred boundary, and the little demon empress of the monstrous geniuses ranking had appeared. This trip to the sacred burial mountain range was the right choice. First, there was the witch fighting all the saints with one blade. Then, there was the number one genius of the genius ranking fighting 8 saints alone. Now, there's a battle between the monstrous geniuses. All of them are gathered together. This Lin Chen is too strong. No matter where he goes, he will become the center of a storm. All the saints were amazed, but Ning Qingxian felt a little uneasy. Maybe it was her intuition. She felt that there was some danger spying on Lin Chen. While the saints were engaged in an earth-shattering battle, Lin Chen was fully focused on breaking through his cultivation base. His first saint acupoint was an inch below his heart. Explode acupoints. I have to control the positions of all the saint points and charge it when my life potential is at its peak. Second, third, fourth, Lin Chen memorized all the positions of the next saint points. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He still had a trump card. In terms of mental accumulation and mental tempering, Lin Chen was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. However, he had a shortcoming, and that was talent. Honestly speaking, Lin Chen was considered to be extremely talented. However, compared to the people on the monster ranking list, he was nothing. His trump card could perfectly make up for this shortcoming. That was his doppelganger. Whether it was in battle, life-saving, or cultivation, this rune that Lin Chen regarded as his strongest trump card had never disappointed Lin Chen. When he tried to break through to the saint realm and adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak, his doppelganger would be able to cultivate at the same time as him. It would also be able to break through the same bottleneck. In other words, if Lin Chen's 5 clones attacked the saint stage together, it would be equivalent to 6 Lin Chen attacking 1 saint stage cultivator, and only Lin Chen's main body was required to advance to the next level. If one were to compare breaking through to the saint realm to pushing open a door, then while others were pushing open the door by themselves, he, Lin Chen, was pushing open the door with 6 people. And the profits would only belong to one person. It didn't matter if he didn't have talent. He just had to accumulate experience and hone his skills. Lin Chen had more capital than anyone else. This was an advantage that no genius or monster on the monster ranking had. It's time. Clone, go. Whoosh. 5 beams of holy light descended from the sky. Zhendazhang, Zhendeju, Zhendeing, Jundok Shui, Shintoku Shou, and Lin Chen's clones all appeared. These are the geniuses of the Black Horse Club. They're all unharmed. Could it be that they've been staying in Lin Chen's Providence plant pouch all this time? While the crowd was puzzled, the next moment, all the geniuses were stunned. They stared at all the geniuses of the Black Horse Club as if they had seen ghost. Boom, boom, boom. 9 colored holy light shot up into the sky. The 5 clones sat cross-legged in the void. Light flowed and condensed into 9 colored light cocoons that wrapped around themselves. At this moment, all the saints were stunned and all the young geniuses were shocked. How ridiculous was the Black Horse Club? They were all going to become saints on the same day, at the same moment. I'm not seeing things, right? What are these guys doing? 6 of them. 6 of them are going to become saints at the same time. I've lived for countless eras. I'm afraid I've never seen anything more ridiculous than this. 6 peerless geniuses are going to become saints at the same time. Oh my God, it's fine if Lin Chen is the only one who's going to become saints, but all of them are going to become saints at the same time? What are they doing in the Saint King's tomb? 6 of them becoming saints. That's terrifying. When the veteran sages saw the 6 9-colored light cocoons condense, this scene almost made them suffocate. The opportunity to become a saint was an opportunity that many geniuses could only dream of. There were 100,000 geniuses on the genius ranking in every generation, and there were many who did not become saints in the end. Only a heaven-defying battle emperor like Jian Qingcheng, who had tempered his talent, bloodline, experience, spirit, and every other aspect to the extreme, could become a saint as he wished. But looking at the entire 36 domains, How many Jian Qingcheng were there? Currently, there was only one publicly known genius, and that was Jian Qingcheng, and there was only one in millions of years. But everyone in the Black Horse Club was as talented as Jian Qingcheng. A question lingered in everyone's mind. Were these young people still human? Jian Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were covered with battle aura. She stared in the direction of Lin Chen, feeling complicated and amazed. She had pursued the realm her whole life and honed her swordsmanship for thousands of years. She believed that she was invincible under the Saint realm. Now, not only had someone surpassed her, but there were also 5 who were not inferior to her. Master, as you said, we can't be blinded by a single leaf. This world is very big, and there are always some extraordinary beings born between heaven and earth, Jian Qingcheng murmured as if she was sleep-talking. Her spirit seemed to have been sublimated and became more complete. However, in the next moment, Jian Qingcheng's heart trembled. She felt a similar blood-chi energy and spiritual fluctuation from where Lin Chen was. Could it be? Everyone in the Black Horse Club had become saints. Was that ridiculous? It was indeed ridiculous. Almost everyone thought that there was nothing more ridiculous than this in the world. However, the torrential mind storm and blood chi fluctuations still shattered everyone's understanding. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful blood chi fluctuation was like the roar of billions of dragons, shaking the sky and exploding on all the geniuses of the Black Horse Club. All of them were like Lin Chen, burning with blood flames. Their blood chi was so exuberant that it was close to the Saint realm. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual storm raged above the heads of the 5 geniuses, forming a spiritual dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Their spiritual power was like the sun and moon, crossing the sky and dominating the 9 state. Everyone's consciousness exploded, and their scalps went numb. Silence, an eerie silence. Other than the sound of the raging spiritual storm and the sound of the burning blood chi, everyone fell into a state where they stopped thinking. They had underestimated the monsters of the Black Horse Club, whether it was the young, arrogant, and unruly monster-level geniuses, or the old antique saints who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, their expressions were all the same. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyeballs were almost falling out. They were stunned on the spot. There were even some elders who fainted on the spot. Everyone became saints. No, it was far more than that. No one had guessed their ambition. The purpose of the Black Horse Club was for all members to become a holy trinity. At this moment, a new page had been turned in the history of the sacred boundary. Chapter 11:19. Jian Qingcheng's beautiful eyes trembled as she muttered to herself. They, all of them will be sanctified on the same day, their bodies, their minds, and their cultivation will be sanctified. The scene was extremely chaotic. Elder has fainted. Quick, call the old sect leader. The old sect leader has also fainted. King split open. CK me. What is this? All 3 of them as one? Crazy. This must be crazy. Many old antique Saint Realm experts fainted from fright at this scene. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to think of something like this. No one had ever dared to do something like this. The 3 of them becoming saints was like an illusory legend. It was like a mountain that no one could climb. Everyone was looking up at this mountain. But today, 6 people had suddenly appeared to tell the world that these 6 people were going to step onto this legendary mountain at the same time. This could no longer be described as shocking. It could be said that this was a miracle. Miracle. This is a miracle. This is the reincarnation of a true God sent by the heavens. Some of the old saints were in tears. The saints who believed in the true God directly knelt down in Lin Chen's direction. A reclusive 4th heaven sage realm old man's eyes lit up as he muttered excitedly, "The holy world is about to change. History will be rewritten. The name of the Dark Horse Club will be passed down through the ages." Jiyu Changtian and the great solar sage, who were fighting with Luo Yaro couldn't help but look at Lin Chen from the corner of their eyes. Our human race actually gave birth to such a monstrous genius. Where did these little fellows come from? Aren't they a little too shocking? The 2 saints didn't dare to be distracted and focused fully on the battle. What a terrifying battle power. If she insists on breaking out, She can kill her way out with just a demonic sword. Even if we have twice as many people, we won't be able to stop her. If she wasn't protecting that young man, she would have broken out long ago. What is the relationship between this brat and her? The saints were secretly shocked, and their attacks were extremely cautious. With a blade in hand, Luo Yaro slaughtered the group of saints until they were forced to reveal their trump cards. The 14 Saint Realm experts had to use all their strength just to stop her. Bang! The sword light exploded, and the sky was filled with blooming lotus flowers. Xiao Jing and the little demon empress both retreated 10 steps back. They had met their match. Unless there was a huge gap in the rankings or a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine who was better on the demon genius list. The little demon empress slender, jade-like fingers lightly waved and flicked as lotus flowers filled the sky. Like a golden net that covered the heavens and earth, it covered Xiao Jing's boundless sword energy. As expected of the person who was able to force Lin Chen to retreat. Lin Chen and the people around him are not simple at all. She glanced at the person beside Lin Chen, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly, revealing a charming smile. Xiao Jing glanced at Lin Chen and the others from the corner of his eyes, and his heart sank. Are the people around this brat also some shocking geniuses? Xiao Jing narrowed his eyes, and then sneered at the little demon empress. He has an ambiguous relationship with that woman from the demon race. If you dare to help him, you will be dragging Purple Cloud King Valley into danger. As the young Valley Master, don't you know how to weigh the pros and cons? The little demon empress flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Don't be so shameless. I always act first and report later. You should be very clear about this. Either you defeat me and get out of here, or you can get lost." After being looked down on time and time again, Xiao Jing was furious. You're just a woman relying on your status as the young Valley Master of Purple Cloud King Valley. Do you really think you're that capable? Today, I will break your mental cultivation technique. What are you trying to act all high and mighty for? I can slap you with one hand. The battle between the two monstrous geniuses became even more intense. Hidden among the saints who were watching the battle, a few hidden gazes locked onto Lin Chen. My 4 lords, when do we attack? The one who asked was the grey-robed man wearing a ghost mask. He had once tried to assassinate Lin Chen in the sacred burial mountain range. When the assassination failed, he immediately notified the others. The 4 men wearing eagle masks beside the grey-robed man with the ghost mask said coldly, "Don't be anxious. The people from Purple Cloud King Valley are still hiding in the dark. If we attack now, we might not be able to take down that brat. We have to wait. The Yin Sky Talisman has already been sent to the organization. As long as the 2 captains arrive, even if there are experts from Purple Cloud King Valley here, they won't be able to stop us. Before that, acting rashly will only expose our whereabouts. Calm down. Assassination is only a matter of an instant. No matter how shocking this brat is, even if he has advanced into the Saint Realm, he is only at the lowest level. We can easily crush him." The 2 gazes in the air stared at the battlefield and couldn't help but sigh. We don't know how much of an impact this operation will have on Purple Cloud King Valley. The young lady has just returned. There's no other way. Are we 2 old bones going to stop the young lady? It's not like you don't know her temper. When the young lady was a 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor, she dared to challenge a group of saints. She took a fancy to a dragon egg and broke into the nest of more than 100 saint beasts to steal the dragon egg. That fearless and unrelenting attitude of hers is comparable to that of Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club. The 2 figures hiding in the spatial crack were the 2 elders from Purple Cloud King Valley who had saved Lin Chen. Speaking of which, if this brat can really complete the 3 stages of advancement, he will be qualified to marry into our Purple Cloud King Valley. Ha ha ha, we have the same thought. I am very satisfied with this brat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 6 9-colored light cocoons emitted a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky. The medicinal efficacy of the bloody flame Saint Dragon Pill has been absorbed. Condense. Lin Chen suddenly roared from the bottom of his heart. All of his blood chi, which was burning like blood flames, suddenly broke through the limits of his body, transforming his last meridian and last bone into the flesh shell of the saintly body. Flesh shell sanctification, break. Buzz tilde. 6 blood-red flame-like dragon lights soared into the sky, stunning everyone. At the same time, a heaven-shaking might was released from the bodies of all the geniuses of the Black Horse Club. The saints who were watching the battle were stupefied. What a beautiful firework! This was the radiance of life breaking through the limits. He had successfully sanctified his physical body. The Black Horse Club had a total of 100 million dragon power point. They succeeded. Flesh sanctification, the perfect flesh sanctification. His blood chi is still rising, and it's nearing 200 million dragon power. This is only the beginning of a truly perfect advancement. Their Trinity ascension to sainthood is actually going to connect perfectly. The crowd of saints shouted in excitement. The geniuses stared unblinkingly at Lin Chen and the others. Rumble tilde. The spiritual storm above the 6 of them throbbed like a dream. It was dense and hazy spiritual light, and it emitted a misty light that was like a nebula. The saints held their breath. Too domineering. Their bodies had just become saintly, and the remaining energy was still impacting the flesh shell. Their physical strength had improved further, and these 6 people were actually going to step into the saint realm in one go. It was as if this flesh sanctification was just the prelude to the storm. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.